Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the final day of Countdown to Christmas. And we are so happy you're here. And guys, we got a big show for you today, and lots of great specials, lots of giveaways. I got Kyle and Andrew in here with me this morning. And we got Melinda and Rhonda and Rena working the chat on the social media channels, so y'all can ask them questions. And then we got our whole big team over at SMP, from the warehouse guys to the salespeople on the phones, also to the customer service agents. And then we have the chat team on the website that you can chat to as well to get answers. So we got everybody raring to go today and ready. So we hope that you're ready, and we got some great specials. And again, throughout the day today, I may have some more of those SMP news alerts, and which that means it's a special pricing on something. So y'all can stay tuned for that. And if you're just joining us, hey, welcome to our Countdown to Christmas show. I think many of y'all been here all week. So if you've been here from day one, if you watched our Cyber Monday show and you've watched all the shows this week, give us a number 1 in the chat right now. I'd like to see how many of y'all been here the whole time. If today is your first day to watch the Countdown to Christmas show, give us a number 2 in the chat. And naturally, anytime you do any kind of chatting or ask questions in the chat, it's going to enter you to win prizes. So also, if you haven't liked our Facebook page, please go like our Facebook page. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, subscribe to it right now if you're watching. Give us that thumbs up on the video. All those things help us, and it keeps us, helps us keep giving good prizes and stuff away. So anyway, enough of that. A lot of ones. All right. Well, I got to tell you a little bit about my co-host. As y'all know, it was a secret today who was co-hosting, and we had a lot of guesses. So I'm going to start giving them some hints, Kyle. Okay. All right. Our co-host today, she is a fashion designer. Does that give anybody any hints?
Thank you for the wonderful introduction, Blaine.
She's an entrepreneur. She is a TV host. They're getting it?
Yeah, for sure.
Dadgummit. Y'all got it. She's just too good.
She's a good 20 plus.
Yeah. She's the leader of the Wolf Pack.
There you go.
Y'all welcome Angela Wolf.
Hey,
There she
Blaine.
is. I mean, I can't say much, Angela. They guess too easy because you do so much stuff.
Well, when you said fashion designer, that was kind of like narrowed down a lot of the playing field.
Yeah, I guess I should have started out with the other stuff first.
Or you just start with fishing or something fun like
I
that.
could have said a
Blaine,
professional fisher. Well, even if I said professional fisherman, they would have known that you were, who it was.
Hey,
What do you do? I can't say anything much about anything, or they would have guessed immediately anyway. So it doesn't matter. But thank you. You're here. Everybody's excited, and we have Angela Wolf in the house. And as y'all know, she is very talented. Has hosted the very popular show called It's So Easy that was on PBS, and now she's got a brand new show. Tell us about your brand new show, Angela.
Well, actually, you were the Santa Claus this week. The brand new show is Fabric to Fashion, which is a reality show where I send a box of goodies to some of the sewists out there, and then I film them making whatever their challenge is. But we had a great giveaway. It got delayed a little bit because Made It Myself TV was transforming into a new channel. But they were doing selfies of themselves watching Fabric to Fashion. You were on there, by the way. You did a great job.
Oh, well, thank you.
And on Wednesday, we did a drawing, and Clovis Perkins won a gift from you, which was the sublimation printer. She's so excited. I just shipped it out to her, and thanks. You were Santa, and you didn't even know it.
Well, I was sitting there. I gotta tell everybody, I got the biggest laugh the other night. I was sitting. I don't even remember what I was doing. I get a text from Angela, and it's just a screenshot of the TV, and it's me on it. She's like, "You're on my show."
You're on the show. You're on the show. Everybody loves it. And you were giving away mats, to some of the sewists down there and some gift cards. You're the best, Blaine. And I'm so excited to be here because your group here, SMP Nation, I know a lot of the Wolf Pack is here, is the most fun ever. I've been looking forward to this and I've kept my mouth shut. It was a total surprise.
Well, thank you for keeping the secret, and it's fun. It's always fun to do things like that, and I know everybody's super excited for you to be here today, and it's been a while since we've got to do some stuff together, so it's going to be fun for me as well. But Angela, what we did a couple days ago, I asked people to send in pictures of some of their Christmas stuff, and oh my gosh, we have gotten so many pictures in, and I think, Andrew, are you ready to show some of those this morning?
You bet I am.
All right, we're going to show some of the pictures, and we're going to tell you who sent them in. Who is this?
Oh,
Joan.
This is Joan. All right, Joan sent her in, and she's got her sweatshirt on. It's Christmas themed.
so
It has
cute.
to be Christmas stuff. All right, so let's go to the next one.
Barb.
This is Barb, her tree. Look how beautiful that tree is.
Oh, Barb, could you come and put the tree up at my house? I've been too busy. Oh, look at that.
This is Kim Wolf. And, we thought she still lived here in California. She used to live right here in San Marcos. And she told us on the chat she moved to Florida.
Oh, smart. I mean, no offense, Blaine. I meant that it was sunny there.
All right, this is Jill Sweet, right?
Don't know the last name.
I think it was Jill Sweet. She was one of our winners. Yeah, but anyways, Jill, look at that. That looks like your view from your cabin,
Beautiful.
Angela.
It does. Great
Yeah.
picture, Jill.
Yeah,
Linda's tree.
Linda's tree.
Oh,
Anita
I'm getting
Jackson right here.
inspired.
She said, I think the title was Santa Looking Out the Window.
Yeah.
Ralphie, this is Ralphie Nix. I remember this. Ralphie sent. Look at that decoration. That house looks awesome.
Oh, looks like a Christmas card.
Teresa.
Betsy.
Now this is awesome. This is the Grinch on a jet ski. That's awesome. Patty. Eva. Chris.
Oh, I want those kitties.
Becky. Marcia.
That looks nice.
Is this who it was? Marcia?
Yeah.
Whose was this?
Wabishi.
Oh, those are
Wabishi?
beautiful.
Okay.
Melinda.
Belinda Bryan.
That's all. There you go.
That was all of them.
I'm inspired. I think I'm going to put my tree up this afternoon. Well, when we're finished. Tonight. You know what? I have a bunch of guys coming over for a fishing tournament
There you
tomorrow.
go.
I
That's
should
what I say.
put them to work.
Yeah, get them all helping you. So yeah, we've had so much fun so far this week, and been giving things away. And hey, I did something funny yesterday, Angela. A lot of the new ones out there are watching, but probably don't even know. And some of the ones that like signed off yesterday, we got off air, we signed off, and I was sitting there, and Jane was still in the backstage area, and I thought, let me see if I can get her before she gets off. And we went back on air, but she'd already got off. But I came back on air, and we had about 140 people still watching, and we had already went off air, but we came back on, and I gave some stuff away.
Now that's fun, Blaine. That's fun.
Yeah, that was good. And so I was like, for real, I'm leaving this time. And I didn't want to have to stick around. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. And then Michelle, my wife, texted me, she says, go back on and give something else away. So you never know when the show is over, Angela.
You never know. And you know what? There are so many people that will look forward to this, Blaine, the good deals. In fact, I have a couple groups that I had live shows for this week, and I made sure I kept them short because I knew the group wanted to get back over here quickly. So you never want to miss something because you never know what you're going to do, Blaine.
That is true. We have, and we've been doing these, this time we've been doing these, it's SMP news alerts, the specials. And like we'll find in our warehouse that we have one of something left. We'll just like keep marking it down until it sells.
Wow. Now that's kind of like, do you remember Kmart with the red light?
Yeah, the blue light special.
Blue light special.
So ours is a SMP news alert.
I love that. A
so
news alert.
If you hear me say SMP news alert, you know it's going to be a smoking good deal.
Do you sing for it or anything like that?
What was that?
Do you sing for it, or you have like a magic song?
No, I
for
told
it?
them we need to come up with a special logo and a special tone that we put on.
I think you should sing. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think y'all want me singing.
That makes two of us.
Well, you know, while we got a little bit of time, Angela, I would like to tell everybody a little bit how things are going to work today. And then we'll also try to give something away this morning to start the show off. But, you know, we're going to be doing specials every 30 minutes. We're going to have something special on the show that it has a great price. Now, just because you don't see your product on the show today, that doesn't mean it's not on our Countdown to Christmas sale. We have thousands of products, Angel, that are on sale, and we only had so much room to show them on the show. So that's why not everything's on here. So if there's something you've been kind of thinking about, give us a call at 800-401-8151, and we can answer that question for you real quick, whether it's on special or not, because we have tens of thousands of products that are on special, tons and tons. But, you know, we only have, you know, a few hundred that we can show on the shows. So, or not even 100, about 100, I guess. So make sure that if there's something you want, let us know and we can tell you. And that way we don't want to miss. The other thing is if you're having trouble getting through on the phones, Kyle has put a little link on SMP Live TV, or .tv, I'm sorry, SMPlive.tv. I'll get it. I'm all screwed up this morning. SMPlive.tv. That's where you go to claim your prize and you can look at stuff about the show. Kyle has a link on there. You basically, is it a link or a form?
Callback request form.
Yeah.
Click it and fill it out.
Yeah, it says callback request form. You just click on that, fill it out, your name, phone number, and what you're interested in, and it gets updated real time in our call center. And then that way, if they've been trying to get through and can't, they can just jump on that list and they'll call the customers right back. So it makes it a lot easier where you don't have to sit there and stay on hold or leave a message, because our volume is just insane right now, how many people are calling in. And so, you know, just be patient. The warehouse is working hard trying to get everything shipped out. So do that for us, and that'll help us out and help you out too. So
this is perfect timing too, because, you know, I have seen so many people on my live shows. I've been asking, especially on the Brother live shows, I say, how many people have one of these Brother machines or any sewing thing on their Santa list? And everybody says yes. There's always something. And then there's, even when you think you have everything, I watch your show and I'm like, I don't have that. I don't have that. And I might need that.
Well, one of the things too, we worked a deal with R&K with Jennifer Gigas, and we got these 25 bundles that they put together for us that were just incredible bundles. They come in a big tote bag, all the things that come in there with thread and different things. We sold out of those. So as soon as the show was over, I guess it was on Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm sorry, when the show was over on Wednesday, I got on the phone and I called her. I said, hey, Jennifer, is there any way we can get 25 more of these? Because she had told me that they were kind of getting low on some of the products that made up the bundle. And she said, well, hey, I can put them together. It may be a little bit different thread. And I said, I don't think anybody cares, because they're $299 and it's about a $600 value. And so she put 25 more together. So we do have those. Kyle can check and see how, but I know you're going to be having Jennifer on today in your session, and she's going to show that bundle again. So we'll need to make sure and we'll be able to give you everybody an update of how many we got left. But that we knew that the second 25, they're not even in our warehouse yet. They were trying to get them shipped out yesterday, but it's at a pre-order status. When you order it, it'll just be pre-ordered, and as soon as we get in, we'll ship them right to you. But Kyle's going to give us an update on those numbers.
Yeah, because she's coming up this morning. I'm very excited to see this bundle. I've missed this. So
yeah, it's a great bundle. Exciting. Great bundle. Well, hey. Yeah. So we have 25 that they can pre-order today. So just make sure everybody, when you see this, you want to get one, go ahead and get your order in, because they'll sell out today, Angela. The 25 will go really quick. So great Christmas present.
Blaine, what happens if they sell out before she even comes on? It's like the surprise bundle.
Well, you know, we've had that happen. We've had that happen before. You know, the SMP Nation's pretty smart there, Angela. You know, we always used to put on all of our festivals, we would try to give people updates of like how many, there's 10 left, 5 left. And we would have certain, you know, as you know, when I work these deals, I can sometimes only can get a certain amount of machines at that cost. And so we would have people that we would list on the smplive.tv all the products for that day, like what was going to be on the show and who's hosting. So they started getting smart and going and looking at that and seeing the products, and they would call in and we would be sold out before the educator even came on and did the demo.
Oh my gosh. Well, you got a smart group here.
I know they're very savvy shoppers. So anyway, well, hey, let's give something away real quick before we get going on this. I think this morning we are going to start the show out with a Brother sewing and embroidery machine. This is the LB 5500 it's a 4x4 hoop size embroidery. This is $1,000 machine. So Angela, we're going to give one of these away. I want everybody in the chat right now to put the word wolf. We're celebrating Angela being on our show today. Wolf, WOLF. That's going to be your keyword to put in if you want a chance to win this sewing machine this morning. And Angela, this is a great machine. Extremely lightweight, very portable, and it does sewing and embroidery. So pretty nice little gift to start the show off, don't you think?
It is a great machine, and you know what? It's lightweight, so it's so easy to bring to events and to classes. And also because it has the embroidery and sewing, you can do both. I mean, it's great, and I love that it's lightweight. That was the part that I wanted to stress, because I have a lot of friends that have this, that have the Luminaire, and they use this when they go on vacation or when they go to classes at some of the dealers.
Yeah, it makes a big difference when you got a machine that's very portable. And you know, I've heard of people that take these type of machines this size, they have them in their RVs and they just leave them in their RVs. So anytime they're out traveling or camping and doing things, they've always got their little sewing machine and embroidery machine there to do, you know, pass the time away if they want to sew. And so that's always a really good machine to have for things like that, and especially like going to classes. As you know, dragging a big heavy machine into class is kind of tough, but you can take this extremely easy. So, all right, are we ready to spin the wheel, Andrew?
Yes, we are.
All right, let's spin that wheel. Everybody cross your fingers. Let's see who our big winner is going to be.
What a great group here this morning.
Rhonda in Iowa. So Rhonda in Iowa is watching from YouTube. So Rhonda, how you're going to claim that prize is you're going to go to smplive.tv. You're going to scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize. You're going to fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and we will handle it from there. We're going to ship that LB 5500 Brother machine absolutely free right to your doorstep. All right, Angela. Well, I think it's, what's that?
What a great way to start the show. I love that.
I know.
Great. And congrats, Rhonda.
Well, hey, I think it's time to kick this show off. And what better way to kick it off is with you and some Brother machines. So I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll see you all back here in about 30 minutes.
Sounds good, Blaine. All right. I am so excited. First of all, I'm very excited to be here. Thank you all. And great guests. So guess who our first guest is? Can you guess? Well, Cathy Gandy, good friend of mine, brother educator. I'm so excited to see what she's got up her sleeve today. She's going to be on the Latreille, the XJ2. But Cathy is so talented. If you've watched many of the Brother live shows, you've seen her on there with me, with embroidery, with sewing, with quilting, and also with serging. I would love to know in the comments how many of you have the Brother Airflow Serger, because if you do and you registered your machine, you got access to a free masterclass that Cathy and I did, and Cathy Stipe. We had a lot of fun, and I learned so much from that, and you will too. So let's welcome Cathy Gandy to the party. Cathy, I'm so excited to see you here today.
Hi. Oh, I'm so glad to be here. So good to see you.
So good to see you. This is twice this week I get to see you. This
Exactly.
is like this in my own studio.
Yes. Nice.
So, Cathy, you're on the Latreille today, which everyone loves. It works with our Spira. I'm excited to see what you're going to show.
Huh?
I'm excited to see what you're going to show.
I'm just going to show some samples and some of the things that the machine does. It's absolutely amazing. I just love how the machine works. It makes your sewing dreams come true. I mean, you can dream of something that you want to make, and you can do it with a Latreille.
I love it. Well, I'll let you take it away, Cathy, and I'll watch the questions for you and catch up with you at the end.
Change cameras here. So give me a second here. All right. So this is the Latreille. And with the Latreille comes with a lot of different things. With the Latreille, you're going to get a multifunction foot control. You're going to get a 2-thread spool stand, and you get this wonderful case, accessory case. And when you open the accessory case, you're going to see that Brother gives you a lot of accessories, a lot of feet with the machine. And you open this up, and you even have more accessories down below. You get a straight stitch plate. They just load you up with everything you need to start sewing and enjoying and having a good time. So we'll get right to the sewing section. So we're going to start with sewing. Now this machine has 3 sides to it. You have sewing, embroidery, and My Design Center. And what My Design Center is, it lets you create your own design. So you're going to be able to digitize in the machine. It's just amazing what you can do with this machine. So we're going to go ahead and just start with some of the things in the sewing. So we're going to come to sewing, and we're going to go ahead and go to stitch number 3. And if you look down here, you're going to see that the stitch length is 2.5. That's a normal stitch length for what most people like, and so you're just going to keep that in mind. We're going to show you something else, something later on that has a different stitch length. But you can see you have this nice large area in here. If you do home decor, you do quilting, you do garment construction, you've got a large area to put all your extra fabric in here, and it just makes it so easy. So these are your utility stitches. You're going to see some little letters beside some of them. S is for side cutter, and P is for piecing. So you have all kinds of different things that you can do with these machines, and it shows you right up here what foot you should have on for that stitch. You don't have to have that foot on, but it lets you know what works best. So we're going to come to number 2, and here you have some decorative stitches. You have some satin stitches here. You have your blind hem stitch, so you have some utility stitches. You have a lot of great stitches here. Number 3 is, I just love this section. This is heirloom stitching. It has some beautiful heirloom stitches in here. I want you to give them a try. It has a great pin stitch, and this stitch down here is a bridging stitch. It's just gorgeous. Number 4 is going to be your buttonholes. And you can see all these great buttonholes that you can do for your garments for home decor. But sometimes when you do home decor, your buttonhole is larger than the foot opens up. So right here, you have a 4-step buttonhole. So they've covered everything for you. So you can do a 4-step buttonhole and make your buttonhole as long as you desire. You can make something 5 inches long, whatever you'd like. So you have some darning stitches, you can sew on a button, and you have some eyelets. Next is number 5, and this is sideways motion. This machine not only sews forward and backwards, it sews side to side. So the feed dogs will move the fabric from side to side. So you have your miter, you have your 45-degree angle, you have sewing backwards, forwards, to the right and the left, and you have zigzag and straight stitch. So I can take off my unit here, I can put a pant leg on there, put a patch down, and I can sew forward, I can sew to the right, I can sew backwards and sew to the left, and I have my patch sewn on without having to turn my fabric. I think it's absolutely great. So when I come to the quilting section here, if I pick a quilting stitch right here, do you see, here's where I wanted you to remember the 2.5. I'm going to pick this one right here because they put it at 2.0 stitch length. The default in the quilting area is 2.0 because quilters like a shorter stitch length. So when they start, they don't have to back stitch. The stitch is small, so it won't pull out as easily. So they've thought of everything here for you. And then right here in the regular, let me see, the utility stitches, you have to move it in 0.25 increments. Here, you can move them in little teeny increments. And that means you can get your perfect 1/4 inch. Your needle will move to give you a perfect 1/4 inch wherever you want to move it. So it's just absolutely fantastic. Now we'll come to the specialty stitches. And for your specialty stitches, you have a couching stitch, and then you have these hand look quilt stitches. So I'm going to try to see if you can see this, get it up close for you. And if you see the hand look quilt stitch there, you can see the blank space in there. So you have teeny stitches, and then you have your invisible thread and teeny stitches. And I think it just does a beautiful job of the hand look quilt stitch. So you have the small and the medium and then the large. So you have 3 different lengths of it, and it just does a gorgeous job. So then the last one here is the tapering stitch. So with tapering, I use the tapering on the corners of the hexagon. Now you can use the tapering decorative, but I did it for utility because I shortened the stitch length here so they didn't overlap. I mean, I just think it's excellent because I come here and it did a regular length, and then it just shortened that one there. So when I turned my corner, it didn't overlap. So you have a great corner on your appliques. So to get that, I'm going to come to this stitch here, and I'm going to turn on my tapering. So I'm going to select, and I want this to stay flat, and I want my tapering 30 degrees here. So I'm going to pick that one, and you can see how it changed the look of the stitch. So I'm going to go to the end, and I want the same thing here. So I want a 30 and angle down. So there you go. That's perfect. So then I'm going to say okay, and now I can pick how I want the stitch to end. When I get to the end, I can push my reverse button and it will stop sewing, or I can come in here and I can tell it how many times I want this to sew. So there you go. I'm going to add to it, and you just add up till it's about the length that you want. Say I want it to be about 1.5 inches. So there you go. And it will taper how I want it, and it will start and then stop right where I want it. So that was how I was able to get it to start and stop right at the hexagon where I wanted it to start and stop. So I think that is absolutely fantastic. It just makes it so easy and looks just gorgeous. Now, if I want to do a decorative stitch, maybe I want to put something in between buttonholes. So I'm going to pick this stitch, and I'm going to come back to my tapering, and we'll pick our start, and let's do 90 degrees there. So that's the top, and then we're going to do the end and do the 90 degrees there and say okay. And then you can do the reverse, but we're going to come here and just, let's add. There you go. So whatever the distance is between your buttonholes, you can add this beautiful tapered stitch in there. I just think this just adds so much to your sewing and makes it so decorative. You'll have a lot of fun playing with those stitches. So I'm going to close that out, and now we're going to come to the character decorative stitches. So not only do you have all the regular stitches in utility, you have all these character decorative stitches. So I'm going to come to stitch the first one, number 6. And you can see I'm going to start scrolling down, and you can see all the different stitches here. And because this machine has sideways motion, I'm going to go down to stitch 247, and it's going to take a little scrolling here. And it's right here, 247. And when I touch that stitch, it comes up, and you can see right here, you may not be able to see it, but it says 50%. So that means that this here is 50% of the real size. Well, I want to see what it really looks like. So all I have to do is touch this here, and I can see how large that is. And wouldn't that be nice to quilt with? You could put that on the diagonal and it will just go sideways motion and do a wonderful job. It tells you right here to use your end foot. It's just wonderful. So it will show you how large that is, and it just is great. So you can just scroll down and see all the other stitches, and we'll go return, come to 7, and you have more stitches here, and you can add stitches. So if I want to, when I pick this stitch, it's going to just continue on. But if I want to add a stitch to it, if I want to make my own stitch pattern, I can put my plus, and I can add this stitch here, and then I can add this stitch here, and I can make my own stitch pattern. This one down here is a light blue, so if I want to, I can take that and I can, I can't mirror image it, but I can continue on, and I can scroll up, and I can change the different sizes of these and just change the whole pattern. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this and just delete this and get rid of it. And then you have your satin stitches or filled in stitches, and then you have the satin stitches, and then you have cross stitches, and then you have your utility stitches, and then several alphabets that you can do. Something else that these machines have that I think is absolutely fantastic is my custom stitch. So you can draw your own stitch here. You can bring in a stitch and you can change it. If there's a built-in stitch that you want to add a stitch to or take a stitch away from, you can do that. So you can come here and you can pick a stitch that's already done and you can get rid of it. Yes, so if I want to just erase one of the legs, I can say okay here, and I can delete a point. So you can change the stitch to however you want. If I want to do one down and do set, another one down and set, and then just go back over and set, so I can change that stitch into what I want. I have gone into memory here. Oh, never mind. I think I put that one into memory. So what I want to do is come here, and I want to go to memory. Okay, so this is what I did earlier, and this looks like a tape measure. I was doing a quilt with a sewing theme, and I wanted to sew my binding on with what looked like a tape measure, and so I created this stitch. I'm not going to use it all the time, and you're not going to see it on any machine, so it's just a lot of fun, so you can customize your stitches for whatever you need. So this is just part of the sewing side. I mean, I just barely touched anything, and you can get more and more into it, but we're going to go ahead and come home here and say okay, and we're going to come to embroidery. Now with embroidery, I'm going to say okay here. The machine is going to move in position. I'm just going to put this on because I may need a hoop on here later on. But you have, the machine comes with this wonderful 9.5 by 14-inch hoop, a 9.5 by 9.5 inch hoop. You're going to get a 5 by 7 and a 4 by 4. And if you notice, you can see these markings on here. And these markings on there are there for a reason. So I had some fabric, and I really liked the pattern on this fabric, and I wanted to put the genie and Aladdin on this fabric. So how I'm going to do that? How am I going to place this? This machine has something called My Design Snap app. So I took my hoop, my large hoop, I hooped that fabric. I'm going to press this, and I come to my It says snap capture with frame for pattern positioning. This is my snap app. And I can just press this, and then I can capture the hoop with the fabric in it. And I'm going to come into here, and I'm going to pick the movies. And I have Aladdin, and I'll go to set. And here he is. And I captured it earlier, and I can turn it off here. So I'm going to turn it back on. And here is the picture of my fabric. And I can just take him and place him on here wherever I want him, because I can see my fabric on my screen. And I just think that is a fantastic feature. I can go ahead and add, and I can come in back into Disney and into here, and I can pick Aladdin and set, and I can take him and I can move him right down in here. So you can place your designs on your fabric exactly where you want them, because you snap captured your fabric and you can see what it's going to look like in your hoop. I just love that. So I'm going to come home here. Whoops, let's turn that off. Let's cancel that. Turn this off and go home and say okay. Another feature of this machine is a no-sew feature. Oh, did I show you? I can show you this sewn out. So this is it sewn out. So that's Aladdin and the genie sewn out on the fabric. All right. So we have a no-sew feature, which is really nice. So I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to get, come into 11. This is my appliques, and I'm going to come into the candy jar. So I'm going to go to set. And all I want is the jar. I don't want the candy. I've had enough candy. I don't want any more. So I want to get rid of the candy. So I'm going to come to Edit, and I'm going to go to No Sew. So I want the first four, the applique material, applique position, applique, and then the leaf green is around the outside. But I don't want the rest. So I'm going to pick Deep Rose, and No Sew, Sky Blue, No Sew, Lime Green, No Sew, Pumpkin, No Sew, Sky Blue, No Sew, and Gold, No Sew, and the white, No Sew. So I'm going to say, okay, so now all I have is the candy jar. I don't have to worry about skipping forward and skipping back. All I've got is the candy jar. So I want to add to that. I'm going to come into the Disney and the Pooh, Winnie the Pooh, and I'm going to pick the Pooh Bear here, and I'm going to go to Set, and I'm going to come to Edit and to Rotate, and I'm going to move the little guy right up in here, and if he's off a little, I may rotate him down a little bit, and there he is right in the honey jar where he belongs. So what I have done is I got some fabric and sewed it out, went to my design center, created the bees, and wrote honey pot, and sewed it on this little Winnie the Pooh dress. And I just think that's just as cute as can be. So you can be very, very creative. You get that no-sew feature. It's just wonderful. You can do all kinds of fun things with it. So I'm going to say okay, and go back home, and say, okay, here, I will come back to embroidery, and I want to come over here to some of these features here. So here is, well, I'm going to come to number 8 first, and I'm going to get this design here. So this design is a small design. I'm going to go to Set, and this machine, when you push Edit, has the border function. Now, most machines, a lot of the Brother embroidery machines have the border function. But with this one, when you push the border function, you have the matrix. Now what the matrix does is it's going to fill a whole area with this design. So if I push this and I have it on 9.5 and 9.5, it's going to fill the whole area with the design. And when it sews it out, it's going to sew it out efficiently. And because the machine said it, I didn't do it. When you bring it in, sometimes I put one on top or one on bottom, and the machine just jumps back and forth. But this puts it in, and it's going to sew it out just perfectly. and it color sorts. Whoops, that's the back. And it's going to color sort, and you're going to have a gorgeous design. I want to use this as a cuffs and a collar for a blouse. I just think it's gorgeous. So when you come here and go to set and say okay, and go to embroidery and okay. I come to embroidery. You can see that it's color sorted the whole thing. It'll do all of the red, and then it will do all of the gold, and you can just sit back and wait for it to finish and then change colors. When I come to layout, I may want to do the color sort here too, but really you don't have to. So I'm going to come back home and okay. And now let's look at this pillow here. You have some great designs built in, the Disney designs, but you also have echo quilting, and then this is the border function. So I'm going to come into Disney. I'm going to come into Disney, and I'm going to get the Pooh design here, this one here, and go to set, and come to edit, and come to the stippling. And once I come to the stippling, I'm going to change my hoop size. Let's go the other way. I want to, you can see all the different hoop sizes here. And I want 8 by 8. So I have stippling around it, but I want echo quilting. So I'm going to touch the echo quilting button right here. It's going to take a little bit to process because it has to find all the lines that go around. One thing that I love about the echo quilting is that it doesn't, so here's a start stop here, and then the start stop on the next one is going to be someplace else. They don't stack them on top of each other, so it's not as noticeable. So it's really a smart machine. It just knows exactly what to do and how to do it. So there you go. So I'm going to leave the spacing and the distance the same. I'm going to go to preview, and it's going to take a little bit of time to preview. And so this is a pillow, and it has a little panel that you can tie on here. So there's 2 panels here. This is the matrix. This is just some decorative stitching. And here is 2 designs framed with some other little designs put on there. So this pillow has 3 faces to it. And this is all done with the Stellaire and the Scan and Cut and Print Moda. So this is Print Moda fabric, and then it's sewed down, cut with the Scan and Cut, and then sewed down with the stitches. So here we go. So I'm going to say okay, and then I'm going to add, and I'm going to add a frame pattern. So I want the square, and I want this stitch here, and I'm going to go to set, and then I'm going to come to size. And because this is the frame size that's built in, I don't have to worry about it. It's going to recalculate the stitches, and I'm going to bring it out to about here, well, a little bit more. And there you go, and you've got a beautiful design, easy to do, and it frames it and just looks beautiful. So I'm going to say okay to that. And come back home. Say, okay, I wanted to talk about my connection, but I guess my time is kind of running low here. Well, let's just talk about this bunny real quick, because I want to tell you about, so this is a little bunny here. And you can see that he's made out of felt, and he's on a line here. So I've did the 2-point positioning. So this machine also has 2-point positioning in it. So I'm going to come to embroidery, and I'm going to come here, and I'm going to get the bunny. So I'm going to go to set, and I'm going to come to edit first, and I'm going to come to the applique. Now, this has got my connection hooked up, so I can connect to my Scan and Cut. So when I touch this, I can turn part of this bunny into an applique. So I don't want to do all these stitches here. I want that to be felt. So I can touch my linen color here, and I can go to next, and I can turn the stitches off. It's felt, so I don't need it to stitch. The outside, it's fine, and I'm going to make a little distance here. I'm going to bring that up to about 1/8 of an inch and say okay. So it's going to give it about 1/8 of an inch around. I'm going to go to preview. It's going to show me, okay, that's what you're going to have fabric here instead of stitches now. So I'm going to go to next, and there it is. It's a little bit outside the design, which I think is perfect. So I'm going to say okay. And there we go. So when I come to embroidery, here it is. I have my applique material, and I have all my stitches after that, but I need him to be placed. He's dead center, but I want the bottom center right in the middle. So I don't want him dead center. So I'm going to come here and come to layout and do my 2-point positioning. Going to do my 2-point positioning, and I want to position him from the center bottom. So I'm going to push that and go to next, and I want it to line it up going to the right here and say next. So it's going to show a red dot here, and I'm going to move that red dot to right on the line where I want my first point to be. So then I'll do next, and I'll set the next line, and I'm going to pretend like I've hooped a little crooked, so I'm going to do about 1 or 2 notches up here. Well, I hooped a lot crooked. So I'm going to go to set, and you can see how it put him on an angle because I told it my line was here. So the 2-point positioning is just absolutely fantastic. I will go home here. So my connection and the 2-point positioning, I just want to keep on going and going. There's just so much to this machine. And then you have my design center, and we'll just do something real quick here. I'm going to come here, and I'm going to get a flower and say okay. And I'm going to come to my lines, and I'm going to pick the candle wicking, and I'll pick purple here, or pinkish purple. Take my bucket and touch here, and then I'm going to come to my fill stitch. I'm going to come here and select, and we'll select, and I'll pick the rose and say okay, and we'll pick this color here. Okay, get my bucket and bucket it in, and then we'll come back here and get my stippling stitch and get a blue and okay, and bucket it in and go to next and preview and okay. And you have made a great design with just a few pushes of the button in my design center. You have a lot that you can do to edit it, but that's just a quick show how you can do wonderful things in my design center. So let's go back to Angela and Blaine so they can tell you how to purchase this Stella Air 2.
Oh my gosh, Cathy. So thankfully, SMP Nation was in there answering all the questions. But everyone says they want to know where you're teaching because they want personal lessons from you. I told you all she's awesome. So by the way, on that machine, just a quick question. What hoops come with it? That was one that I didn't see that it was answered on both Facebook and YouTube.
What's that?
What hoops come with the machine?
Oh, what hoops come with the machine? It's the 9.5 by 14, the 9.5 by 9.5, a 5 by 7, and a 4 by 4.
Wonderful. And by the way, a lot of you said, where can you see Cathy? She's on the Brother Live Show. I have a live show every Tuesday at noon, and next year will be Tuesday and Thursday. Cathy's on there quite a bit. If you go to Brother Sews, you can go back and watch many of her tutorials. The Stella Air is amazing. Everyone loved it, loved the features. It's awesome, Cathy.
Yeah, and I just touched the surface. It is amazing how much you can do with this machine. And, you know, the sewing side of it is just wonderful. The embroidery is amazing. My designs, it's just fantastic.
Your samples are absolutely great. So again, you can go watch past videos she's done. She teaches all over. You can find her. And also, someone asked about if there's a master class with this one. Yes, there is. I actually did the master class for this. All you have to do is register your machine on Brother's site and you'll get access to it. Same with the airflow that Cathy's on as well. So Cathy, thank you. And this is a call-in special, by the way. So you can see the number scrolling below. You have to call in for this one. This machine's great, Cathy. You did a great job. And yes, you did only touch the surface. I would love to know in the comments, though, what's the favorite thing you saw in there? I think those tapering stitches are on my top of my list. I would definitely say that. So thank you, Cathy. All right, Blaine, come on back here because that machine is fantastic. I was reading the comments and I love you all asking if I have extra feet that I can send you. I'll go through my stash. But here is the call-in information. It's the Brother Stellaire. Whoa, that's a good package. Everyone was asking you, is there a good package for this? Absolutely. So the pricing is right there. I guess you don't have to call in for it. And the free bundle included. Look at all that. You get the extra, the magnetic hoop, $300 gift card, the luggage, a scan and cut. That's fantastic. And don't forget, register your machine and you'll have my masterclass in there too. So this is the Stellaire XJ2 sewing and embroidery machine. Blaine, that's a heck of a deal. I think that's going in some people's Santa list.
It is, Angela, it is a great, great price. $9,999 on that. And, the great thing about that machine is, I talk about these series all the time, but this particular one is in that price range where you're getting so much bang for your buck with the technology that's in this machine. It's crazy.
Yeah, and one thing we didn't talk about is it works with Artspira, and I know a lot of people have been watching my brother's shows wanting to know I want a machine that Artspira works with, and this one does, and it works fantastic with it.
Yes, it sure does. All right, Angela, we're going to continue on. I will be back here and see you in about 30 minutes.
Sounds good.
All righty. Okay, guys, we are going to bring up next up. We are going to talk all about robotics, and we're going to talk about the Pro Stitcher Premium. And we have our good friend Kim Sandberg is going to talk all about it. Now Kim, she's the education manager for Handi Quilter, and her passion for teaching and quilting allows her and her team to offer the best education in the industry. She's a full-time mom and full-time job. And she's a mom to 2 kids, a dog, and a husband. Keeps her very busy when she's outside the quilting studio. And we are always super excited to have her part of the show. So y'all welcome Kim Sandberg.
Hey, Blaine, how you doing today?
I am doing fantastic. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. It's Friday, so it's always a great day for some quilting.
Well, hey, it's the last day of Countdown to Christmas, so everybody gets a chance to get all those last-minute bargains. But we're going to let you get going on this, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
Sounds great. Thanks, Blaine. All right, so we're going to take a closer look at Pro Stitcher Premium today. Pro Stitcher Premium is our computerized system for our Amara and Infinity families. So the 2 families of machines that we have. It's an absolutely amazing system. I love Pro Stitcher Premium. I have been using Pro Stitcher Premium for over 10 years now. Absolutely love it. There's so many great things included. Number one, it comes with over 1,000 designs, which just by itself, when you start doing the math, is almost the cost of the system. It's amazing how many designs it comes with. And we have a whole library of designs that we call our Pro Stitcher designs. They are designed in-house here by the Handi Quilter educators over the years. So we have a whole bunch of designs in there. And then to top it off, we've reached out to a lot of different well-known names in the computerized quilting world. And they have sent in a selection of designs for you to try out. So we have a bunch of awesome designs from featured designers, including a bunch of the Handi Quilter educators. So trust me, there are oodles of designs to keep you happy, and I have a hard time just fine-tuning and picking exactly that right design for the next project because there are so many designs. So it's great. There's tons of designs. Another thing that I absolutely love about Pro Stitcher Premium is that it is simple to install. I actually helped a friend install just last week a Pro Stitcher Premium on her Amara 24, and it was a piece of cake. I think the most challenging thing was drilling a couple of holes into the plastic tabletop so that we could keep the blue track where it was supposed to be. It's super easy. You put down the blue track, you put the new carriage down that has the motors on it and set the machine on top of it. And then you plug in a few things from the back, plug in a few things up here with the new this new bracket and put the tablet on, and you're off and running. It is as simple as that. One of the other things that's absolutely amazing about the ProStitcher software is that updates are always free. Now, there are a lot of systems out there that anytime they come out with new features or things like that, you have to pay for them. But we don't, we're like, no. You already paid for this system. So those are always free. New updates are always free. So this is we know that it's an investment. It's well worth it though, because you're going to be supported with the best education in the industry clear through the life of this machine also. We have an entire Learn library, educational library that's available, and you can access it right on the ProStitcher tablet, which is so cool. If you have an internet connection in your home, Wi-Fi connection, and these days, pretty much everybody has one of those, you can connect directly to the internet and go straight to a library of videos. And these videos include a video, and then there's also printable PDF tutorials. So if you're thinking, you know, computerized quilting sounds really awesome, but I'm a little overwhelmed and it's going to be really hard for me to learn. Nope, we got you covered. And don't forget too, Handi Quilter always comes with education. So you're going to get training on how to use your ProStitcher when you purchase it. So we've got you covered. Well, ProStitcher Premium, definitely my preferred way to quilt. So let's take some time filling in some of the rest of these spots on this Christmas tree that Christina's been working on. So you can see here, Christina did a bunch of free motion designs over the last few days, and I've got a bunch of spots here to finish filling in. So I think we'll just start right here in the center. I'm going to take my machine and move it over here and make sure that I can get my machine all the way to it. I absolutely can. And the first thing we're going to do is set up an area here. This is one of the things I love. When you are using ProStitcher Premium, we have the option that you can use buttons on the handlebar to easily set up your area so that you are not having to constantly stop and look up at the screen. We also have our tablet is integrated. I'm going to keep hitting refresh here so you can see the shape of the design that I'm creating here, this area that's going to echo what's on the quilt. Our tablet's right here on the machine, so there's no running back and forth to a computer at the end of the frame. It's right there, right where you need it, right where you can see it and easily access it. So we're just going to come right up along here, and I'll drop a few more points. Christina definitely had some fun when she was making these shapes. Okay, so you can see there on the screen how exact this is. You can see that absolutely echoes what we've got here on the quilt. So let's go into this ProStitcher library. Now this is where I'm going to show you. Look at all these designs we have here, and these are just block designs. We've also got continuous line designs. So these are designs that can easily be repeated. And then down here are those featured designer. Look at how long this list is. It just keeps scrolling. So you can see that there are so many designs included here. Okay, I want to pick something fun, and maybe I was going to look and see. I know that there's, I wanted to do something a little bit simpler on this first one. So let's just do a stipple to fill this one in, okay? So I'm going to take this design, and I'm just using my finger to move it over on the screen. Now I want this, you can see that we need to repeat this because this design does not completely fill this space. So I'm going to come up here at the top to this repeat tab, and vertically I'm going to repeat it. Now we've got this space in between the two designs, and I'm going to just simply hold down this gap, minus gap, and we'll adjust that a little bit. Okay, there we go. It looks like we do need to add one more horizontal repeat. And then I am just going to center that over that area. Now, let me show you one of the features I absolutely love about ProStitcher Premium. We're going to go to the Modify tab, and we're going to go Crop, and we're going to use that area just like it's a cookie cutter. And we're going to get rid of all of the design that is outside of that cookie cutter. Look at how easy that was. Isn't that great? Okay, and then I'm going to close the edges so I don't have a bunch of little starts and stops. I'm going to baseline the design to lock the changes, and then we're going to go ahead and do some stitching here. So we're going to go to the Pro Stitcher tab, and I'm going to hit Quilt, and we'll do Run. And then we'll go ahead and we'll let this design stitch out, and you guys will see how easy it is to add a design to your quilt. One of the things I love to do while the machine is stitching out is to just sit and watch the screen. So we can, you guys can see here on the screen how those crosshairs are following the design, and the line is turning gold, which is telling me that's where it's stitched. Now, when we switch over to the other camera and you guys can see where it's actually stitching, it's fun to just watch the two parts work together. Okay, so we stitched out that first row and it paused for me. And I'm going to bring up my bobbin thread here really quick. And then we'll come back over here and I'll hit resume. And the machine knows exactly where to go. Oh, actually, it's going to go right there. And it is going to continue that design and do a little bit more stitching. Okay, now I think we're going to move over. Yep, we're going to move over. I should have looked for my dashed lines there telling me where we were going to go next. All right, we're going to move over here. And once again, I'll pull up that bobbin thread so we don't end up with a little nest on the back. And we'll let it stitch out the rest of this design here. All right, and it's going to come back up this little side here and put a couple of little loops in and do a little tie off here at the end. Wow, wasn't that easy? It's so easy to do this. It's the thing I love about using Pro Stitcher. Okay, so we got that first little section there done. Well, let's move on to the next section. Let's do this one over here. So if we go back to the screen, I'll walk you through the steps of this. So we're just going to go to the File tab and hit Clear All, and we're going to clear away what was on the screen because I don't need that area or design again. Now I've got the Area tab opened again, and I'm going to go ahead and build another area here, right here in this space that we have talked about. So I'm going to do kind of the same thing I just did on that last one, where we are going to pick a design, crop it out, and then stitch it. And then on the next one, I'm going to show you some of the other fun features that we've got here. So I'm just dropping these design points here. I'll hit refresh, and you guys can see okay, we'll go up to there. Get kind of this funky little space, but you can see how we're able to just really precisely make it fit like that puzzle piece. So let's go open our designs, and this time let's go to one of our other designers. Okay, so I'm going to pick this one here that's called a feather flower filler. Say that one fast, really fast 3 times. Okay, I'm going to show you another way. So what I want to do now is make this one just a little bit bigger, and then we're going to use that crop function again. So we'll go to Modify and Resize. I'm going to turn on this lock over here. That means that it's going to hold its aspect, and it's going to evenly get bigger both ways, both in length and in height. as we do it. Okay, so I'm going to go out to about there. Okay, that looks great. I am going to baseline that change, go to the crop button, crop away the outside again, and hit the edges. We're going to close those edges so we don't have all those little jumps. And now we're going to go to the Pro Stitcher tab and stitch this one out. So let's see what it's going to do with this one this time. Kind of a fun texture to add. Feather, an echoey feather. Let that stitch. I'll have to keep an eye on the comments and see if we have any questions that people are asking. But I don't know about you guys. I always find it a little mesmerizing just to sit and watch it stitch out. Because it stitches out so perfectly every time. Okay, so this is the question we just got. It's, can you adjust the speed on the machine? Absolutely. So I have this turned down a little bit slower. We have this really great feature in Pro Stitcher called OptiStitch. And you can see that over here in the sidebar where we've got our acceleration percent and our speed percent. I can actually adjust those two independently so that I can get the best quality of stitch out. Now, one thing to understand is that when you have 50% chosen, 50 chosen as a speed percent there, like I do, that doesn't mean that the machine is going to stitch at 50% of its maximum speed. It means that it will stitch up to 50% of its maximum speed if it hits a point where it can actually stitch that quickly. Now you can see in this design that we have a lot of smaller, intricate parts of the design. And so it is not stitching super fast because we want to make sure that we have a quality stitch out. So one of the things that's really great about Pro Stitcher Premium is we have this OptiStitch technology, which allows us to have the computer decide so that we get the best quality stitch out. Okay, what button was I using on the handlebars? I was using the diamond button over here on the right handlebar. When you're in the area tab of the Pro Stitcher, it overrides this programmable button and you are able to use it to set your area, which makes it really easy because you can keep your eye on the quilt and just hit that button instead of having to stop and look up at the screen as you're setting those points. So it's a really good thing. All right, we're almost done with this design. Just a little bit here to stitch out. Gotta catch that little bit, and it's gonna go back and stop at that red bullseye. And look at that stitch out. Look at how intricate and fun that design is. And also just how it does match what's on the screen. That's one of the things I love about Pro Stitcher. You can see what you're going to get before you stitch, which is really great. Okay, I want to show you guys now a really fun feature that we've got in Pro Stitcher. So I'm going to go to File tab and do Clear All here on the screen. And now we're going to come over here, and I'm just going to zoom out a little bit to make sure you guys will be able to see this. I'm going to use this feature called Mark, and it's found under the Pro Stitcher tab and then Record on the ribbon. And if you look here on the screen over here in the sidebar, I have this mark right here and I don't want to quite touch it. So I'm just going to touch to the side of it there and put the little circle around it. So this is called Mark, and what it's going to do is every time I click, and I'm going to use actually the same button I was using to set up an area on the right handlebar, that diamond. When I'm in record function, once again, that button overrides and I am able to use that button there on the screen and do straight line designs. So what I'm going to do is just create a design here that's maybe kind of like a zigzaggy back and forth. So Mark is for creating straight line designs. So I think I'm going to kind of do this like a X marks the spot. You guys can see there on the screen what I'm doing. I'm going to go to here and go out to here, go back to here. And I love that I can see on the screen what I like. And if I happen to do something that I don't like for example, say that I just dropped that point and I'm like, nah, not really loving that. I can just go up here and hit the undo button and take that one away. I'm going to go ahead and put that one back though. And then what I'm going to do is work my way back across this design. Let's see, I'm going to come up here, go down to there. Okay. Now I'm going to work my way back across this design and make like basically a series of X's across here. So, and this is where I am looking at the screen. Let's see, I'm going to move down to here. I'm looking at the screen and also coming back and looking at the quilt to make sure that I'm getting this design, these points in the area that I want to. So I'll do one there. I'll come down and do one here. It's just a little back and forth, a little zigzag design. I love using mark to do stitch in the ditch. And also if you do a lot of, you like to do the type of quilting where you're really highlighting your piecing. So maybe you want to do like a nice little echo inside a bunch of your piecing, that 1/4 inch in. Mark is absolutely perfect for that. Okay, I'm going to do one there, and then I think I'll come do one about right there. Okay, so that's my whole design that I've created there. I know it's just fabulous. I'm going to baseline it, and let's go ahead and quilt this out. So the machine's going to come up here, take that first stitch. I'll go ahead and pull it up, and then we'll see what I've done here. This fun design to just create a very linear design, a fun little crisscross to fill in the space. Any other questions pop up? I'm always interested to know what kind of questions the audience has. Oh, okay. So this is a really great question, and we get this one all the time. How many times can you undo? You can undo back to when you first opened the program that day. So you can undo all the way back to when you first turned it on. So it's nice. You can always undo. And yes, you can undo baseline. You can undo a lot of those different things, which is really nice. You can always, always, always undo. Oh, okay. So I'm getting some questions here. Here, let me clip this and I'll move the machine over here to the side because I just got the question about this quilt behind me. So this was a really fun quilt. It's designed from Tilda and Friends. It's called the Christmas Calendar Quilt. And we just recently this fall hosted a quilt along with it. And I did quilt this with Pro Stitcher. It's quilted with an edge to edge design. And then I used a monopoly thread on it. So I used a clear thread. So it just creates the design on the fabric without drawing any extra attention to it as it goes from a darker color to a lighter color. It just stays essentially the same thread. One of the things I love about this quilt is that it is a Christmas calendar. So there's 24 little blocks on it. And I made this fun little ornament using like fabric folding. It's all just folded together fabric. And you can take and move it along. The kit for this included these cute little buttons. So I did a little button on each one of the different motifs. And we can always just move that along to the next to count for the days. So super fun quilt.
How would you describe the learning curve?
Okay. How would you describe the learning curve for Pro Stitcher? All right. Number one, I want to reiterate that this is a very intuitive program, especially if you have done embroidery. And I know, especially watching the segment before this, a lot of SMP quilters are embroiderers. They love that. You're going to feel super at home with this software. Super easy. There is a little bit of a learning curve, but we've got you covered. As I mentioned earlier, right on the screen here, I can access through the internet our educational library, and we have tons of videos that walk you through how to use ProStitcher Premium. One of the great things we've got with every single one of those tutorials is there's a printable PDF. So we've got you covered depending on the type of learner you are. If you're an auditory learner, you can listen to it. If you're a visual learner, you can watch it. If you're somebody who actually wants that tactile, you can print it out and have that piece of paper to hold on to so that you can refer back to it often. So we've got you covered to help you get over that learning curve quickly so that you can start finishing more quilts. Do we have any other questions? Okay. Well, ProStitcher Premium is just absolutely fantastic. I want to reiterate that this is compatible with the Amara family. So the Amara 20, the Amara 24. We also have some of our older models, our retired machines, that you can also add a ProStitcher Premium to. So you can add a ProStitcher Premium to an Avante, a Fusion. You can add it also to the Infinity, which is one of our current machines. It's our highest end machine. So if you are interested in adding robotics to your Handi Quilter machine, we've got you covered. It is just so much fun to play with. I want to tell you about one other thing that I absolutely love about ProStitcher Premium, and then I'll let Blaine tell you about how you can get one of these for yourself for Christmas. You can download this software and put it on any Windows-based computer. It's available at ProStitcher.com. So if you're thinking about this, you can even essentially give it a little bit of a test drive. You can download the software, play around with it a little bit, see what it looks like. You'll see that your screen is going to look exactly like the screen we showed you today. You can play around with it. You can set up edge-to-edge designs. You can play with all the different modify features. You can do all of that great stuff sitting in the comfort of your lazy boy with your feet kicked up, and have some fun with it and try it out a little bit. All right, well, Blaine, are you ready to tell them how they can get this?
Oh my gosh, Kim, I am. Great job. Love your little calendar behind you. That's so creative. And thank you so much for coming on. It's been a great week. And also thank Christina too as well. It's coming on. We sure do appreciate y'all always being on here. And we're going to tell them how they can get it now then, okay?
Sounds great. Thanks, Blaine. We'll see you.
All righty. All right, guys, this was the ProStitcher Premium. Now, one thing that Kim was talking about, you know, it goes with almost all the, you know, Handi Quilter machines, but ProStitcher also makes it for other machines. It fits all of our King Quilters. It fits all the Janome long arms, and it also fits the Baby Lock long arms. So they make a version for Handi Quilter, King Quilter, Baby Lock, and Janome. And so we have you covered on all that. Again, guys, the price on this is normally $11,999. Look at that price, $79.95 right now. We do have some financing available, so give us a call. Naturally, we're going to ship this free right to your doorstep. We know this software probably better than anybody out there. And one thing that we do that no other dealer out there does in the country is if you buy a ProStitcher Premium from us, that qualifies you for a class. And we have a special Zoom class that we do just for you with a you know, certified ProStitcher teacher that basically goes through and teaches you you know, all the ins and outs of that, and our salespeople can give you more details about that. But once you buy that, we have a signed monthly class, and they'll get you scheduled for that. But it is a great in-depth to get you started on the ProStitcher. But again, guys, give us a call, 800-401-8151. And if you're on the website, just type in ProStitcher at the top. It's going to bring up all of them, and you can look at that premium edition, read about it, and naturally our people on the website, the live chatters, can actually help you as well and take your order and answer questions for you. All right, so let's bring my co-host Angela Wolf back in.
Oh my gosh. Blaine, I was just watching your background. I love checking out what's there. And those little snowmen or whatever those things are on top of the SMP, those are so cute.
Well, you know, Michelle usually decorates our set, and she didn't do it this time, but she's went out and bought a bunch of, you know, all little trinkets and stuff for it. And I told her, I said, I don't know if where all her stuff went off to. I think they also decorate the retail store, so I think they may have got some of that stuff out there. But hey, we made do with what we had, and I thought it turned out pretty good.
I think it turned out great. So Blaine, this has been so much fun. I was just sneaking ahead at who's next. Is this the bundle that we're talking about that's probably already sold out before she even comes out here?
This one's not sold out yet. So this one, I think, everybody's going to get excited about it. But we do, we sold out the first day she came on. We pretty much almost sold them out. And the next morning we came back in. We had like 2 left, and they went real quick. So that day I called her up and said, hey, can we get something put together? Jennifer did. She got it all put together again. They were working yesterday to get it all packed up. She was supposed to either ship it yesterday late or this morning early. And I think probably more than likely, because they're on the East Coast, they got it out early this morning. So we'll get them right out here probably first of next week. And then as soon as we get them in, we'll go ahead and fill the orders. But make sure, guys, if y'all want this bundle, go ahead and get your orders in today so you'll get it and lock it in. And I think, we'll turn it around the same day it comes in. We'll ship them out that day.
Oh, that's awesome. Hopefully she's not in my neighborhood because we have a ton of snow. Everything's being delayed. So
now she's in Knoxville.
Oh, she's safe. She's safe. Oh, gosh.
All right. Well, hey, I'm going to jump out of here. I'll see you back here in about 30 minutes.
Sounds good, Blaine. So we have Jennifer joining us. I am so excited. She is a self-taught sewer and embroidery. And Jennifer, I loved reading your bio because at first I thought it said there are a few things that you don't like to sew. And then I read it again and it said there is hardly anything you don't like to sew. So I would love to hear you say, but welcome to the party. You're going to be featuring R&K, and I'm dying to see what's in this bundle. Jennifer Gigas, join us here. Come on up. How are you?
Hey, how are you, Miss Angela?
Oh, it's so nice to see you. So I am dying to see what's in this fabulous bundle. And it sounds like there's a lot of good stuff in there.
There is so much good stuff in here. And, yesterday I mentioned that our elves are in the back getting these bundles ready to go. One of the things, right, that I'm going to share with you now, because I'll forget later on down the way, is that the bundle comes in a reusable burlap tote. And I don't even have one now to show you because I had to give up my prop in order for them to get the last of the bundles put together. So don't delay. If it's, if you've been with us all week and you're like, oh, should I, shouldn't I? You absolutely should.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you kick it off. I'm going to watch in the comments. I can't wait to see what you have, and I'll see you back here shortly.
All right, so we're going to get the timer started because you give me a minute and I am going to take all day long to chat with you all. So thank you for being here. Those of you that are tuning in today live or going back and watching the recording, either way, thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with us today. So I'm going to talk with you about my 12 favorite holiday products from the Quilter Select and the Floriani category. Now, I use the term 12 or the number 12 sort of as a general number. There are 12 items, but each of those items may have multiple components to it. So we're going to jump right in and talk about thread. So the thread, as we've said several times now, the bundles have come and gone and are coming back again. So there are 2 different 10 spool thread sets. So it really will be just like a holiday. Which one are you going to get? I promise you they are both beautiful. And so inside of your 10 spool thread set, you will have Floriani embroidery thread. Floriani, a little bit of trivia for you, is the name that means beautiful embroidery. And you'll see that shining through in this very high sheen, high tensile strength embroidery thread. High tensile strength means you don't have to worry about thread breakage as you're stitching and embroidering. And I'll tell you, I have used this thread in my single needle embroidery machine. I have used it in a multi-needle embroidery machine, and I have used it in my long arm machine, and it behaves beautifully. And so you have 10 spools of beautiful, beautiful thread to work with as part of a trending thread color set. But we all know that, just like that box of crayons, 10 colors is great, but wouldn't it be fabulous to have just a little bit more? So we also are including in the bundle, there is a bag of 25 sample spool assortment of different colors of the Floriani embroidery thread. So those are in sample sizes, just like your chocolate boxes for the holidays. A little bit goes a long way. So lots of colors for you for all of those holiday projects and beyond that you're stitching. Now, the best embroidery, of course, it starts with Floriani embroidery thread, but it also starts with a good foundation. So in your bundle, you will find a roll of fusible mesh stabilizer. I love the fusible mesh. There's no such thing as a one-size-fits-all stabilizer, but this is a stabilizer that fits most. So I find that it's one that I go to over and over again. I love that it's fusible, because whether you are a new or experienced embroiderer, you have your project fabric, you have your stabilizer, you have your hoop. There's a lot of elements at play to get things hooped properly. So by fusing your stabilizer to your fabric, that's one less layer that you have to worry about shifting around. If you are embroidering on a knit or on a fabric that has some give or stretch to it, you don't want the area that you're embroidering on to be stretching, right? Because then what happens is you take it out of the hoop and it was like this, and now it's like this. So this is the fusible stabilizer is going to be a great one to use for light to medium weight woven fabrics. It's fantastic for knits, and it is great for denim as well, where you don't need a whole heavy lot of stabilizer on there because that fabric has some stability to it. Now, those of you who quilt, I also like this particular stabilizer if I am doing an applique project that I want a needle turn type look. And so in that case, I would take my stabilizer, and let's pretend we're doing Santa's hat back here. And I would take my applique fabric, I would place the fabric right side against the stabilizer. I would stitch around the applique shape. So in this case, the hat, I would then put a little slit in my stabilizer and turn that fabric right side out using the stabilizer like a facing. And then I can position it on my background fabric, come around with a blanket stitch or an invisible hand look type stitch on my machine, and the edge has been turned just beautifully for me. So this is a staple, I believe, for every embroiderer and quilter's sewing space. Now, when I am embroidering, I also find that it's very handy to have my tools close by. But before we talk about the tools, I almost forgot. We need something to embroider. The best things often come in little boxes. Think jewelry boxes, for example. And so in your bundle, you'll find the 20th Anniversary Design Collective. This is our 20th anniversary. Unbelievable. Floriani has been bringing beautiful embroidery to the home market for 20 years now. And so in this case is a USB stick that has 20 design collections. It's a $1,400 value. So there's a little bit of something for everyone. Some of these design collections have not been previously released other than at special events or in some premium promotional products. So this is a great piece to have at home. Love it, love it, love it. And when I am working with my embroidery designs, oftentimes I find that now I want to make a little bit of a change to it. I want to maybe change the colors, see how it's going to look, maybe go in and have a peek to see how it'll look if I add some text to it, that type of thing, right? Just a little bit of customization, especially when it's a gift. So in your 12 days bundle, you'll find rainbow embroidery software. I love this software for both beginners and advanced users alike. For the beginner, it's a nice place to get started on your embroidery software journey. For those that have been embroidering for a while, it's a great way to teach your embroidery machine some new tricks. We are often asked, is there a conversion chart to convert my designs from brand X thread to Floriani embroidery thread? That thread conversion is included in your rainbow embroidery software. Not only will it convert designs to other brands of thread for you, but you can also print out your design templates so that you can audition your design and make sure that whatever you're embroidering is not going to end up in an awkward location on your item. So let's have a look at what else that program will do for you. So here, as the name suggests, it is rainbow embroidery software. So one of the functionalities or the features is it will take a design that is a single color design and add color stops in here. So what you get is an ombre effect to your embroidery design. Now, of course, you can then take the color combination here and you can adjust it. You can choose a different colorway or a different color family. You can adjust where those color stops are, and it's all done by way of a slider, and it's very, very visual so that you can see right away how your design will look. Maybe you already have a design that has multiple colors in it and you just want to see how it will look in a different colorway. So without having to change each color one at a time, you can preview using a color wheel type of a system to preview your design in alternating colorways. You could also combine those two functions. So maybe we have a font or an alphabet that we have added. We've combined some text with our design. We've used the color play to recolor the center portion of the design. And then we wanted to add that ombre effect to the text. So that's something that you can do very quickly and very easily with the rainbow embroidery software. I got started with machine embroidery because I loved the idea of monogramming, adding text, personalizing things. And so within the rainbow embroidery software, you're going to find that you have a nice number of fonts to get started with. And I can use my fonts as they are and just choose a thread color that I really like. Or I can apply that rainbow tool and again, create something that has that ombre effect or rainbow effect. And I can choose things that are very bright in color or something that's a little more subdued depending on the project that I happen to be working on. I can even create graffiti style embroidery using the different lettering and fonts, etc. I love what I refer to as ransom note style embroidery, where I'm combining different fonts to create almost a piece of art, right? Using your fonts. To me, fonts and lettering are just design elements. So in the rainbow embroidery software, you're going to find these beautiful 7 scripty style fonts, which can be enlarged, they can be reduced in size. You will also find what I refer to as our fancy pants designs. This is one of them. It's a fancy alphabet, and each of the letters is unique. So again, you have that ransom note style embroidery that can happen where we've taken one of the decorative style alphabets and used it with one of the script style alphabets. And it just gives a lot of interest and texture to your embroidery. Now, because these are native to the file format used in your rainbow software, you can make them small, you can make them large, you can change the colorways on them. So a lot of flexibility and creativity that's built right in. This particular style font, which again is also included, this area here, I think would be absolutely beautiful done with a metallic thread or trapping a little bit of mylar up underneath to give a little sparkle and a little shine for the holidays. And again, it just depends on the project that you happen to be working on and what sort of style that you're going for. So that's another one of the fonts that's included. I'm seeing an awful lot of collegiate style embroidery out and about in ready to wear these days, or ready made these days. And so the fuzzy fill alphabet is kind of a fun one because it gives you that look and feel of like a Letterman jacket style alphabet. And the letters can also be done as applique. So if you are a little bit shy about positioning your designs on top of a ready-made item, for example, you could create applique lettering and then apply it to your project. The cosmic alphabet is the one that was used here on this pillow. Now, we talked about snow earlier, and will our shipment be delayed between Knoxville and California? So far, it is very cold here in Knoxville, but no snow. And so this is really a tongue-in-cheek. I am just fine with no snow ever, but I think it was a very beautiful for the holidays type use of that cosmic lettering. So let it snow, maybe in fine print on the other side, I should have put somewhere else. Oh. Okay, we also have the shadow applique alphabet. And I don't know how well we can see that on screen, but the main portion of the lettering is done with an applique. There's a beautiful fill inside, a little motif fill, and then there's a little drop shadow to the outside. This has so many legs in terms of how you can customize this particular font depending on the threads that are being used, the fabric that's being used. I could even see the shadow being done with a metallic or a glow-in-the-dark thread. So many ways that you can make this particular alphabet your own. Now, when we're embroidering, it is also helpful to have our trimming tools close by. So here is a beautiful set of sewing, embroidery, and quilting scissors. And I'm going to take them out so that we can see them, I think, maybe a little bit better if they are on the white background. So here we have our snips, and the snips have, or I'm sorry, tweezers. The tweezers have a nice point that can reach in and grab little errant bits of thread. If you work with an overlock, you absolutely know the value already of having a great pair of tweezers handy by. And then we have our double curved embroidery scissor. And these, all of the scissors in this set, aside from the fact that they are excellent scissors to work with, they trim all the way right down to the ends of the tips, but they are also a beautiful metallic finish, royal blue. So I believe if your tools in your sewing space can be beautiful and functional, that's a bonus in and of itself. So the double curved embroidery scissor, that's going to go nicely down over the edge of the hoop when you need to get in there and trim your little threads away. There is a micro applique scissor. So it has that nice little duck bill at the end to protect your base fabric as you're trimming into tight, curvy areas with your applique. If you do applique in the hoop and you are using a trim and place style of embroidered applique, these scissors are going to be absolutely indispensable for you. And then we have the precision tip scissor, which has this nice little point that'll get down into hard to reach areas. I am one of those people that does handwork in the evening, and I keep these close by for tripping my threads away as I am working on my handwork projects. They also work beautifully beside the sewing machine, beside your long arm machine, and of course when we're doing machine embroidery. And last but not least are the little snips. Fine point snips, quick and easy to pick up and just snip as you are stitching. So it also means that you are able to get your projects done a little bit more quickly, right? And they are stored in this beautiful zippered case. So you can keep your scissors handy close by and always know where they are. Now, sometimes it is the little things that make a difference. And this is one of those items that I use every time I go into my sewing space. This is embroidery perfection tape. We lovingly call it pink tape because that's what it looks like. I use this when I am embroidering if I have something that's difficult to hoop. And so maybe I want that tape in place as I'm getting ready to baste into the hoop so that nothing shifts or slides. It works really well if you are doing applique in the hoop to hold your applique fabric in place until that tack down stitching has occurred. When I am quilting, if I'm doing consecutive lines of quilting, I will oftentimes mark that first row using my pink tape because then I can remove it from the project and I don't have to worry about rinsing something out or washing something out of my project afterwards. If I'm putting something together like this quilt and I have all of my blocks stacked, laid out, and I'm ready to take them to the machine for stitching, and I don't want to lose track of was this number 1, 2, 3, or was this 1, 2, 3, I'll even write on the tape and use it to put little notes on my project as I'm working. So this is just a great little notion to have on hand, embroidery perfection tape. Now we had been just talking about our cutting tools. And so I want to introduce you to, if you've not seen this, this is the Quilter Select 28mm rotary cutter. If you've not worked with the Quilter Select rotary cutters before, The first thing you're going to notice when you pick it up is that it has a little bit of weight to it. And so to me, when I pick that up, it just feels like a quality tool. But it also has to have a purpose. And the purpose in this case is to keep our hand or our arm ergonomically positioned as we are cutting through our fabric. So that weight is going to remind us to keep our arm here, not up here. And the other thing that it does is it helps to move that blade through the fabric without us having to push down on it. So this is a great piece to have nearby. I like the little 28 millimeter guy for when I'm going around curves. It also is the one that I keep on my cutting table. And so when I'm getting ready to embroider, it is much faster for me to grab that roll of stabilizer and run through it with the rotary cutter to trim off a piece to go into my hoop. Now, when we embroider, there are two types of embroiderers out there. There are those who test embroider their designs, right? They make sure that the color choices, that they absolutely love them, that the fabric, that the stabilizer, that the design all work beautifully together. And then there are those who wish that they had tested out their designs. And so regardless of which camp you fall into, at some point you will have some pieces left that you may want to trim down to use for something else. And so one of the two of the items that are also included in your bundle are the square it rulers. The square it rulers feature the Quilter Select non-slip coating on the back. If you've not worked with these, they don't go anywhere. We're going to place them on our fabric, and they have that great non-slip coating across the entire surface. So they're going to hug your fabric so that your cuts are going to be more accurate the first time around. They measure from the center out, and then on the outside, they measure a traditional left to right measurements. The corners on the interior are notched so that there is a place for that rotary cutter to go to extend the cut right into the square so that you don't have any little thread tails that are left at the corner that you need to trim off, or little fabric bits that you need to trim away. I love it because I can see exactly what's happening. If I'm wanting to fussy cut my embroidery motif or embroidery design, I can cut from the interior or I can cut from the exterior. For those of us that are quilting, same thing. We can use this to fussy cut our fabrics as well as our successful embroidery designs that we want to use for another project. Now, why do we need it to have this opening in the middle? Well, depending on what we're doing, sometimes it's better visibility, or if it's something like an embroidery project, there can be a little bit of loft or a little bit of thickness, and a traditional ruler might want to wiggle just a little bit. And so in this case, because we have the opening in the inside, it's going to be just a little easier for us to cut that opening. Now, when we are working with our rotary cutters and rulers, we do want to make sure that we are working with an appropriate mat, right? Did I remember to say that this is included in your bundle, the 28 millimeter rotary cutter, as well as an additional package of blades. Okay, so look for that in the package. We want to make sure that we are protecting the surface that we're using our rotary cutters on. And so included in the bundle is the 14 by 14 inch mat in this beautiful shade of aqua blue. So again, beautiful to look at, as well as being functional in that sewing space. It's a 14 by 14, so it's a great size for either going to a class, to a workshop, to a retreat. It's a nice size to keep beside your sewing machine if you need to do a little bit of cutting as you're going. And it's also a great size for squaring up your quilt blocks. The rotary cutter, I failed to mention, is for use with both right or left-handed quilters, stitchers, users. You're going to pick that cutter up, press the button, and then start to cut. You don't need to hold on to the button. That's just to release the blade. If I'm left-handed, I'm going to do the same thing. Pick it up, press the button, and begin to cut. The mat is numbered in both directions, right to left and left to right, so that either regardless of which side of the mat you're cutting from, or if you are a right or left-handed user, the mat is going to be justified appropriately. So great tool. The other side of the mat is wool. I love this for multiple reasons. One is if I need a rotating mat. I have yet to find one where it's going to rotate either freely enough or not too freely. So that wool surface on my traditional cutting mat is going to be very, very easy to move around and allow me to cut from multiple sides on my project. The other thing that this wool surface is for, and probably its first use versus rotating on the larger mat, when I need to set a seam, when I really need a good crisp press, by using a wool pressing mat, I'm going to get I have number one, a surface for my seam to sink down into so that the fabric around it is pressing a little flatter. I get a nice, beautiful seam. As a quilter, if I have places where there are there's a lot of fabric coming into a point, that's going to really help by pressing into your wool mat to get that area as flat as is possible. As an embroiderer, I love to press my designs from the wrong side into that wool mat. The wool mat creates a cushion for the embroidery itself, so it's not flattened out. And then I'm able to get a good press in the area around the embroidery design itself. I think that we have touched on each of the items that's included in this bundle. And in a moment, when Angela comes back in or when Blaine comes back in, they're going to share with you how you can get this bundle and the amazing holiday price point. But the value of this bundle and everything in it is over $2,000. Now, I don't say that to scare you, and don't stop listening, because you are going to be amazed at what Blaine has been able to do for this particular bundle for the holidays. It is such an amazing deal that if it were me, I would be ordering one for myself, because, you know, as sewers and embroiderers and quilters, we are always making gifts for others. So it's kind of like buying a gift for someone else, right? When you buy this for yourself, but you could buy one to keep and one to give. I think it's so great of a.
I love that, Jennifer. Jennifer, by the way, I was watching all the comments, and everybody absolutely loves your presentation. But so many people, they're fighting over the bundle. But there were a couple questions. That mat that you have, that is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah. So some people were asking if they didn't want the bundle, could they order things individually? And I just went on Sewing Machines Plus, and I see all these items individual too. So if you go in there, and everything's on sale.
But I'll tell you that for those of you who are asking about this mat, when Angela tells you the price point of this bundle and all the goodies that come in it, if you only want the mat, you should still buy the bundle and then give away the other items. Okay. So this is although it's a $2,000 value, it is not $2,000 today. It is not $1,800 today. It is not $1,500 today. What is it today, Angela?
Well, Blaine, bring up the screen, because I was so mesmerized. I've gotten to see the price too. There we go. $299.99. Are you kidding me? That is fantastic. Right? So that includes everything that she just showed, including the mat. I saw a lot of you talking about those squares that she was using there, the square rulers. All of these things are great tools. You've got thread in there, rotary cutters, rotary blades, everything that she just showed, $299.99. And I just went to Sewing Machines Plus, and it looks like you need to call for details. So you see the phone number there, 1-800-401-8151. You know what, Jennifer, thank you so much for putting together these extra bundles, because it sounds like I missed earlier this week that your other bundle sold out immediately. So come on back to me, Blaine. I cannot believe you came up with such a great deal. I love those mats. I was watching all the comments with everyone, and I was like, oh, I like those. And I don't do a lot of quilting, but I do a lot of crafty work, and that looks fantastic.
Well, we got to say a big shout out to Jennifer from R&K to working with us and putting these together for us. And we sold out the first 25. Angela, we got 25 more she's putting together. They're shipping them out to us today. But I just got Kyle to check. Of those 25, already 10 have already been sold, pre-ordered. So we only have 15 left. So I'm telling y'all, if y'all are interested in this for $299, get on there and order it right now, because they won't last. they'll be sold out again a day. And once these 25 are gone, they're gone because she has no more components to make them. So
that is quite the bundle. And I love Jennifer's such a good presenter. Everything in there I could see a use for, even what she wasn't showing there. But also I love her idea of buy a bundle, take what you want out of it, and give the other stuff away. I mean, what a great deal.
Yeah, you really could. It's got so many things in it, and you know, especially all the thread samplers and things. It just makes it a great bundle, and we're super excited to be able to offer that, you know, for Cyber, our countdown to Christmas, and I tell you, it has been really popular. And so again, there's 15 left as just about 5 minutes ago, and so hopefully you'll get in there and get their orders because it will sell out by the end of the day, Angela.
That's good to know because somebody had mentioned they thought they were sold out. So nope, not yet. So jump in there. And also I went to your website and you have all of those products individually as well. So if somebody does just want one of those tools, and I see everything's on sale.
Yes, everything. So we got a great promotion going right now. So, all right, Angela, let me, we're going to get to the next one and I'll see you back here in about 30 minutes. Okay.
Sounds good.
All righty. Well, hey, we are going to talk all about baby lock. We got the Array 6 needle coming up, and we have got a very good friend of SMP, Melinda Stephenson, coming up. Now, Melinda, and I'm just going to tell y'all, she is so talented, does so many things. She did our educational session yesterday. Y'all got to see that, did a fantastic job. And she's also just as sweet and nice as she seems. So y'all make a huge SMP welcome to Melinda Stephenson.
Hi, Blaine. It's so good to see you again. Thank you so much. I love your sparkly jacket. That's
you
awesome.
Like that? I'm blinging out today.
You're blinging. It looks great. Well, thank you so much for having me. It's Christmas, and there's never a better time to buy this array than Christmas.
Oh my gosh!
I want to show you why. Okay.
You know what? And I'm so happy you're doing this today because, you know, the 6 needles have been really popular for Christmas. We have been selling a ton of 6 needles. So I'm so excited you're here to show it and get everybody pumped up about it. And then we'll come back in about 30 minutes and tell them how they can get theirs. Okay.
That sounds great. That sounds great. Thank you so much. Okay, guys. So before I show you some components of the machine, I want to show you what I've been doing this week. All right. Embroidery Library had a sale, and I'm going to show you all the things that I embroidered on my array since this weekend. All right. It has just been such a blast. The machine, you know, the 6 needles makes it so fast. All right. So let me flip a light on so that you can see this a little bit better. And I'm going to talk to you about these beautiful designs. And the thing that's so cool is you can do this in bulk, right? Because a couple of reasons. The first reason is that you've got 6 needles. Once you set your machine up, you just go to town. You just hoop and then let go and then hoop and then put another one in, hoop and put another one in. But you can see I've made t-shirts. Shirts are super easy to make on the 6 needle because you don't have to worry about that awkward hooping. And I'll show you what I mean by that. All these beautiful colors. Look at that. Isn't that fun? And then the other thing that you can do on this array that I really love doing is you can write in your own recipe. All right. So this is a design from Embroidery Library, but the ingredients are my own. That's my gingerbread recipe. So I love making towels like that for my children because they ask for specific recipes. And I like to embroider them on a towel so that they always have it. They don't ever lose it. So that's just some of the few things that I've been doing for Christmas. I have a big family. These are our t-shirts that we all wear. And yesterday we made these pajama pants. All right. So let me take you over to the machine and show you some of the cool things that this machine does. Just a few of the cool features. Let me change my camera. Okay. So here we go. All right, there we are. Okay, there's our array. All right, so the first thing that you do with the array, of course, is you turn it on. So let me get over here and let me turn it on so that you can see what it looks like whenever we just start the machine. And then I'm going to show you all these really cool, sorry for getting right in the way of the camera. And then I'm going to show you all these really cool hoops that you can get for the machine. Okay, so here we go. machine comes on, it tells you to put oil. So this machine is so self-explanatory. It gives you all the directions that you might need. I know it took me a long time to get a multi-needle machine. I was really nervous about purchasing one because I was so accustomed to using my single needle machine. I have a Solaris. I absolutely love that machine, but I was having trouble with t-shirts and bags. If ever I wanted to embroider a t-shirt, it took a long time to hoop it. Furthermore, I had to sometimes unstitch the sides for the very tiny t-shirts. But on this machine, you can see what happens is your hoop goes onto the machine and you can simply put your bag underneath here, right? So your machine is going to embroider on top and then the bottom is not going to be bothered. So a whole new world opened up to me on this machine. All right, so here we go. Let me show you. I'm going to get in a little bit closer. You can see right here, this is where you put your threads. The threads are super easy to change. If I want to change a color, all I do is clip that thread. And then after I've clipped the thread, I tie it off and then I just pull it right through here to the bottom. You know, it's just like a pull. And then I have an automatic needle threader that threads the needle. It's done. It's very, very simple. So let me show you some of the really cool features of the machine. Okay, so let me get close enough here so that you can see hopefully what I'm doing. Yeah, I think you can see that screen. All right. Okay, so this machine first has many designs, but another thing that people always ask me is, can you bring in your own designs? Absolutely. Like I was saying, I purchased a ton of designs from Embroidery Library this weekend, and I popped them onto my flash drive, put them in the machine, and, you know, very ready to stitch. So the first thing that you can see is that we have a lot of designs on this machine. I mean, just tons and tons and tons. And you can, we have delicate. These are huge. These are as big as your hoop, as our biggest hoop, which is about an 8x12 hoop, which is pretty darn big. And then this is some of those other designs. And I'm not going to show you all these designs, but I just want you to see that there's some really cute designs built in. That's not always the case. Okay, so little owl, love that. And then the quilting designs, these are lovely. These are great for making blocks on your quilt. Isn't that nice? And it tells you right up here what size it is. So these are 5.75 by 5.75 designs. All right, so let's go back. And those are some of the designs. We also have a ton more designs. There are these huge, beautiful designs. There's a beautiful lion and a horse. There's Santa. Okay, there's tons. You can see, I'll just scroll down so that you can see a few of them. All right, and then there's some smaller designs. All right, little trees, little birds. Okay, these are great. Okay, I love this little cupcake design. That's a fun one to do, and the toucan, I love that one. Okay, let's go back. So, but honestly, one of my favorite things about the machine is that it has these applique designs, and you can make anything into an applique. Okay, so these are all the many applique designs that you can have. But look at this. Is it hard to line up buttonholes on your dresses or your jackets? Or what about putting buttonholes onto your pillows, some of your interior design? These are built-in buttonholes that you can set up and put in a row and then embroider them out without having to worry about whether you're keeping your embroidery straight or not. Okay, let's go back. So, all right. The other thing is that we've got these built-in monograms. Okay, you can do straight across. You can do just two. You can do the little little design on it. Okay, so that's just the built-in designs. But let me tell you probably what most people use the very most on this machine, and that is the built-in alphabet. Okay, because we have an exclusive script. But we also have a ton of other alphabets. So let's look. Let me just show you something else that's kind of that's sort of fun. So let's just put a word in here, okay? And then let's say that we're not sure which script we want to see it in. So all we have to do, we're going to go back. We can go into the alphabet. Let me go back. Let's return on that one. Let's get a prettier one. I think I like this one better. This one's always pretty. Okay, so let's set that design. Okay, and then let's go in here after we've set the design. Let's go in here and let's see what else we can do with this alphabet. So another thing that you can do, we're going to select all of it, and we select all of the letters. There we go. Now, once it's all selected, we're going to go in here and we're going to look at all the different ways that we can use that design. So we can make an array, we can make it go up, we can go this way, and we can also, we have control of that. We can make it large, wider, we can make it more narrow. Okay, I love that. And again, you've got so many alphabets to choose from. I have a good friend who has a business, and she has this 6-needle machine, and she's done very well with it, embroidering baby clothes and embroidering children's backpacks and embroidering t-shirts. So that is, I really love the alphabets. And then we have these gorgeous, the larger letters built in. Okay. All right, so let's go back and let's see what we can do with some of our designs. So let's go back in here. Let me grab a design, and I'm just going to show you some different things that we can do with any of our designs. So let's just pull this one out since it's Christmas, or this one. Okay, that's a pretty one, right? Okay, so let's touch set. Now, on our editing screen, we can change the size of the design. And this is really cool because when you change the size of the design, normally what it does is maybe shrinks the stitches, or it kind of makes a big mess. But we have automatic resizing of the stitches. So if you touch this one, it's going to ask if we want to reset the pattern, and we are going to reset the pattern. And then what's going to happen is that it's going to enable us to go from 4.70 by 8.45. Let's see how small we can go with that. And what this does, whenever you make it go smaller, is that it doesn't actually change it doesn't mess up your stitches. It makes your stitches really, really nice. So I'll show you one that I've already done that worked really well for me, because it was the largest design that then I made really, really small. So let me go back home and let me show you that one. I love the resizing feature on this machine. It works so beautifully. So I'm just going to show you one that I'd already embroidered, and then I'll show you the design. So here's the actual size of the design. Okay, so that's pretty big. And then what I did is I did that automatic resizing, and then I made it this small so it goes on a hand towel. Okay, and you can look at those stitches and see that the stitches are perfect. All right, that's probably one of my very favorite features on this machine. Okay, so let's go back in here and let's look at some more of the fun things that the machine does. All right, so we're going to take this one, and then we're going to go into our colors, and we're going to have a color visualizer here. And what this does is this enables us to change the colors, and so we can look at it and see what it looks like with different colors. So look, now if we like it, we can see it bigger. Okay, so and then we can just kind of scroll through and see if we like any of those. If there's one that we like, if there's one that we really like, I'm going to go back here. Then what we're going to do is we're going to heart it. So let's say that we like this one. Okay, so then we're going to refresh, and then it gives us a whole new color combination. You see that? All right. So you can heart that one. It's really fun. And then you can just keep doing that. And then whenever you finish and you've chosen all the colors that you like, you can touch your favorites. And we've chosen those two. And then let's say that we decide we want that. We set it. And now look, your colors come up. It shows us the colors that you're going to use. This is a 6-color embroidery. And so you're just going to set your machine for those 6 colors and let it embroider. It's a beautiful thing. All right, so let's go back to our editing screen. And let's look at the other things we can do. Okay, so we can resize. Okay, we're going to put the original size. And then after we've resized it, there are a lot of other things that we can do with this. Okay, so let's resize that a little bit. All right, and then now let's rotate it. Let's say that we wanted it to go sideways instead of the way that it's going. So let's hit rotate, and I'm going to rotate it. And now I can embroider it like that. Okay, and that's, you know, these are easy things. And I know a lot of machines have this particular feature, but this feature for me has been really, really fun. Now, let's say that you've decided that you want to use this and you want to quilt around it. Okay, so you can do a little stippling. All right, so it gives me a choice of what size hoop that I'm using. And I'm just going to say I'm using the biggest hoop, okay? But I can also go down to a smaller size hoop, all right? Oh, see, it's not going to show me that smallest one. Let's see what the smallest size hoop we can use. Oh, it looks like the only hoop that we can use with this is going to be our largest hoop. But the machine shows us that, you guys, and that is incredibly helpful. All right, so let's go okay on the stippling. Now, let's say that, let's go back on that. Let's say that we want to do a patch, okay, an applique out of this design. All you have to do is touch that, touch set. And what it's going to do is now you've created an applique. You see how it's got the satin stitch all the way around it? So that then becomes an applique. And honestly, you can do that on any of the designs that are built into this machine. Okay, so let's go back and let's go back home. Let me show you another fun feature on this. Let's go back and let's take this little ladybug. And this feature is one of my very favorite features. So look, I have a lot of favorite features, okay, to be fair. All right, so this right here enables us to make a row of ladybugs. All right, so you can see there's a little plus sign there, and I can add, but let's say that I want to add some down. I can touch that one, okay? Let's go to the side with that. All right, now I'm going to delete some. Let's go back to, I can choose that one, okay? I can make them closer together, farther apart. There we go, closer together, okay? All right, I can make them go down, a whole row to go down, okay? I just love playing with this. I think this is so much fun. But you can imagine that, you know, you're doing this design or any design, and you find that, okay, we're going to delete that one. Yeah, let's get rid of that. All right. Okay, so let's go back to our single ladybug. But you can imagine making a border of some flower that you like, or something that you find really pretty that it would look good. You can do like elves or Christmas trees or reindeer or whatever. And this enables you to make a row. And then I'll show you something else. So let's go ahead and let's make just an easy border for this. Okay, so let's go this way. Okay, now let's touch okay. And let's touch, the next thing we want to do though is we want to color sort, okay? So let's touch this, and what that's going to do is that's going to color sort for us, okay? And then we're going to touch okay. All right, color sort. All right, so we can go into our embroidery, and look what it did. Instead of our having to do black and then red and then whatever colors are there, it separated it for us. So it's not going to go black, then red, then black, then red, as if it's an individual ladybug. Instead, it color sorted for us so that the machine very easily can do all those colors one batch at a time. All right, so let's go back to our home key. Let's look at some more of those fun editing designs that we have. All right, let's go back in here and let's choose another little design. I'm going to go back to that little cupcake. I like the cupcake. It's fun. Okay, so let's say that we want just 2 cupcakes and we don't want them in a row, okay? This right here enables us to copy and paste our design. And you can see I can move this design wherever I want, okay? And I can also rotate this design Okay. I can reset it, but it's just really fun. Okay. And then of course we've got, this is like a, let me select both of these so that it'll let me do this. Okay, so that's how you select two things. That's multiple selections. So I'm going to touch OK. And now this is no longer grayed out. And that's letting me decide whether I want to put them together like that or whether I want to put them on that down like that. Okay. So this it's just really fun to play with. All right, so let's reset it. Let's touch OK. They're just, the thing is that what happens with this machine for me is that I end up playing with it. And sometimes I play with it more than I embroider with it. All right. So it's just a lot of fun to play with. All right. So let's go back then to embroidery. Let's go back to delete. Okay, we're going to delete that one because I want us to get over into the layout menu so I can show you some things that are in the layout menu. Okay, so let's go back into our exclusive designs. Let's go into our delicate. Let's go into our celebrate. I like to celebrate. They're kind of fun. All right, let's go back and get our little Christmas design. Let's do a poinsettia. Okay, so here we go. All right, so now we have this poinsettia. And let's say that I only want to do the red and the gold. I don't want to do that black. Okay. So what you can do is you can go into your layout menu, and this is the layout menu. Okay. And this enables us to get rid of any color that we don't want to use. So let's say that I don't want to use this one. So I'm going to put a no stitch line there. And then I don't want to use this one either. No stitch. So now I just have a solid poinsettia, and it's that easy. I know a lot of times whenever you purchase a design, there'll be lettering on it that you don't like and you want to put your own lettering, or there'll be a design on there that you don't really like. And so this enables you to change that design, and really you can make it unique. You can make it your design. All right, so let's touch OK. The other thing that happens here is that you can put a stop. So let's go back and let's get another one. Let me show you how to do the stops. Okay, so let's say that we're going to do an applique. So here's my applique, okay? So let's say that I want to put a stop between this and whatever I put into my applique. Okay, so let's add, and that's how easy it is to add things. Okay, so let's just add the letter L. Okay. All right. So there's our letter L. Okay. And let's say that this is a complicated applique. This is not really a complicated applique. Let's go to make it a little bit better. Sorry, guys. All right, here, let's make it, let's go back. Let's make a hard applique. Okay. All right. And let's get rid of this. So see how easy it is to get rid of stuff? You make a mistake, you just go in there and delete it. It's no big deal. All right. So let's get this back centered. All right, so now we're going to create an applique, okay, out of our heart. All right. All right. So there's our applique. Okay. So let's touch edit in. And now what I want to do is I might want to put some stops in between. So it's already got some stops, but let's say I want to put a stop here. Let's say that I've designed the applique on my embroidery. And I do this frequently because I use Embrilliance and Palette 11 embroidery. And so sometimes I'll bring my appliques in and I'll have to make those stops right here. So let's say that I want to make sure it stops between Dusty Rose and Begonia. So I wanted to stop before Begonia. So I'm going to touch this. I'm going to put a stop there. And now I've got to stop. That means that the machine is going to stop and let me do whatever I need to do, whether I need to trim, whether I need to add something, whatever it is that I need to do, it's going to let me do that. Okay. I know there's kind of like a glare right there. I'm sorry about that. Okay. All right, so let's go OK, and now let's move over to embroidery, okay? All right, so it's telling me, and this is another thing that's so easy about this machine, is that this machine tells me whenever I need to change a color, because what it recognizes is that I don't have pink or gold on, or this particular color of pink or gold on my thread stand. So you see right here, my thread stand actually just has I have a black and a blue right there. So what it's going to do is it's going to let me do that. It's going to let me change the pink and the gold. All right. And then I'm going to touch close. And now I'm ready to embroider. Okay, now let's say that I've decided that I don't want to use the pink and I don't want to use the green. The pink and the dark pink. Let's say that I want to put a green in there. So what I can do here is I can touch this right here and I can change this color for this color. And I can touch. Okay, let's see. Let's touch. Yeah, there we go. We can change it. And now I've changed my colors, okay? So I've got Dusty Rose and Begonia instead of our original colors. It's very easy to change your colors right here on the screen, okay? And let's say that I forgot to put my color stop in, okay? Or let's say that I want to get rid of a color stop. I'm going to choose this. None of those are going to let me choose it because I've got color stops everywhere. But the point is that you could put a color stop right here, okay? Okay, there's so much more, y'all, that this machine will do. And I haven't even gotten into the centering, how easy it is to center a design. We have a ginormous crosshair that enables you to move your design around and put it exactly where you want it to go. But what I want to do now is I want to take just a few minutes and I want to show you some of the cool hoops that come that you can get for this machine. Okay, so the hoops that come with the machine are your largest hoop, which is the 12 by 8. Okay, which I now have dropped on the floor. All right, so here's the 12 by 8. So this is the largest hoop, all right, which is a pretty substantial hoop. And then it comes also with the 5 by 7 frame, and it also comes standard with the 4 by 4 frame. So honestly, those are the most commonly used frames. So let me get my 4 by 4 frame that I threw also onto the floor. And let me get my camera back so that you can see it. All right, there we go. Okay, so those are the frames it comes with. But there are so many other frames that you can get. Of course, you can get a hat frame. And of course, you can get a circular frame. I love that frame because it holds everything so tightly. Then you can get these teeny tiny little frames. This is what people use to embroider on boots and on little baby socks and like little baby shoes. Okay, so that's just a few, and I know I've run out of time, so I'm going to come back over here and hand it off to Blaine so that he can tell you what fantastic price he has on this machine. All right.
Well, thanks, Melinda. Great job as usual. And I know everybody's excited about this 6 needle, so I'm going to tell them how they can get it, okay?
Okay, I love that. Thank you so much, Blaine. It was good seeing you.
Well, thank you for
job.
coming on the show, and thank you for the educational sessions. It was awesome. And once again, great job, Melinda. All right, everybody, this is the Baby Lock Array 6 needle. Now, we've got a free accessory bundle that's going to come with this. Over $742.50 worth there. The price on this is $9,999. And you're going to get, what's awesome about this is you're going to get that free bonus bundle, which is the Durkee hoops with this. Now look at that free bonus bundle right there with it. It is a great bundle. You're going to get the arm with all the hoops that come with that. And then you get all the normal accessories that come with the array. And it is loaded up. Again, this thing has built-in designs already in it. It's so many things that you can do with this. And again, the weights on this is a little over 80 pounds, so you will need somebody to kind of help you get this set up at your house, get it moved and on the table where you're going to put it. But guys, give us a call right now. We have financing available. We also have free shipping nationwide with this machine. 800-401-8151, or if you're on the website, in the search bar, just type in Baby Lock Array. It'll take you to that product page, and then you can look it over there. If you have any questions, you can speak to one of our live chat agents. All right, let me bring my co-host back in, Miss Angela Wolf.
Hey, Wynn said hi. He stopped in and I said, I'm really busy with Blaine and his whole SMP Nation today. So he says hi.
Well, tell him I said hello. And this thing is going great already, and we're right on track, Angela. So I'm going to let you take it away and go to the next presenter, and then they got several machines to show us, and so I'll be back here in about 30 minutes.
Sounds good. Well, next up, we have my friends at Grace, and they're going to be showing the X Elite series. This is very exciting. So we've got Melinda Romero. She's actually SMP's personal account executive at Grace. That's pretty cool, by the way. And she provides world-class customer service. She graduated from Salt Lake City Community College and now lives in West Valley City. All right, and then we have Jarek. Jarek, I practiced your last name. I'm not going to botch it, I swear. Erznoznik. He initially started as a quality control repair for Grace Machines and works as an account executive for the company. Outside of work, Jarek enjoys spending time painting, being creative, loves spending time with their Labrador Retriever, Eva. Now that is a pretty darn cool name. So welcome, Melinda and Jarek. Great to see you. Come on to the party. How are you?
Hey, Angela. We are doing great. We're super excited for Countdown to Christmas with SMP. Super excited, to, in a sense, meet you. I don't think we've ever kind of met, but hi, Angela.
Great to meet you both, and I have to tell you, I love all the Grace products, so I'm really looking forward to seeing this one.
Awesome. So again, we have our X Elite machines that we're showing today. These are kind of the pinnacle, like they're the best of the best of our machines, loaded with features, and really they're designed, to help make quilting easier, more enjoyable, and funner, right, Jarek?
Like way more enjoyable. It's like, I always harp about this, but it's like, I want a car with leather seats. So if you want a car with leather seats, then get the Elite because, it's
I want
the upgrade.
heated leather seats.
Heated leather seats,
and
sunroof,
a heated steering wheel.
Whole thing. So yeah, I mean, I really love the X Elite machines. It's worth the upgrade if you're going from the X to the X Elite. Maybe we can talk a little bit about that, and Melinda, why choose this one over the other one, where like the extra benefits that you get from going from a 19X, 16X versus the Elite versions.
Series. Yes. I love them. And even if you're on the fence, maybe you still have your domestic machine that you're quilting with. If you're on the fence about making a decision about making that jump with a long arm machine, SMP's sales for Countdown to Christmas are phenomenal. And I would say we're probably getting pretty close to kind of the end day for shipping to make sure you get your items before Christmas. We also have the best sales for the end of the year, so those sales are going to end soon. If you've been thinking about it, just not quite ready, seriously consider it. Once you do it, there's no looking back, and you'll be a happier, more creative quilter in the long run.
Yeah, so if you're like an organized person and you want to make sure to be on top of all your Christmas gifts, I mean, order it now because, there's not going to be time. So I love that you brought that up because it's just like a good reminder that if it is something that you're interested in, and who wouldn't be, then I'm just kidding. Then make sure to get it now because otherwise, don't be like me. Don't like order it last minute and then like never get it. Just kidding, I don't really do that. But
Jarek's never done that.
No, I've never done that before in my life. So.
So I think we're all mostly a little bit guilty of that one. But let's talk about the machines. So we have, as Jarek has mentioned, our 16 series, our 19 series, and our 21 series. So it's kind of like the granddaddy, of the whole machine lineup. But I love all of our machines. Personally, I gravitate to the 19 series, but again, you really can't go wrong with any of the options. Now, a lot of people will ask, Jarek, what does the number mean? Like, how does that play in between the different machines in the lineup? So tell us,
first off, it's a really great question because it's like, they just throw numbers on things and you're like, is that the software version? Is that like whatever? It's like, you can never really know what the number means, but it's actually really useful knowing the names because it correlates exactly to the throat length of your machine. So then, that's how much space you're going to have to be able to stitch with that one. So 16 has 16 inches, 19 has 19 inches. The 21 has 21 inches. So the bigger the better, usually on those, because you want a little bit more space. You can quilt more at one time, and it's just like a better quilting experience. Melinda,
Yes.
a lot of people tell me, man, I don't really like want to get a big one because I'm not going to do a business. And while that is like a totally valid point, you know, a lot of people are not interested in doing businesses, and that's not the only reason to get a bigger machine. I say you got to think about yourself, right? You know, think about what you want to do. If you want to have fun, you don't need, like, this isn't necessarily for only professionals. You know, this is also to be more convenient for yourself, to have more fun on your hobby.
Yes, exactly. And you know, that's what I love about our machines and really all of our products. They're not geared just to beginners. They're not geared just to people that are kind of intermediate in their quilting hobby. They're not geared specifically for, you know, your professional quilt finishers. They're geared towards everybody. No discrimination there. So I love it. Now, so we're again talking about the X Elite series. Let's just touch a little bit on the X series. What are the features on the X series?
So on the X features, you're gonna have a smaller screen than this, and like by smaller screen, I mean like it's much smaller. Like I mean,
It's like what, maybe a 2x3?
Yeah, 2x3
size.
screen, and you know that's great because you can still see it. But I have really bad eyesight, and just knowing some of the people that buy sewing machines, not calling you out, but you know we need glasses. So it's like I don't want to be like trying to get close because you know then you're like straining your eyes. It's like you don't want to be like throwing on and off your readers to be able to see the screen. Yeah. So that's
so
like
aside
one
from the
big
vision,
thing.
you know, on that smaller screen, when you're trying to press the screen and make your selections, I in my mind, you know, from what I can see, I'm clicking one thing, but in all reality, I accidentally click something else. So I love the X Elite series because they do have that larger 7-inch touch screen display. So, all right, now aside from the screen display, the X series will give you a measure tool and it will give you edge warning. Now the X Elite series really kicks up the features by a lot. So let's get into it. Here we have, again, our 16, our 19, and our 21 series. We're just gonna show, again, all of the models, very beautiful, you know, easy to use. But let's go ahead and look at the screen on the 16 X Elite. It's going to be the same features across the 3 different machines. All of our machines have the different stitch modes. So we have precise, cruise, manual, and based. We can select our stitch mode. Right below the stitch mode, we have a large start-stop feature. Below that start-stop button, here's where we can change our stitches per inch. So we can increase, decrease, anything that we want to do. On the handlebars, we can also change our stitches per inch. And again, just go through however big or small you want your stitch to be. You can do that from the screen or the handlebar. It's
fun to be able to do it like from both, you know, because sometimes it's just a little bit more intuitive to like come up here, but then sometimes you don't want to move your hand, so you have the option of using the buttons. I like that feature.
Yes. All right. Additionally, we have our jog forward, jog backwards. We have a single stitch, a needle up, needle down option. We also have that needle up, needle down on the handlebar, and then of course we have our start stop on the handlebar as well. Now, if we go into that toolbox, so again, the X series gives you the measure tool and the edge warning, but here we can see we have a few more options. So we have the calculator, we have the bobbin estimator, and we have the project mode. Now, my absolute two favorite features on the machines will be the bobbin estimator and the edge warning. Jarek, do you want to tell us just a little bit about those 2 features?
Yeah, the edge warning is great because we've all been like, if you have some experience with free motion quilting, when you're like going around, and sometimes it's hard to tell right how far the back is, how far forward you are on the front, where, you know, when you're coming all the way forward, you know, then you're going to get stuck. You're going to hit, just like that into the front. So having the edge warning on there, it'll beep when you're close to the edges and in the front, and it just has you set, you know, these are my boundaries that I'm in the top left and bottom right, so I will do a little beep at you so that way you don't accidentally mess up your circle or do anything if you're doing some free motion quilting.
Yes.
And then the bobbin estimator, you gotta love it, because when the bobbin runs out, you know the party's over, and you need to be able to be prepared for when the party's gonna stop. And you gotta, you gotta just get under there, whoosh, put a new one in, put it back down under, so you know you can adjust the different types of bobbin lengths. It comes already in there. The 55 yards is how much is on the M-class bobbin, which is the larger size bobbin. So that is nice to be able to use on there. It just shows you can add one on there, add a bobbin. So, you know, it goes from green, yellow to red to let you know you're getting close to running out, which I really love.
I love it. And the bobbin estimator, again, it will, give you an indicator right on screen. That will change color, again, from the green to the yellow, orangish color to red. So again, super useful feature. I don't think there's anything worse than quilting along, then you bump into an edge somewhere, or you run out of bobbin. My stomach always drops, and I think the absolute worst. And usually I don't catch it right away. For how long ago my bobbin ran out, then I look back and it's like, wait, where's my stitches? What's going on? What happened? Lo and behold, it was the darn bobbin that ran out. So I love the warning features on the system, on the machines, right there at your fingertips. Now, additionally, right at your fingertips, if we click on that little hamburger menu, and I know it's a little bit blurry, I do apologize, but you can go to the machine settings, so you can change how bright the screen is, all of your different system beeps, click sounds, quite a few fun things. But if we go into help, I love this feature. How many times have we had problems, one, threading our machine? We do this day in and day out, we know it by the back of our hand. Even though we can do it in our sleep, I'll be the first to admit sometimes I thread my machine wrong. So if you're ever guessing, go into that help section. This will show you step by step by step, how to thread the machine. That's just one feature. But if you are having tension issues, or you need to oil or clean the machine, there's all these different topics. Yes, these topics are in your manual, but when we're at our machine, we don't have our manual right there with us. Chances are it's not where it's supposed to be, when you go to look for it. So having all that useful help information right at your fingertips, that's a game changer. Yeah. We can become overly confident in our abilities, and I'm the first to admit when I'm overconfident, I miss things sometimes, and I'm sure I'm not the only one.
Yeah, so also something I've been thinking about, Melinda, about our S&P's customers and quilters in general is, I just know they're hard workers, okay? They're givers, they're hard workers, and one thing that hardworking people know, I'm always trying to become a better hard worker. I'm not there yet, maybe when I'm their age I will be. So one thing that, we know as hard workers is that it's the little things that you do right constantly that build up to the success. It's not an overnight thing. No. It doesn't happen. You don't just make a quilt. Sometimes you could make it overnight, but like works of art, they take a long time. So taking that into consideration, it's where these little things like having the instructions in your manual, having a faster motor in your machine, and these extra features like the bobbin case, they really start to add up over time.
They do.
And it's not just a convenience thing. It really does help you be better at your work. And, if you're someone that is always constantly working on charity quilts. You know, having those extra things help you give more because it's more convenient and there's less things to take up your time or slow you down or get you frustrated. So you can hang in there longer, get more done. And I was just thinking, you know, I think that's something that quilters value. So.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And you know, Jarek, how long have you been with Grace Company? We asked this question of Mark yesterday. So Mark's been here 12 years. How long have you been here?
I've been here 6 years now, almost 6 years. It's like 5, like right in January, it'll be 6. So
awesome, awesome. So over the last 5 years and 11 months, how much has changed here at Grace Company?
A lot of things have changed, a lot of things. It's grown a whole ton, and what we've been doing, and we would come out, when I started working here, we didn't have the 19, the 16, anything, you know, we had the 15 and the 21 that didn't have these larger displays. They were much smaller, much more basic, and that's what's great to see is like, you know, the change and the improvement to these small things, because we're always trying to listen to our customers and say, you know, what do they want? We don't want to just add things that nobody wants, because, you know, we're trying to help make a better tool.
Yes, yes. And you know, I've only been here a little over 3.5 years.
It's going to get 3.5 years.
Yes. And I talk about it often. You know, it's so fun, so exciting, you know, coming into work every day. And the employees here actually care. You know, we care about our customers, we care about our dealers, we care about the products that we're making, you know, producing and making available for everybody. You know, it's a great company, hands down, stands behind their products and is always willing to step up and help customers. And that's, again, even if buying through SMP, you know, you're still a customer. SMP will be your starting point, you know, in terms of, you know, questions, how-tos, anything like that. But we're always here, you know, kind of on that backside as well. Over the last couple of years, you know, I've had a great opportunity to build what I consider a fantastic relationship with the SMP customer service and sales teams. They are absolutely astounding to work with. And, you know, they too also deeply care about their customers. And it's evident, you know, in their day-to-day, all of our interactions, you know, and that really makes a huge difference when we're working with our mutual customers. So absolutely love that. Love that.
And we know it's important. I mean, what's going on, the quilting is really important, you know, and if the tools and the customer service are not there, I mean, that's just not where we want to be, right? So we want to make sure to take care of the process because we understand the end goal and the quilting, you know, it's about giving away and contributing. So it's really great.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so we've talked, you know, about a lot of the features on the machines. I know there's still a couple more features. So all of our machines use an N-class bobbin. So that's important, you know, with the bobbin estimator, you know, you're calculating how much thread is being wound on those bobbins. And that amount of thread, you know, the yardage can certainly vary depending on what thread you're using. So again, when you're entering the bobbin information into the bobbin estimator, again, that's all it is an estimate. With our finesse thread, I would say you could probably wind, maybe 80 yards of thread on a bobbin?
Yeah,
roughly.
I can't remember the exact amount, honestly. I just looked at the number the other day, and then, you know, the thing we were talking about with numbers of different machines, you know, it's like, it's just falling out.
Well, it is
that was especially that you asked me, you know, it was like, I don't know, I think it's 70 something, to be honest. I literally just talked about it the other day in another video.
75 to 80 yards, we'll say. You know, so having that M-class bobbin, you know, they're much bigger than your standard L-class bobbins, allowing you to quilt more. The bobbins on our machines, let's go ahead and pull the 16 forward. We'll come out just a little so we can see it's a front-loading bobbin. So So right
I don't know if you'll be
here.
able to see it. Yeah, there you go.
Right here. So front loading, there's a bobbin light in the bobbin area, which is phenomenal. If you're trying to get under your quilt, trying to change that bobbin, it's dark under there. It can be hard to see to pull it out, but then of course to put it back in. So I love the bobbin light in that area. The handles on our machines, they're fully adjustable, they're ergonomical, they will tilt up and down. You can rotate the handles, and they telescope. So these are simple features I know I appreciate, because it's allowing me to make those adjustments to make quilting the most comfortable for me. It's not a one size fits all, so to speak. And I've seen that, on some other machines, the handles are just the handles.
It's just like one, and you can't adjust it out. Like being able to adjust it, in or out, the angle too. Like sometimes, your hands will get sore from using it in one, just like on any machine. So the ability, after you've been using it one time, you're getting fatigued in that direction. Just moving it around. They say the best posture is your next posture. So just remember that. Switch it around a little bit. Shift what leg you're standing on or sitting down on. So that's a good way to kind of stay with the more comfortable overall a long time.
Yes. All of our machines have a built-in bobbin winder. Now, what I love about our bobbin winders is the bobbin winder uses a separate motor than what the machine actually uses. If you had to guess, how long does it take to wind a bobbin, Jarek?
That's really not too long. Maybe like less than a minute.
Less than a minute, yes. Absolutely love it. And then of course on top of the machine, and I know we don't have a view that we can see that, but in the bobbin area, so when you're winding the bobbin, it's pad printed, so you know exactly how to feed the thread, taking out all the guesswork of, am I doing this right? Everything's pad printed right there, so you know exactly how to wind those bobbins.
Yeah, I love that. And the separate bobbin winder too, I think you mentioned that, but just like being able to not have to like take something off and like put a new thing on. If you just have the thread that you're going to be using for that quilt on there on your bobbin thread, just having that up there and being able to not interrupt your other thing. Because I hate on like a domestic machine when you have to like unthread the whole thing and then rethread the same thing again. It like really adds a ton of time. So
yes. Now, I think one of the best things I like about our machines is almost all of our machines are compatible with almost all of our frames. So the exception being the 21X Elite is not compatible with the Cutie Breeze, but compatible with all of the other frames in our lineup. All of these machines are compatible with all of our frames, from the Cutie Breeze up to the Evolution Elite frame. So you have to consider how much space you have, for a machine and frame. Do you have a small space? Do you have a big space? And then what type of quilting you want to be doing? What size quilts? Will you be doing pantographs or automated quilting? Those are things to consider when thinking about a package deal.
And that, Melinda, that's one reason also to call into Sewing Machines Plus, because they have experts there that can help advise you on this process, because it's a lot of different things to consider.
Yes.
What machine length, what size, what's the budget. There's all these factors that you're trying to navigate to be like, what's going to be best for me, the best result for me. So give them a call, because it's way better to have someone who has experience, especially with helping other customers, being able to help determine the best route for you.
Yes, absolutely. And you know what? I love our combination of products because you can get a complete system at such a lower price, probably lower than what you would expect to actually buy a quilting system at. So having awesome products, well-built products, reliable products, combined with phenomenal pricing, you really can't go wrong. And I know Sewing Machines Plus, they're going to have the best pricing. hands down, than anywhere else.
Especially for the holidays.
Yes.
So yeah, that's like we said, this is the perfect time of year to get it. Best time of year to talk to someone and know what you're gonna get for the holidays. I mean, treat yourself. So.
Yes, absolutely.
And get it before Christmas.
Yes, absolutely. All right, Jarek, let's do a challenge.
Okay, what's the challenge?
All right, let's quilt feathers.
Okay.
You go ahead and take that 16X Elite.
Okay.
I'm gonna move this machine back. All right, are we ready?
I'm just threading this one real quick.
Oh, did it come undone? Do you need a?
Yeah, I moved it.
All right, so we're gonna do a quick little challenge. Me against Jarek. We're gonna quilt some feathers, see who finishes first, is the fastest, and looks the best. So, my feathers aren't the best, just to be fair.
I don't know what you're signing yourself up for, Melinda.
So Jarek, kind of in his introduction, he's an artist. He does phenomenal artwork. All right, are you ready?
All right, go ahead.
All right. All right, there's my feathers. I think I did it fastest, but looking at my feathers compared to Jarek's feathers, I do think his look better. But super simple. We can jump right in using the machine. If we can do it, you can do it. It's not something to be scared or intimidated about. So if you've been thinking for some time, I really, want a long arm. With the pricing, with the holidays, with the awesome accessory package that's included with all machine purchases, there are some free frame options that are available. Treat yourself. We won't have these prices, past the holidays. Next year, certainly, possibly different pricing, different, package options available. Tell us about that accessory package that comes with the machine purchase.
Oh my gosh, it's like you're giving away the whole barn, the cow, and the milk, and like the cheese. I don't know, you're giving away everything on that one,
yes.
And then one of the biggest things that I love is the light bar. I mean, that's like a really usually expensive product to get, and it's such a nice accessory. It's one of those things that you just absolutely want to have. Like it's gonna make a literal night and day difference, and I say that because it's like one's dark and one's light. You want to be quilting in the day, and if it's at night when you happen to be quilting, then you can just turn on your light and then like boom, it's day.
Yes. All right. So what else besides that light bar?
A whole ton of true cut items. Got a circle cutter. I love the circle cutter. And then there's like our comfort cutter. There's like a cutting mat. There's a whole ton of threads. There's just like basically our entire True Cut collection is included.
Right, so it's the Master Cutting Collection. You get the 45mm comfort cutter, the circle cutter, blade refills, all of our rulers, rectangle, square, triangle. You get true grips, you get blade sharpeners, the whole shebang. You get
the whole shebang, the entire shebang plus more.
Yes. In addition, you get a 16 pack of thread, 2 packages of the 2-inch mini quilt clips, and as Jarek mentioned, the light bar. So the light bar will correspond with what size frame you purchase and pair with your machine. If you already have a frame that's compatible with our machine, make sure to tell Sewing Machines Plus what size frame you have. That way we can include the appropriate light bar size.
And this is going away. Like it's going away. We've done accessory packs, but we're moving in a different direction from the accessory packs. So if you want to take advantage of really the last time that we're going to be giving away so many items at once, this is like really it. So
phenomenal pricing, free accessory package. Right before the holidays, order now with Sewing Machines Plus, to make sure you get those items before Christmas. So let's I think, we've really gone over everything. We did a fun little challenge. Thanks, Jarek. I know it was kind of on the spot. You're like, what are you doing? But it was totally fun. We love showing the machines. They're, in my opinion, the best machines that are available out in the market. So,
and especially for the price too.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
You just can't compare. So
I'm a firm believer. You get what you pay for, and you can't go wrong with the prices. So, wow. Angela, welcome back.
Well, what an amazing demonstration. You're going to have to go back and read all the comments because everybody's basically what you just said. Wow. And that bundle package, somebody wants to know if your dog Eva comes with it.
He might draw a picture, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Hands down, your feathers are amazing. I'm not very good
Oh,
at
thank
those,
you.
but you make it look so easy. And
they're hard.
They're very hard. Well,
Yep.
By the way, in that bundle, you were talking about the cutting system. That is, I personally have been using that recently, and it is hands down amazing. The comfort grip, the rulers, everything is wonderful. That's a great package.
It is. And to get everything, free with your machine purchase, it's a lot. And we all use cutters, we all use rulers. Typically you don't have to, buy a whole new ruler, package. But where we're giving it to you, hands down, that's the best deal.
Well, thank you both. And be sure to say hi to Mark and your whole crew. It's so wonderful to see you. And why don't we tell everyone how to get this? So I'm sure that you all know. Great to see you both. Take care. That was a great demonstration. I absolutely love watching those machines. Now, the feathers that I would do would have to be automated to make them look like feathers. All right, here's the deal. Christmas pricing, $9,949. That is a great price for the Qnique 21X Elite Long Arm Machine. And they told you everything that's in the bundle. You kind of see a photo up there of that. Get over $1,300 in free accessories when you buy the new machine. So if you look closely, there's a beautiful rotary cutter, rotary blades, there's the ruler and blade sharpener. Those are the things I've been testing lately, and I absolutely love them. So this is a call-in special. Of course, you need to call in 1-800-401-8151. Leave your comments below what you think of this because, well, first of all, I love that everyone loved the feathers because I was sitting there watching. I have to get those better. But this machine is absolutely amazing. And you saw everything else that's coming with it. They said they're not going to be doing this again. So you better grab it while you can. So Blaine, this is a heck of a bundle deal with all of those things that you're including in that. You've got thread, the light bar. What a great machine. Oh, we got more. I'm sorry. I missed I wasn't reading them all. I was so amazed by the top one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got two more to show.
All right. I get so excited for the biggest and the best. All right. So we got the Qnique 1900 Elite. That's the 19-inch long arm. This price, $7,449. This also includes that same bundle I was just bragging about. And we've got one more too. What is the next one down? It's the 16. So 16-inch long arm quilting machine. Christmas pricing is $5,349 plus the $1,300 accessory package. That is an amazing, amazing deal for all three of them. I'm still amazed by the top one, but I love this. And what a great presentation. So Blaine, have you ever tried doing feathers before?
Yes, I have.
How do they turn out?
Well, they weren't too good. So that's why I always use robotics because I can make perfect feathers.
I'm with you on that. Touche.
All right, Angela,
All right,
great
Blaine,
job.
you've got more. So I'm going to get out of your hair. I cannot wait to see the next demonstration.
Yeah, we're gonna let you off for the next hour, and then I'll bring you back in. And but yeah, we're gonna go and start talking about some Janome machines. So we'll just see you in a little bit, okay?
Bye.
All righty. All right, guys, we are going to talk all about Janome, and we have our good friend Miriam Coffey coming back in. And Miriam has had a lifelong love affair with textiles. It all began at a young age when her mother taught her how to hand embroidery. And I tell you what, and she hasn't looked back since. She loves to do cosplaying, and she's been on our show many, many times. Y'all make a big SMP welcome to Miriam Coffey.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Miriam, how are you today?
I'm good. How you doing, Blaine?
Doing great. You look very festive. Love the outfits. We're going to let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in 30 minutes. Tell them how to get it.
Sounds great. Well, thank you guys, first of all, so much for letting me be a part of Countdown to Christmas. This is such a fun event. And I also just can't believe how close we are to Christmas. How did December become? How are we already in December? Where did this come from? I'm not ready for Christmas yet, but I hope you guys are more prepared than I am. And this machine is going to help you get through everything because it's a super fast machine. So if you have last minute gifts to make, this is going to be a great machine to do that with. So we're going to be talking about the Janome HD9, which is a semi-industrial straight stitch only machine. So all it does is do straight stitch. That's all it does, but it does the one thing and it does it fantastically. And you're just gonna love it. If you don't have a straight stitch in your sewing machine arsenal, this is the time to add one to your line of sewing machines because you just can't have one sewing machine. You have to have a couple. Because I think the national average is like 6 or 7 or something like that. So if you don't have a straight stitch, I would add that. I would add this HD9 to the list. And let's go over why you need this machine. So first of all, it is a super fast machine. So if you are a speed demon, you're gonna love this machine because it goes 1,600 stitches per minute. That is fast. That is very fast. I will show you how fast it actually is once we start sewing. So if you're a speed demon, you're gonna love this machine, but if you're not, don't worry, it has speed control. That's one of the great things about this particular machine. I like to think of this as like a hybrid between your older vintage machines that people know and love and some newer machines. So it has some of the basic features that you're going to want that older vintage machines don't have. This is basically like a featherweight on steroids without the maintenance that you have to do with a featherweight. You don't have to do quite as much maintenance with this machine as you do on a featherweight. So this is basically like I said, a featherweight on steroids. So that's why I love this machine because you're never going to get a better straight stitch than you do on a straight stitch machine. Like your regular sewing machine, it can do a beautiful straight stitch, but this does a beautiful, with a capital B, straight stitch. So, and I will show you the stitch quality on it when we get closer up, but we're going to stay at this angle for a little bit and then I'll move you closer so you can get a closer look at the machine. So you got that speed control, so you don't have to worry about going too fast or too slow. You're going to find your happy place wherever that may be in that speed control. It also has a 9-inch throat space, so you've got a larger workspace to work with, a full 9 inches. So you've got, if you're working with bigger bags, quilts, you name it, whatever you want to work on, you've got the space to work on with that. Also, it has a maximum stitch length of 6 millimeters, which is really nice because most sewing machines only go up to 5 millimeters. And when you are doing basting, like you're basting a skirt or basting whatever, having that larger stitch length is a really beneficial thing to have. So again, 6 millimeters for your stitch length. And then there is a larger bobbin that this machine holds. So your standard Janome bobbin looks like this. So it's clear, it's a little hard to see, but this is a regular Janome bobbin. Let's see if I can get it a little bit closer. So that's your regular Janome bobbin. This is the HD9 bobbin, which is 40%, holds up to 40% more thread and is 1.4 times larger than a standard Janome bobbin. So you're going to get a lot more thread on your machine. So, or on that bobbin. So if you are used to working with especially thinner threads, you're going to get so much thread on one of those bobbins. You're not going to have to change your bobbin thread really rarely because it's all, you get that thin thread, you get like an 80 weight, Wonderful 80 weight thread on that. You're going to be piecing until the cows come home. You're going to have so much bobbin thread on that bobbin, you're not going to have to worry about it at all. And then also there is an independent bobbin winding motor right on top, right up here, and I will show you how to wind a bobbin in a bit. So if you want to sew and wind a bobbin at the same time, you're welcome to do that. You've got the 2 different motors going on, so you can always multitask and do them at the same time, or obviously do it separately. There are 2 spool pins in the back, one for your regular threading, and then one for your winding your bobbins. So you don't have to unwind your machine in order to wind that bobbin. So it's all separate, so you can do them both at the same time or just keep them separate, whichever you prefer. Next, there's a vertical full rotary industrial hook bobbin. So it has, basically it's a rotary hook. So that has to do with the way it rotates in the front of the machine here. I'm not an engineer, so I can't 100% explain it, but it has to do with just the type of bobbin case that it has. It also has an industrial pre-tension threading, which is this dial right here. Basically, that comes from the industrial world. It helps straighten out your threads as it comes up off your spool. So if it's twisting at all for whatever reason, if it's wound a certain way, that pre-tension will help straighten out any of those kinks that may come up. So having that is really important. And again, that comes from the industrial world of sewing. There's also 2 thread paths that this machine has. So you can use your regular standard sewing thread, and then there's a separate thread path for thicker, more threads that are used for like upholstery, things like that. So you have 2 different thread paths, and I will show you both of those when we thread the machine, again, when we move closer. Next, there's a needle threader. It's not a super fancy needle threader. It's a very basic needle threader, but it works just great when you use it accurately. It's a great little needle threader. There's also memorized needle up, needle down. So you can program your machine to either stop with the needle in the down position or stop in the up position for whatever, and you can always change your mind and program it the other way later on. So if you decide, you know what, I want it to program down for a while, you can always override that and make it stay up for a bit. There's also an automatic thread cutter, which is my favorite button. I call that my deal breaker. I don't want to sew on a machine that does not have a scissor button. That's one of the reasons why I don't sew on my featherweight that often, because it doesn't have scissors on it. And that's why I love this machine, because it's basically, like I said before, a featherweighter in steroids. So it has that scissor button, which allows you to, it lifts your needle up, cuts your top and bobbin thread, and then all you have to do is take your fabric out and you are good to go. And then it will pick up that bobbin thread the next path. So you don't have to worry about pulling that back up, pulling up that tail, fishing that up. It just will pick itself back up. Easy peasy, and you're on to the next seam. There's also an adjustable knee lift, which is very easy, just with a little screw. It helps get your knee lift in the exact angle that you need it to be, which is a really easy feature to have, but nice to have, because the knee lift is how you raise or lower, is a way to raise and lower your presser foot. You can also do it manually in the back. But you also have your knee lift if you want to do it hands-free. So you've got multiple options. There's also an extra high presser foot lift, which is right back here. So when you lift this up, you can pull it up a little bit more, and it will allow you to get underneath a little bit thicker fabrics, more layers. Just having that extra high lift is really beneficial. And then we have some optional accessories that are beneficial to have in your arsenal. So first of all, there's an optional foot cutter, which is a small pedal that goes next to your regular foot pedal. And you are going to just go ahead and plug that in, set it next to, there's a little base you can get with it, attach that together so that they're attached. And then you just move your foot over to the small pedal and it will cut your threads. And then you use your knee lift, and then that will lift your foot up, and then you're completely hands-free. And then you can use your hands to do whatever you need to do with your project. So that's a great option to have. And then also there's an optional extension table, which is white, that will match your machine. And then there's a little door at the front, which will allow you to get to your bobbin, so you don't have to move your extension table in order to get to it. So you've got that easy access and a really nice design there. And then let's go ahead and go over some of the things that you get with it, because you do get some fun little goodies with your machine. So first of all, you're going to get a dust cover, just a simple little plastic dust cover that goes over your machine for to protect it when it's not in use. So whether that when you're traveling or just when it's sitting in your machine in your studio, wherever. Next, you have your knee lift, and this is where it's adjustable. So there's a little screw here. You just you just loosen this, and then you can adjust this. There's a little track that allows you to get it to exactly where you need it to be to fit your particular body and where you're sitting on in front of the machine. Next, we have our instruction manual. I love that we still print our manuals because I'm a very hands-on learner, and I really enjoy being able to see my instructions right in front of you. You don't have to download them and print them yourself. They're all right here, and it just tells you how to thread your machine, maintenance, all of that sort of good stuff, all right there in your manual. And then you get your power cord. It's being used, so I can't show that to you in a little. And then next we have our foot pedal, which is also plugged in, but it's a nice large foot pedal. It's really big, so it doesn't move around a bunch the way the smaller foot pedals do. So having that large foot pedal is really nice. Let's go ahead and put that back there. And then we have a little box of goodies. So we've got some extra screwdrivers, 2 screwdrivers, some spool nets, some caps, some thread stands, some oil, some a rolled hem foot for garments, an extra pack of needles, lint roller, extra bobbins, and a thread cloth guide. I'm going to keep this out because I'm going to show you how to install it. So let's sit that there so we don't lose that. And that's that little accessory box there. So now that we've kind of gone over all of that little good stuff, I'm going to move the camera. So bear with me. The camera's going to move around a bit. So I'm going to move you towards the machine so that we can get a closer look. I always go the wrong direction. Let's see. There we go. There we are. Now, does that look out of focus? Can you see that? Okay. Now we have our machine. So let's go ahead and, I already have this threaded up, but let's go ahead and cut that. And we're going to pull this out. We're going to lift our foot up, pull our thread out. Anytime you change threads, it's always good practice to cut above your tensions and then pull through. You don't want to cut your threads and then pull backwards because that throws dust and lint up into your machine. You don't want to do that. You always want to cut and pull forward because our machines are meant for thread to go forward and not backwards. So now that we have our machine unthreaded, before we thread it, I do want to just go over the buttons that are on the machine. So they are, we've already gone over what they are, but I just want to show you where everything is on the machine. So first of all, we've got our pressure foot pressure. And again, I mentioned that goes up to 11 pounds of pressure foot pressure. You just turn that like a dial, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. So that's your pressure foot pressure. You've got your pre-tensioning here, your normal tension there. Got our needle threader down by our needle. We have our needle up, needle down. Again, programmable to stop up or down, whatever you prefer. Our bobbin winder, you hold that. We will show you how to wind a bobbin. So that's how we wind our bobbins. Next, we have our speed control. Again, 1 arrow is going to be slow. 3 is going to be that 1600 stitches per minute. I normally like to keep mine somewhere in the middle because I am not a speed demon. Next, we have my favorite button, that scissor button. That's we're going to lower our foot. You hear that noise? That's our scissors. And then we'd just lift our foot up and take it out. We have our reverse over here. You just hold that down. It's just a little lever that you hold down right here on the right-hand side. And then last but not least is our stitch length. So it goes all the way up to 6, down to 0, which would be stitching in place. We're not going to do that. We're going to keep it around that 2.5 for now, which is sort of standard stitch length. So now that we've gone over and then in the front here, we have our knee lift port to where we would engage our knee lift. So now that we've pointed out everything that we need to know about the machine, let's go ahead and thread the machine. So I've got my thread here in the back, and we're going to, in our pretension right here, there is 3 holes. We're going to go through the first hole first, and then the last hole. We're going to skip that middle hole. And then we just grab that. We're going to go around the pretension on the left-hand side, switch to the right tension or the right-hand side on the bottom tension. There's a little spring that we're going to go up on right there. You can kind of see that spring. I'm going to go down under that hook, up around that thread path. It just kind of clicks behind. It's a piece of metal, 2 layers of metal. We're going to go in between those 2 pieces of metal, and then up through our take-up lever, back down through those 2 pieces of metal, through that guide. There's 1 more guide above the needle, and then 1 more at the needle. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to walk around the tripod and go to the other side because I need to be on this side to thread it. So I'm going to lower my foot to get it out of the way. And then I'm going to lower my foot and go from the right under this hook, and then underneath the hook in front of the needle. It's going to grab that thread and then pull up. It's going to create a loop, and we're going to pull from there. And then now that's threaded our machine. Very simple. Now that we've got that threaded, let's go ahead and I'm going to show you how to thread it for a thicker thread. So let's go ahead and walk around again. Again, we're going to cut our threads, pull through. We're going to go first hole, skip the second hole to the third. Again on the right-hand side to the left, up on the spring underneath. This is all the same. Now is where we differ, is there are 2 sets of holes right here. So right there and right there. There are 2 sets. We're going to go through both of those, and we're going to go through there. 1 more. There we go. And then up through the take-up lever. We are skipping that second, that first time we go through that guide. We are going to go through the guide on the way down. 1 more above the needle, and then 1 more at the needle. And then we would actually thread this. But you know what, we're actually, since we're going to be sewing, I actually want to sew this with regular thread. So I'm going to unthread this for just a second. I'm going to unthread this back part, and we're going to thread it for normal sewing because we don't want that thick thread. But that's how we would do that thick thread for if we were doing upholstery work or something heavy duty like that. Leather work, you name it, that extra thread path. But we're going to be doing sewing on regular thread or regular fabric with regular thread. So I'm going to keep it like this. Should have done it in the opposite order, and we would have been good. But It's okay. It just takes a second to thread up. We've got plenty of time. All right, now let's go to the other side. Lower that needle threader. We're going to go right and then underneath our needle threader. Let that grab on. Pull out that loop, and then we are good to go. So now we're in regular sewing mode, which is what we want. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take out our bobbin. So we just take out this top protective case, open the door, and then we're going to open up the bobbin. And here is our bobbin case. So for whatever reason, I don't know why the screen is why it's all blurry. Let me make sure that there's not something over the screen. Did that make it better or did it make it worse? I think that's the same. Okay, so anyway, this is our bobbin. It has a little horizontal latch right here. And when you take it out of your machine, you're going to lift that latch and that's going to disengage your bobbin. And that will take it out of the case and allow you to handle it. So now that we've handled that, before I show you how to insert a bobbin, I'm going to show you how to wind a bobbin. So on my second spool of thread, let's go ahead and get this thread straightened. There's a thread guide right here. So we're going to go from the spool up to the top. Then our tension is over to the side. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to trim this thread. We don't need that much extra. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go from the inside of our bobbin to the outside. Now we are ready to go. We're going to engage that bobbin. I'm going to hold my tail loosely. I'm going to stop it for a second, trim that thread, and then wind the rest of the bobbin. Now I could let this fill all the way up, but we're not going to fill up the whole bobbin, so I'm just going to stop it. It would automatically disengage. So we're going to disengage our bobbin, pull this up. I'm just going to cut our threads. And actually, let's just cut this thread up here so it doesn't get in the way of our sewing. And now I have a bobbin. So now I want to insert my bobbin. So this is my bobbin case. This is my bobbin. I want the tail to be on the right-hand side. And then there's a little slit on the side of it. We're going to go through that slit, through that tension disc, and then just pull the thread. And it's nice and smooth. Let's go ahead and insert this. Again, I'm going to walk around. And we're going to insert it with this horizontal bar parallel to the table. So we're going to insert that. You want to hear that click. Now we're going to shut our door. Engage that. And now it's time to sew. So now let's first, I'm going to show you, before we start sewing, I'm going to show you how to attach this cloth guide. So this is a nice guide for when you need an edge for something, for when you're hemming or even just piecing and you need, because this foot does not have a guide to it. So having a attachable guide to whatever measurement that you want it to be is really nice to have. So let's go ahead and get that thread out of the way. Now what we're going to do is we're going to insert this on top of the machine, on the bed of the machine. There are some negative, some holes basically where your screw is going to go. Now I've gotten that tightened down, so you might be able to see that. Let's tilt this down a little bit. There we go. Now you can see it attached here. And I can make this, I can loosen this and adjust this to any dimension that I want it to be. So I'm going to I'm happy with that dimension. Not quite sure what it is, doesn't matter. And now what we're going to do is we're going to clear a space here for just 1 second. Going to put our fabric underneath. I'm going to show it to you on the slow speed. So we're going to go at the slowest speed. Still pretty fast, but that is our slowest speed. And then that is our beautiful stitch quality, front and back. And then let's go ahead and speed this up, and I want to show it to you at the full 1600 stitches per minute. So let's flip this so it has a new seam on the other side. Let's go ahead and lower that. What do you think about that power? That is a beautiful stitch, beautiful quality. Again, we're a little fuzzy, so I do apologize for that. But it gives you a beautiful stitch quality. And I want to show you how heavy duty this thing is, because we've got some thick threads, some thick fabrics to go through. So first of all, we're going to go through 6 layers of upholstery vinyl right here. So this is some pretty thick vinyl. This is some pretty thick vinyl. I'm not sure exactly what the weight of it is, but it's a nice thick vinyl. Let's take off this cloth guide because we don't need this anymore. Set that to the side. Basically, the rule for this is that if you can fit it underneath the foot, it can sew over it, as long as you have the right needle on. Now I haven't changed the needle, so this will be fine. Because I have tested this, but you know, when you go live, you never know. So I'm going to increase my stitch length a little bit to like 3.5, because when you're sewing through heavier things, it's good to increase your stitch length. Cut our threads. This is when we could use our knee lift if we wanted, and gives us a beautiful stitch all through 6 layers of upholstery vinyl. Now let's do 10 layers of denim. This is a thick denim. You can see it's a pretty thick piece of fabric. I can barely put it underneath the foot. And we're going to sew through those. And then we can reverse. And then cut our threads. Going through, again, 10 layers of thick denim. And you can go through, I believe it can go up to 14 layers of denim. I just don't have a denim needle on, so I just wanted to make sure that I didn't want to break a needle. But you can go thicker. Basically, if you can fit it, like I said before, if you can fit it underneath the foot, it's going to sew through it. But this is, you've got your denim. Here's 16 layers of quilting cotton. Cut through that fabric, and we are good to go with this pretty thick, again, 16 layers of quilting cotton. That's about all of the fabric. Oh wait, there's one more fabric I wanted to show you. So it's impressive that it can go through all of that denim, all of that thickness, that 16 layers of quilting cotton. But what about thin fabric? Here is a single layer of silk satin. It's a pretty thin silk satin. Now we're just going to stick this underneath the foot and sew through this one. Get to the end, cut with scissors, and now we have a perfect tension. No problems whatsoever. It's not puckering. It's not doing anything weird, which this is what's so impressive, is that it can, it's great that a machine can go through a bunch of layers of fabric, but then go instantly to a thin layer of fabric without any adjustments to your tension, without any adjustments to your pressure for pressure, without any adjustments whatsoever, you have a perfect stitch. Perfect stitch from, 12 layers of denim to a single layer of silk, which I think is super impressive. So I love to show that because it really showcases what a durable machine this is, but then how flexible it is as well, because it's not only going through your vinyl and leather, but we're going through some really delicate silk fabric. And then as for maintenance, it's pretty easy the maintenance is really pretty easy. There are 2 oil points up above, and then there are 2 oil points down below, one in the hook, which is at 6 o'clock. There's a little, just put a drop of oil on there, and then a drop of oil on, there's a little reservoir on the side, and then the 2 on the top. And then your instruction manual tells you how to do that as well. You just put a drop of oil in that. Depending on how often you're sewing will determine on how often you have to oil it. Also, the climate that you're in. If you're in Arizona, that's a lot drier, you're gonna have to oil it more often. But if you're in where I live in Atlanta and we're nice and humid all the time, year round, you don't have to oil it quite as much. So depending on where you're at and how often you use it will determine on how often you're gonna have to oil it. But if you haven't used it for a long time, a good rule of thumb would be to just give it a little oil before your next project. But if you're using this every single day, 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, I'd oil it every day. And then let me go ahead and move this back.
Well, hey, great job, Miriam.
Thank you.
And yeah, that's a great machine. And I'm going to tell them all how to get it. Thank you so much for coming on our Countdown to Christmas show this week.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
All right. We'll see you soon.
Bye, guys.
All right, everybody. This is the HD9. Now, this is the version 2 model of it. And again, we've got a great special on this. Now, this is a brand new machine. This is a new version that just came out. And this is the version 2 part of this. This is a heavy duty straight stitch machine. Now, this will stitch at 1,600 stitches per minute, which is extremely fast. And what's great about this, you saw the punching power, 16 layers of denim, all the different things she did on that. That is unbelievable. Look at that price, everybody, $17,999. And we do have a call-in special. So get on that phone right now. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 or go on the website up in the search bar and type in HD9 and that Janome will pop up and you can go read all about all the features and stuff. And naturally, if you have any questions, the live chat agents are on there. They can help check you out and answer questions as well. All right, guys, we're going to continue on, and we have got a special treat. We got Belle Brunner coming in, and we're going to talk all about that King Quilter sit-down again. This is the 18-inch. Now, Belle, she's a quilt pattern designer and new fabric designer, and she focuses on beginner patterns and techniques that even advanced quilters love to make, and believe that all people of any age can learn to quilt. She has been featured in numerous magazines. She's been in numerous quilt shows. We love having her on the show, and she's got a fantastic quilt retreat, and hopefully she'll tell you how you can go and check out when she's got quilt retreats up in Arkansas. So y'all make a huge welcome to Belle Brunner.
Happy Friday, Blaine.
Hey, happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for coming on. I know you had a great session yesterday, so let's repeat that, and we'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
Will do. See you then. Well, hello, everyone. I am back for the 3rd time this week. I got to spend a little bit more time yesterday than I did on Monday, and today I'm going to get to spend a little bit more time than I did on Monday to be able to show you the features of the King Quilter 2 sit down with the Quilt Vision table. Now, if you are like me, I dabbled in free motion quilting on my domestic machine for a while, and if you're ready to take a step up and have a long arm that's, something that will fit in your extra bedroom or your small studio or wherever it is that you quilt, this is a great next step up. I know that it is for me. So what I'm going to do is talk about the size of this, the features of this machine. It's very simple. It's an easy machine to use. You're not going to get stressed out or frustrated at all with it. And it has a small footprint. So as far as this table itself, I want to show you some features within it so you can kind of get acclimated to what you would be getting into with this great machine. So one you can see that is in a table. Now this is the Quilt Vision table, and I'll explain why it's called that, but there's a shine to it. You see that shine there? So it basically, that shine helps your fabric glide. Whenever you're moving your fabric around, it glides very easily, so you don't need a glider. On my domestic machine, I used to have to put a glider on top so that the fabric would move more smoothly, but you don't with this one. So you've got that, which is really nice. Now let's talk about the size of this table so you'll know kind of the footprint for the space that you're in. So if you just look where my hands are, right now I have one of the extension tables on wing on this side, and there's another one on this side. I'll talk about those in a minute. But if you just look at this space here, you're looking at 36 inches. So this is equivalent to a yard of fabric as far as the width. And then it's 32 inches if you look as far how deep it is this way. So if you're thinking, I wonder if it's going to fit in my space, get your yard of fabric out, take it to a corner of your studio or your extra bedroom or a corner of your house that you quilt in. Just hold it up and you can see, okay, 36 inches, or use your tape measure, either way. Now, you have the option of opening this up if you want to quilt something larger. So oftentimes if I'm doing something smaller on this, I'll just have the extension tables down. But if you want to, you can lift those up, and I'll show you what's involved with that. So you see I have them down here, and all you do is just lift it up. It'll click and it's in place, and you've got this. And there are two buttons. There's two lever buttons under here. You just push those in, and then it goes down really nicely. I'm going to go ahead and leave this up because I'm going to actually have a quilt sandwich under here in a little bit, and I'll show you. We'll do some quilting together so you can see all of the regulator and the manual modes on here. So that is the Quilt Vision table. Now let's talk about the height of this table. So it is adjustable. So you can see the legs down here, and the adjustable height is 25.5 inches to 39.9 inches. And you can raise this. You actually could quilt standing up if you wanted to. It's completely up to you, whatever height works, so that you can have that 90-degree angle for your elbows to be at the correct amount. Or, you can use your chair like me. I use an Aero sewing chair and adjust it that way. You also have option of casters. I have the casters on here, which are the wheels. And they're really, really nice. And they glide around well. And then you can lock it in place here. Once you decide, where you want it in your studio, just push those down here like this, and it locks in place. Or you pop it up and you can roll it around, which that's actually what I've done. I've moved this over into an area of my studio so that we could get it over here and you could see that. I also want to show you the foot pedal. So this is an option if you want the larger foot pedal rather than the smaller one. Then you've got this option here. There's a lot of room here for you to be able to do that. So that is an option there for you with the foot pedal, which is really nice. Okay, so let's also talk about the throat space for this machine here. So if you look from where the needle is all the way to the back of the machine, you've got 18 inches of throat space. So there's plenty of room for if you've got a king size quilt that you've rolled up or scrunched up over here, plenty of room for that there, which is really nice. And then you've got 8 inches as far as the height. So from here to here is 8 inches. So there's plenty of room for all that quilt action for larger quilts under here if you want to use it for that. We also have these great lights. Now I'll show you up here the monitor in a bit, but for now I want to show you the lights on and off. Sometimes I know with one of my domestic machines, the lighting is not always great, so I had to get an extra LED to put on there. So let me show you the light. You have the option of turning on or off the front or back light. So I'm going to turn off the back light. That's what that looks like. I'll turn off the front light like that. And I actually quilt with both of mine on. So I'll put them both on there for you, but you have that option. It's really bright, but not so bright that it burns your eyes or that it hurts your eyes. So that's a really helpful feature. I don't have to have a lamp or anything next to my king quilter because the lighting is really good. And that's really important. I know I'll be 50 in April and my eyes are not what they used to be. I had to start wearing progressive lenses and all of that stuff. So lighting to me right now is way more important than it would have been when I was younger. So I really appreciate the lighting features on here with that. Okay, let's talk a little bit about a couple things that come with the machine, and then we'll talk about the Quilt Vision table and the sensors. So I like things really simple, and this machine comes with a really simple user manual. And you know, sometimes when we get new equipment, whatever it may be, we could feel a little overwhelmed. This is laid out really simply to get started with even the directions. When you look at the way they've written them, it's not overwhelming. It's very simple to understand what to do. Everything is labeled well. It's even larger font. And I know that may sound a little silly, but sometimes we can open up a direction manual and be like, oh boy, and we just close it up and think it's too much. They keep it really simple and easy to understand, which I really, really appreciate. It also comes with the cheat sheet. So as you're learning, which I'll show you in a moment when we actually get to the monitor piece, all of these little symbols represent something. And so if you forget what they mean, like manual mode, regulator mode, cruise mode, precision mode, basting mode, all of these tell you what those buttons do in case you forget. Now you can go to your manual and open it up and get a lot more in there and read all the details there, but you have this cheat sheet. You also have how to thread it. Very simple threading on this, and I'll show you that in just a moment on kind of that pathway and how that works. Okay, so let's talk about the basically, I like to call them the eyes, these smart eyes that are in this table. These are the sensors right here. So whenever you're moving your fabric, if you want to be in cruise or precision mode, when you move your fabric, there's little sensors in here that actually pick up the fact that, you know, your fabric is moving. And so whenever it does, it'll speed up or it'll slow down depending on the speed you're moving your fabric. So these are really important with this table. Now you have the option of manual mode, which I use, and also you've got precision and cruise control. And I'll show you what that looks like on a piece of fabric and batting here in a little bit. All right, so that is the table. That's the features of the table and the machine. Let's look here at the thread. So what's nice about this machine is you don't have to get up to thread. So you can see here, I can reach the thread here. You'll just pull it up there through the thread mast. And it's very simple. You can just follow this path. And then when you get here, you're actually going to loop it through the top hole and the bottom hole. You skip the middle one. That helps with tension. It comes down here around the tension knob and then between your tension discs, over the hook, up through here, down through your lever here, through this site here, and then down there's a hole right here. It's very simple to thread. And what's nice too is there's electronic tension disc here that you turn. So basically when you turn this, rather than paying attention to the knobs, you've got a readout up here on your digital monitor, and I'll show you that as well. Also talking about threading, you have a really nice bobbin winder. So instead of using your machine's motor, you actually can use this separately. I actually have another exact color of thread that's on mine. And it's very simple. It just goes up through the thread mass, through the tension disc there. You'll pop your bobbin right here. And these sensors right here will tell the machine, uh-oh, the bobbin is full, and it will stop automatically on its own. Or you can press the stop button there. And these actually are adjustable. There's a screw there when you first get it. When you've got your bobbin on, you can adjust it so that the sensors are exactly where you want them to be. So it's another great feature. You don't have to use your machine, unthread anything to wind bobbins. You can do them all here and have those ready. And when we talk about bobbins, on the bobbin, this takes an M-class bobbin and it holds 210 yards of fabric. So I'll show you the great bobbin area underneath this machine. So Chris, I'll have you come around over here and you can see it's really easy to find.
Well, I think Belle may have froze up there. We'll give her just a second to see if she comes back. Yeah, I don't think she's coming back. So she was showing you right there where the bobbin goes, which is under the table. But let's go ahead and we'll talk about how you can get this. And then if she happens to pop in real quick, we can see her. Go ahead and give me the overlay there, Andrew, of the machine. There it is, right there. So this is the King Quilter 2. This is our very own brand machine we have made for Sewing Machines Plus. We introduced this in September of 2018 for the stand-up. And then about a couple years later, we came out with the sit-down version. Same machine, 18-inch throat space, but we have it on that Quilt Vision table. Now, what's really good about this, if you love free motion and you're limited on space, the table is 36 inches wide and it's 32 inches deep. Now, it does have adjustments on it that you can adjust the table and you can put casters on it. But I'll tell you what, I always tell people, if you don't want the table to be too high with the casters, it won't go low enough for you, just put it on some carpet sliders. Those sliders you can move around, makes it real easy. Then if you want to, we have some optional wings that you can put extensions on that table to make it a complete 6-foot wide quilting surface, and it'll still be 32 inches deep. And that really gives you a lot of room for putting a quilt on there and doing it. But we have a fantastic price on it right now, $59.95. Get on the phone right now. We have financing available, and we're going to ship it absolutely free right to your doorstep. 800-401-8151. And I think Belle she never did come back, huh? All right. And also, if you can type that in the chat, just put King Quilter in the chat. All the King Quilters will come up. You can see the 16, the 2 styles of 18 stand-ups, and then we have that sit down. You can click on it. We have live chat agents that can answer your questions as well. So is Angela back around?
No, she's not.
Well, guess what?
You're by yourself right now.
I'm by myself.
So, which means
Giveaway.
giveaway. Belle just reconnected. Belle's back.
Oh, is Belle's back?
Yes.
Let's go to Belle real quick. Hey, Belle, we lost you there for a second, and so we're back. But I think, how much did you have left to do? Because I know we were...
I was just going to show the manual mode and the stitch regulator so they actually could see it on the fabric. I don't know what happened, but...
Yeah, go ahead and take about 5 minutes to show that.
Okay.
Because I've already done the sales overlay on it. And then when you get back, we'll get back with Angela, and we're going to go to our first educational session. And I'll do a giveaway as well. So let's go back to Belle.
All right, sounds good here. So I'm going to show you really quickly the modes here. So first off, I'm going to do in manual mode so you can see basically the kind of stitches that you can get. And I use these little paddles here. So the digital screen is very, very simple. I'll just put the needle down, or you can use the foot pedal to put it down. And you can control the speed manually with the foot pedal. So that's what I'm going to do here. And I am stitching at 500 stitches per minute. I tend to quilt a little slower, but you can speed this up. And there's ways that you can save the speed on the machine. So I have a couple of different speeds there that I use. This is for manual mode, especially if you're doing something a little more intricate, maybe like some flowers. You know, you might want to be going just a little bit slower there that way. And then I'm going to switch over to the regulator mode. And so on regulator mode, we will go on cruise first. Now with cruise, the needle's going to go up and down regardless of the speed of fabric. So I'm going to see, I've got the pedal going. It's locking that stitch for me. Now it's going to speed up. When I move, it's going to move faster, but the needle, if I stop, is still going to go up and down. That is cruise control. Now I'm going to switch it over really quickly to precision. And with precision, the needle will not move unless I move the fabric. So until I start moving this, those little eyes on there, those little eyes see, oh, she's moving the fabric. Here we go. See, it stops when I stop. And then it'll go fast when I go fast. So you can have a lot of fun with this. Another great thing is it also has a basting feature. So in manual mode here, you click the basting feature and it will actually, you can turn the play button on and it's going to actually make a stitch right now every 1 second. Every time I move it, it's 1 second. So you can baste your quilts too, which is really handy. Chris, I'll have you come over here really quick and just show the screen because I know we don't have much time, but I just want to show you how simple this screen is here. There's your manual mode. There's your basting mode. Here's your memory for the stitches as far as how many stitches per inch you want. There's your automatic tension reader. So you just turn a dial, that dial on the side. You've got an automatic bobbin alert. So when your bobbin gets low, that will go off. Then there's your regulator mode. So you've got precision right here and cruise control. So a lot of great features on this machine. It's very simple. You can see here these lovely stitches that you can get here. This here was in regulator mode as far as precision. And then my manual mode, of course, is not quite as perfect, but it just makes a lovely stitch. So this is a really great machine if you want to kind of bump things up from your domestic machine to the next level of free motion quilting. So Blaine, sorry about things getting cut off and everybody sorry it got cut off there, but come visit me here in Arkansas if you want at my retreat center and I'll be happy to host you all.
Well, that was fantastic, Belle. Great demonstration. And again, what's the website that they can go to, Belle?
They can go to www.themesome.com. It's a play on words. It's there on the screen. It's got a tab and you can learn all about the retreat center. Blaine sent some goodies for you guys to use when you come, and I'll make you a Southern treat. I make one of my pies for every group that comes.
Oh my gosh. Well, I think I ought to get a pie sent to me just for sending people to you.
I would bring one for you to California next month if I could fly with it, but I can't.
That's a deal. And if y'all want to meet Belle in person, she will be at the Road to California Quilt Show in the King Quilter booth demonstrating the sit down. So y'all make sure y'all put that on your calendars. It's January 21st through the 25th out in Ontario, California at the Road to California. We'll get to see Belle there. So thank you so much, Belle. Always a wonderful time having you here.
You too, Blaine. Have a great weekend. Bye, everyone.
All right, everybody. We did already tell you about how to get that King Quilter again. We're going to give something away. There's a reminder of it. It's $59.99. You can go on the website or give us a call at 800-401-8151. Let's bring Angela back in right now. And we're going to give something away, Angela. And I want to give away 2 of the Brother P-Touch label makers. These are really neat. These Bluetooth to your smartphone, and you can just do all the work on your phone and hit print. It just prints the tape out right on the little printer. So, Angela, you ready?
Blaine, I think I need to get one of these for Win. He's always using the P-Touch labeler. In fact, he has it out right now, putting stuff on bins for the holidays. So this is a great gift.
Oh, this is really nice. And what we're doing too, Angela, not only are we going to give them the P-Touch label maker, which, you know, I think it's $130 value. We're going to throw in about $50 worth of tape. I think it's 6, 7, or 8 tape cartridges with it. Every style and color we have, that's what we're throwing in. And I can't remember how many. I think there's 7 or 8 of them, but we're going to throw that in. So Andrew, spin that wheel.
Good luck, everyone. This is an awesome prize. You have so many people on here that it can't even spin through the people.
I know. Janet Yeager. Janet is our winner, or Jeanette. I'm sorry.
Jeanette. Yes.
I'll get it right here in a minute. Is watching today from YouTube. So Jeanette, how you're going to claim that prize, you're going to go to smplive.tv. You're going to scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim a prize, fill out all the information complete, hit submit. All right, we're going to give one more of these away. Andrew, spin that wheel again.
Jeanette, congratulations. You know, Blaine, she's been here since this morning. I've seen her comment quite a bit. So
oh, really? That's
nice
awesome.
job, girl.
All right. Karen Dickey. So Karen is watching today from YouTube. So Angela, tell her how to claim that prize.
So you just go to the SMP website and click on, I didn't hear what you click on. I was so focused on reading the comments.
smplive.tv website. And just go down to claim my prize. That's it. It's very easy, Angela.
I think we should draw for one of her pies. That would be
Oh my
amazing.
gosh. It would be. Well, guess what? It is time for our first educational session. And we've got one of our good friends coming in for the next hour. And I don't know what else to say about this lady, but she is just brilliant, wonderful, super, super sweet and nice. And I'm going to let you take the rest. And I'm going to see you back here in about an hour and a half.
That sounds good, Blaine. Well, actually, not only is she fabulous, she's been taking over the SMP Nation on Tuesdays. I think I don't remember which Tuesday of the month Joanne can tell us, but we all know Joanne. She has been with me on It's So Easy, the PBS show. My alarm's even going off saying, Joanne's on. She is so talented. She has her own show at Let's Go So. You can watch her on YouTube. She has a monthly show where she interviews people. And I call Joanne the special foot. Joanne, you got to come and join me. There's a better word for that, but you know everything about me.
Hey, Angela. Hello, Blaine, back there where you are, and Kyle and Andrew and all the SMP Nation. I'm so glad to be here today. I'm so excited.
Oh, Joanne, we're so happy to have you. You look so Christmassy. I love it.
Well, I got the memo because I signed on early, and believe it or not, I'm wearing the very first, it's a vest, which I don't know if they're in style anymore, but if we all worked hard, we could bring them back. Remember when we wore them like crazy? This is the first item I ever made and embroidered. I mean, not the first item I made, the first embroidered item that I made. So
wow.
I just wanted to.
By the way, vests are coming back. And you know, one thing I didn't mention is you have a wonderful book, speaking of embroidery. I'm sure you'll tell everyone about that. And I'm sure Blaine has it on sale. But I will get out of your hair, Joanne, because I'm dying to see. You're going to talk about last minute Christmas gifts. And that's what I'm working on right now. I'm making handmade tags inspired by you. So I can't wait to see what you're going to show us.
Oh, I'm so excited about this project. I'm just kind of like, woo, because I've been working on it for days and days and days and days. So I'll tell you all about it when you give me the screen there. Thanks, Ange. All right. So yes, I am so glad to be here today. I feel so honored, as always, to be invited. You're back? Okay. Always good to see Angela. Angela's a good friend, and I do love her dearly. So I love all of you dearly as well. And I'm just so glad you're here today. Welcome, SMP Nation. Welcome to all of my Let's Go So friends. Yes, I am taking over one Tuesday. Well, I think it'll probably only be one Tuesday a month. It is the third Tuesday of the month on the SMP Nation. So I'm really enjoying doing that because I'm making full use out of the Let's Go Sew, and we are sewing projects, and you're going to get lots of tips, tricks, and techniques on that show. So please join me. I'd love to have you join me on my own show and my own channel as well. You can find me letsgosew.com, but I do love being a guest on SMP. So, okay, the big reveal. This is the project for today. So I want to hear your comments. It is a gift bag, and I digitized the entire thing using one of my favorite softwares. I like the whole range of software from Designs and Machine Embroidery, so lovingly known as Dime, and you can find their software online at sewingmachinesplus.com, along with many other items that I will talk about today. But I do love making gift bags. Why? Because, well, from my perspective, you're still making something for somebody, but then you can go ahead and take this shortcut and buy whatever you need to put inside of it. So it kind of gives you the best of both worlds. So this is fully embroidered and then finished on the sewing machine. So I will be heading over to the machine in just a little bit, and we will be finishing up an embroidered one and sewing it together. But I do want to tell you a couple things about it. First of all, it is sized for a 6x10 hoop. And I just realized my 6x10 hoop is already on the machine. So I'll show you that when I get over there. So it's perfectly sized for a 6x10. I would love to know if you have a 6x10 hoop capability for your machine? I'd love to know that. I would also love to know if you don't have embroidery capability at all, because if you don't, I want you to stay tuned, watch what I do, and then think about this. I am providing full instructions for this project in a written form. I know we love, the video, but the video to me is great to coordinate with written instructions. And I always send out a little, what I call a love note every weekend to those who are on my letsgosew.com email list. So if you get on my email list, go to letsgosew.com, sign up. You will get a love note from me over the weekend. They come through for most people on Sunday mornings. And I will be posting all of this and sending out the links to that special page where I have all the designs. Now, I said sewing. This could be mimicked on the sewing machine. So I am going to give you instructions written for how to do that as well. We don't have enough time today to make both of them, but I've provided patterns for you that you can very simply just trace onto the fabric and then cut out the pieces, stitch them on with your decorative stitches and a straight stitch, and you are good to go. And so you can do this on the sewing side of the machine. But I don't want you to stick with me, because if you don't have an embroidery machine, I think you're going to see why they are so special. This is, like I said, a very easy project to make. The actual stitching time is about 10 minutes, but you have a little bit of prep time for making the pieces, and it's a very custom look. Yeah, I see some of your comments. Janice says pattern would work and then embroider. I see some of you do have 6x10. If you don't have 6x10, if you have 5x7, guess what? I have not forgotten my 5x7 friends, because I love you all as well. And I do try to design most things that I do as a giveaway in a 5x7 form, because I realize there are still a lot of machines out there that are 5x7. But if you have the opportunity to upgrade, just up that one little step to a 6x10, you will open up your embroidery world so much wider. Because really today, I like to say that the 6x10 today is the 5x7 of yesterday, where I remember when 5x7 was big. I've been doing this for over 30 years. And I do remember when 5x7 was big. But how would you do a 5x7? Well, I have provided the files for you. Again, if you're on my email list, you will get a notification for that. I have a separate file for the roof, which will fit in a 5x7 hoop. And then a separate file for the door, the wreath, the trees, and the little pots that are on there. So you would just simply, and I will have this in the instructions and the written instructions, you would just simply hoop once to make your roof, hoop a second time to make your part B of the design. And when it's complete, it will look just like this. So no worries. Like I said, I have not forgotten my 5x7 friends. Okay. I love you all. All right. So what do we need for this? Well, another one of my favorite things to do is to make something from felt. Now, that, it's almost a little bit of an oxymoron for me, because I'm a garment sewing like fanatic. I love to make garments. And when I make garments, I try to find the highest quality fabric that I can. If I'm doing quilts or quilt projects that I want to last, I again look for the highest quality fabric I can find. Sometimes with crafty things, though, we want to go for low cost, and maybe you want to make 20 of these to give as gifts at a party or something like that, or give to your neighbors. That's what this one's going to my neighbor, one of my favorite neighbors in my street, and I'm going to fill it with something really special. But if you're on my list, you'll see what I do with that as well. But anyway, it's really fun to use inexpensive fabrics and make something that looks really special out of it. So this is nothing more than standard ordinary average felt. So I'm going to go ahead. And again, even though I will have all this in the written instructions, I'm going to give you the basic supply list. Let's start with a 6x10 hoop. And the 6x10 hoop that I used, I'm going to pop it off the machine real quick. So let me slide over here. Not leaving you. I'm just moving over a little bit. The 6x10 hoop that I have and love and use a lot is the Dime 6x10 sticky hoop. Now, I'm a girl who thinks you can never have too many hoops. I like to use all the different sizes that are available for the machines that I have, but 6x10 is just a popular size for doing crafty type things and in the hoop things. So this happens to be the only dedicated sticky hoop that I have, but I do use it a lot for the craft types of projects. So what makes a sticky hoop a sticky hoop? Well, what it is from Dime is it is a half of a hoop. So it's a bottom only with or a one frame without the inner ring. So you're not having to use what your normal standard hoops where you're clamping them together. You're able to mount a piece of adhesive backed tearaway or adhesive backed wash away. You can use either one. The difference is adhesive backed tearaway, number one, it actually comes packed with the hoop. So you get a whole packet of sheets. And adhesive backed tearaway is very economical. Now, one of the things you'll notice when we're done with this is that the sticky back tearaway does stay stuck to the fabric. So it is not the kind of tearaway that you're going to be able to completely remove. You can get a little bit of it off. I'd love to know in the chat, because I can still see you here, if you have a sticky hoop or if you use sticky methods. They're ideal when your fabric doesn't fit in the hoop. Think napkins, think collars, points, think cuffs, think of all the flaps, all of those unusual things that are just too small to actually hoop. So by mounting the sticky paper on the back and then just simply sticking your felt to it, it's ease of use. And my friend Teresa's on here. Hey, Teresa. Teresa's one of my local friends. And she's asking, can you use the Dime magnetic hoop instead? Absolutely, positively. I have lots of Dime magnetic hoops and I love them, but I don't have a 6x10. So that's why I didn't do the sample with this. But I do love this tearaway idea with the sticky. And there's another benefit for this particular project. If you look at my finished sample, it has a nice body to it, and the front is a little bit stiffened. And the reason is because a lot of this tearaway stayed stuck to that. So we don't care what the bag looks like on the inside. If you really do care about what the bag looks like on the inside, then just simply make a lining or fuse some fabric over the messy back before you sew it together. That's an easy fix. But I actually wanted a lot of that paper left there so that it would beef up the fabric and give it a little bit more substance. So you could also use this hoop, like I said, with the adhesive backed wash away. Adhesive backed wash away is like, I'm going to be showing that in my next SMP Tuesday show. A little spoiler alert, we're going to be doing fun with fleece. And when I embroider on fleece, that is my favorite product. So you'll learn more about that when we do the Takeover Tuesday this month. But the other real advantage of this is it's really, really flat. So, sometimes you get a little bit of bounce from things that are a little bit thick and fluffy. And this just keeps everything really, really, really flat. Yeah. I see some comments about magnetic hoops and sticky hoops. Lisa, you would want to check with Sewing Machines Plus to see what sizes they have. Dime has a variety of sizes, a whole bunch of different ones, and for different machines as well. I am a Brother ambassador, so I am working strictly with the Brother machines. So that's like I said, it makes it easy. Now there's also one more quick benefit, and that is that when you use sticky stabilizer like this, there's other ways to do it, but when you use it like this, where it's just stuck to the back of the frame, you are going to get a messy, icky, ugly frame. And if you're one of those like clean freak types, you're going to go, ooh, I don't like that. But you know what? It's designed to work that way. So it's designed for you to literally use it over and over and over and over again until you can't stand it anymore. And then you want to clean it, and then you can clean it off and start over again, because it can be cleaned off, but it doesn't matter because you're just sticking new, fresh pieces on there. Okay. Hope that makes sense. All right. So this is going to be stitched out in just a minute here. Let's get back to the supplies really quick. So we've got, we're going to need 2 sheets of 9x12 felt. And I actually am going to show you the brand that I use. Oh, it would help if it wasn't upside down. And again, this will be in my instructions. This particular brand is, in my opinion, the best quality. However, it really doesn't matter for this project once again. So whatever you find, whatever you have available, go with it. This particular one, unbeknownst to me, was the premium style. They also make just a standard felt sheet. And truth be told, we've had like around 2 feet of snow here, and I haven't been out of the house for days. So I sent dear hubby to go shopping for me with a list, and he did his best, and he got me all the right colors that I asked for. And he ended up getting the premium one. So whether they had a standard one there or not, I really don't know, but it was perfect. The other thing about the premium is it's just a little bit thicker, but don't worry, if you get a thinner one, that's fine. You can just leave more of the stabilizer. And in fact, if your felt is a little bit, let's say, wimpy, then simply fuse a piece of interfacing on the back of it and beef it up. I use fusible interfacing a lot with my embroidery projects. And my favorite one when I want to stiffen up a piece of fabric is the type that you would use for cuffs and collars on a blouse. So it usually has the word shirt in it somewhere. And if you look for that, that really, really, really works good. But this is beautiful, beautiful felt. And the color mimics, I think, kind of a little bit of a gingerbread house. So you need 2 sheets of basic color, whatever you want to make your house look like. And then you're going to need some other pieces that you're going to use for your accent. So take a look on this one. I needed green and red, and then I used a cream color for my door. So you can use just scraps if you have enough of that, or you can again buy whole sheets. I'm surprised nobody's asked me yet. Maybe you did and I missed it. Like, does felt have a right and wrong side? Technically, it does. So the label, when I buy it, is always on the wrong side when it comes from the company. And the wrong side looks just a little bit fuzzier than the right side. Right side is a little bit more smooth. Does it really matter? No, it's not a big deal. But if you want to keep everything, right sides up, then you just want to leave the label on until you're ready to put it together so that you know which side is which. Okay, so that's that. Now, let me tell you another part of the instructions and the files that I've got for you. My pieces are falling apart a little bit here. Okay, how many of you have already looked at those little itty bitty pieces and said, how do they get cut? Well, again, I haven't left anybody out. I spent a lot of time producing these files so that I could take care of all of you. And so I have created a file that just prints out on a piece of paper. I don't think I have one here to show you, but I'll just print out the shapes on a piece of paper. So just like you would cut any pattern, you could cut out those shapes. You could put it on your remnants, pin it, trace around it, and cut it out. Size is not terribly important. The only thing you need to remember is when you cut your shapes, you don't want to cut them any smaller than the pattern. A little bit bigger is good, but a little bit smaller might make it a little bit hard to catch, especially when we get to doing those trees. And you'll see that when I stitch it. So you can cut those pieces manually, or guess what? I made all of the cutting files for you. So if you have a scan and cut, you can cut all of the files, your trees, your door, your pot, on your scan and cut. I've also given you the SVG file, so you can use that however you want to use it. Okay, so you're going to get everything you need. You just need to remember letsgosew.com, and I will be sending that and posting that for everybody. So how do I do this on the scan and cut? Well, for whether you're doing it manually or you're doing it on the scan and cut, you do want to add some fusible backing, so fusible webbing. And if you look at the back side of this, it's a little bit shiny. So fusible webbing, when it's ironed on, it has a little bit of a glossy look, and I should say paper-backed fusible webbing. I love the Dime Fuse Me brand, but use whatever is your favorite. You just want to look for paper-backed fusible web. You would fuse that to the back of your remnant piece and then cut out your pieces. When I do it on the scan and cut, here's my recipe. First of all, I use a standard mat, and I'd love to hear in the chat if you have a scan and cut and if you think you might like to cut something like this, okay? My recipe for the scan and cut is very simple. Felt, paper-backed fusible webbing on the back, paper removed, standard mat, and a rotary blade if you have one. If you don't have a rotary blade, then use your deeper cut blade, and realize that even with either one of those blades, you may have to tell the machine, please cut one more time for me if you're using the thicker felt. When I cut the standard felt, it cut it all in one, one, the way it does. But the thicker felt, this premium felt, needed another one. So yeah, Kim has an underused scan and cut. This is the perfect project for it because it is basically foolproof. It works really, really well. Now, once I've done that, that's going to allow me to firmly fuse all of those pieces in place. And the way I like to do it is I like to fuse them when I'm all finished. So another little tip for you, when you're working with felt is a synthetic. So test your iron, maybe test it on a scrap, and preferably use a press cloth when you're actually pressing over that felt, so that you're not touching it with your iron if your iron is really hot and things tend to stick to it. So that's another little tip for you. But in order for everything to stay in place while I'm stitching, why do I have these all on a piece of paper? Because I have already sprayed them with, again, you can find this at Sewing Machines Plus, my favorite. Does that tell you anything? Temporary adhesive spray for embroidery and all kinds of sewing. I love this one because it doesn't build up. It doesn't have a bad odor. And it just works really, really easily. You do need to pay attention to the instructions on the can. Very, very, very important. And yes, Jennifer said, lower your heat. Test your iron. If it's too hot, lower your heat. But I still like using the press cloth on there because you can give it a really good press and not have to worry about it. So the instructions on this tell you to hold it a slight distance away from the fabric, and you don't want to overspray. That's the main thing. You only need a very light mist with this. And just to give you another tip, now they do make what they call a spray tent. And if you spray a lot on bigger pieces, that comes in really handy. I only use spray when I really need to, and there are times when you really need to, so I always have it on hand. But I tend to use it more on smaller items. So my method's a little bit like, might sound a little kooky, but I just save old newspaper or shopping ads, and I go down in my basement. Sometimes you could do it outside or just do it in an area that's a little off from your sewing space. I lay that paper down. I put my fabric down on it with the side facing up that needs to be sprayed, and I do that light spray, and then I throw away all the paper, and I don't have to worry about anything. So getting these sticky with this temporary adhesive spray is very, very, very important. If you don't do this step, then you're going to need to remove your hoop as you're placing the pieces and get them ironed. So you can do that. Let me see. Do I have mine? Yeah, you can do that. If you do that, then you want to, again, check Sewing Machines Plus and look for Reen Wilcoxon's wool press pads that fit the hoop. This one perfectly fits my 6x10 hoop, so they're sized for that. And not only did this allow me to have a nice portable pressing surface so that I could fuse that in place, it also allows me to flip it over. And if you see the attachment to the machine hangs over, and it's the perfect depth for this so that I can also press from the wrong side. Personally, I have found that when you use fusible webbing, if you press from both the right and the wrong side, you get the best bond possible. So, hey, I see my friend Cathy's here. Cathy, I hope you get to try this one because it's really, really fun. All right, so that's another must-have item. This is great to have just by your machine when you need to use it. Okay, so bottom line is these pieces need to be utterly secured before you stitch the final decoration stitch. So Lisa says, what kind of fusible? I can actually grab mine. It's right here. This is my all-time favorite, and I've tried virtually all of them. It's called Fuse Me. It's a dime product, and so again, check Sewing Machines Plus. It is technically called paper-backed fusible webbing. So if you already have a favorite, go ahead and use it. You just need paper-backed fusible webbing. What I love about this one so much is, number one, it's very economical. You get a lot on the roll. It's also labeled, so I know what it is, and it's very, very lightweight. So if I use this for appliques and different things on garment fabrics or quilts or that type of project, I'm not getting extra stiffness and thickness like you get with some fusibles. Quick little story. Years ago, I knew an expert quilter, and she spent like months working on one of those popular at the time quilts. It was the theme was purple. I don't remember what the name of it was. Some of you that have been doing this for a while might get a clue on what that was. And she did it to be presented in a quilt show. And she used a heavier fusible for all of her applique pieces. And when she was done, that quilt hung like a piece of cardboard. It just was so stiff. And she was really disappointed because she didn't really realize it until everything was put together. So I really like the idea of a lightweight one. Okay. Is the Fuse Me, Lisa asks, is the Fuse Me like no-show mesh weight-wise? It's way lighter even than that. It's whisper weight. That's how I would define it. It is whisper weight. Still has great holding power, but doesn't add any extra thickness. Now in this project, it doesn't matter. You could add extra thickness because you want something a little stiffened anyway, but that fusible Fuse Me is like the only one I use anymore because it's perfect all purpose. So that's what I do. All right, Sharon says she has a small quilt like that, stiff as a board. Yeah, that's not what you want. I mean, there may be some instances where you want a wall hanging to be really, really firm, but you take like this one that I made here. I mean, it's just, I don't think they drape and hang as nice if they're too awful stiff. So that just works really, really good. All right, Celeste. Hey, Celeste, you got your daughter a top of the line scanning. Scan and cut. I think you meant scan and cut. And now you decide you need one. Hey, there's great specials this week, so don't miss out. What is it again? The best gift is the one you buy yourself. You know what you want, or you know what to ask for, and that helps a lot. All right, so we've got felt, we've got the fusible, we've got the patterns for cutting. The next thing you need is ribbon. You can use like whatever you want for that, but the ribbon's going to be tacked on. You'll see me do that. We need, let's see, I wrote it down. How many? We need 3/8 inch wide ribbon. We need 2 pieces approximately 12 inches long. I happen to have this fun polka dot one. I don't know if I'll ever find this one again, and when it's gone, I'm going to be sad. But it's fun to have something that kind of looks a little bit special. But any 3/8 inch wide ribbon will work perfectly fine, and you can dress up to match whatever you have there. And then of course we need embroidery thread. Now I used for this whole project, I used again a dime product, a dime exquisite embroidery thread, which Sewing Machines Plus carries. I super love this thread. I do use Brother thread as well, but the dime line of exquisite thread is humongous, and they do make great metallics as well. So if you want to add some sparkle to this, you could do these stitches in metallic as well. I wanted mine to look like snow flurries kind of hanging on the roof and the trees. So that's what I went with. You could also embellish this with some extra things like beads and crystals. Just think about who it's going to and what is going to be done with it. We have all had those experiences where we spend a lot of time making something for someone and they didn't quite get the value of it. So I think a lot of people will tend to hold on to this. And if you want to put a little extra work into it, go ahead. Now, one more thing that you want to think about. I didn't do it because I wasn't sure what, I wanted to just make this a little bit more generic for the sample today. And I still have to think about what I want to message on here. But this is the perfect place to write a message. If you're doing this for somebody, maybe they have a new house, you could put their name on there and then that real quaint little established in, whatever year, that would be great. You could put a monogram on there. You could write a message, whatever you wanted on there. Happy holidays to my friends. Glad you're my neighbors. You could, whatever you want, you could put on there. You could also make a separate tag and just clip it to this as well. So if you want to keep it a little bit more plain. So all those ideas, whatever you like. You could also embroider the back side before you sew it together and make a big to-do there and maybe put the date, write a message. I have to share another little story with you. I get to touch base with so many of you online, and I love it when you write to me and tell me stories and send me pictures. And I also teach in person locally, so I get to meet a lot of great people that way. And I have a lady that I know who does mega quilting. I mean, she's always making a quilt for somebody to give away, and she's also an incredible poetress. Is that a word? She writes poems personalized for each one of the people that she makes a quilt for, and embroiders them out and attaches them, and they are as big as a whole page of paper. So think about that. Maybe sign your work. If you have the ability with your machine to scan in or use Artspira and scan in your signature with love. All of those things that add to this, add what they would say on what's the antique roadshow. They would say it adds provenance. So you can always add provenance to your projects. Okay. All right. So let me see if I missed anything on my list. Embroidery thread. I think we're ready to go sew. So let's go sew. I'm going to switch my camera, head over to the machine, and I will show you how to put this together. It is so much fun to do. All right, there we are. Okay, so as you can see, I have already stitched out the house and the wreath. And the reason I did that is because this is a little bit stitch intensive takes a little bit of time to do, and I wanted to make sure that I could go through the whole project with you and show you how to sew it together as well. So let's just take a close look just for a minute, and you can see that there's a placement stitch for each piece that you put down. Now, I know many of you are really seasoned stitchers, and you have done applique over and over again. Yes, this is applique, but and I see FTC, I won't say the rest of it, says, is this made using applique? Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It is an applique, but it's not your traditional applique. Traditional applique usually has a finishing stitch around the edges. And yes, I could have digitized it like that, but the whole idea here is to get this done quickly. So if you want to make a gift bag, the whole idea, what is the theme that Blaine gave me? Last minute. You could literally make this the morning of, buy some good chocolate or whatever and put it in there, and you are good to go and ready to gift. So very, very simple stitching and very little that's actually anchoring these pieces down. So it's doesn't have a lot of stitch intensity, but we do always still have a placement stitch. What I did for the placement stitch is I chose thread, and for that one I actually did use Brother thread because that one matched the best. I chose to do all of my placement lines with thread that matches the fabric, and I did that because it is likely that it's going to show a little bit, but this also tells you why you want to make sure and cut your pieces bigger rather than smaller. I mean, actual size is fine for the patterns that I give you, but if you go smaller, you're not going to have a lot of the accent stitching to catch your piece. Okay, now it is fused down, so that makes a difference, but just think about that. You don't have a lot distance there to the edge, and if you do the matching thread, if that shows a little bit, no big deal. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and slide this on. And again, and you can see why I love this sticky hoop. I do love the magnetic hoops, but I tend to use my dime magnetic hoops more for items that are a little bulkier and a little thicker, because that it does raise up just a little bit from the thickness of the frame. Whereas this sticky hoop is so thin, it just rests really, really, really flat. And because the sticky paper is holding everything in place, it's smoother than almost any other hoop when you're using it. It will make just a little bit more noise because you don't have a lot of buffering that. So Marcy, what was the stabilizer you described as Whisperate? The stabilizer was actually fusible webbing called Fuse Me by Dime. Okay, it's not a stabilizer. It's actually a paper-backed fusible webbing. Okay, yeah, thanks, Jennifer. All right, so I am ready now to do the next portion of the design, and I'm going to go ahead and start the machine up. It's going to stitch the stems of the trees, and while it's stitching, I just want to tell you that the order of the design when you stitch it is going to be different than the order that I'm stitching it. I shuffled my order so that I could do this a little bit quicker. Lisa, yes, I'm using the 6x10 dime sticky hoop, and I see Paula loves Fuse Me. So just realize that everything's going to work out so that everything's layered properly. You know, like I said, I spent a lot of time making these files and testing it, and then making all the extra files for you as well. But the whole thing about embroidery is what we call the pathing, P-A-T-H-I-N-G. And what that means is everything stitched in the most appropriate manner possible. So sometimes that is not always, you know, maybe what you would want it to be, but it's appropriate for the design. I'll answer Cindy's question real quick. Any special needles for the felt? No, I'm using a standard size 11 embroidery needle. You do want to always make sure you have an embroidery needle because that eye is sized for embroidery thread. All right, so the next one is going to be a placement, and you're going to actually see how this works. So I'm going to use my tan thread for this. Looks like we're good on time. Okay. And while I'm thinking of it, I'll just tell you one more thing. When you do spray your pieces to make them sticky, don't do it like the night before, because as soon as you spray that, it's designed to dissipate on its own. And if you do it too early, it will end up losing its stickiness. So make sure you don't plan too far ahead, but like that. Okay, so there's my placement stitch for that. And again, the order is a little bit different. When you do yours, it's going to have you complete one entire tree before you go to the next one. And again, that's all about pathing. Pathing creates a more perfect stitch out. So that's your little saying for the day. Pathing creates a more perfect stitch out. And what I mean by that is going to give you the least amount of shifting. Okay, so I'm going to pull this just forward a little bit. If I stitch this out and keep jumping all over like I am, which I am, so this is kind of a do as I say, not as I'm doing. But if I jump around all over this design, I have more likelihood that things will slip out of place, especially, you know, with this kind of circumstance where you're doing applique. So you're going to have a little bit more controlled stitch out. All right, so the next part of that is actually going to stitch out the pots again so that I can do the same color with the placement line. Now, I should note that when you do this, you're centering this 6x10 design in your 9x12 piece of felt. So for the 5x7ers, you're going to be using templates in order to position that, but it's really very easy. You just want to have the bottom of the pots, just right along there where the red pot's going to be, approximately 1.5 inches from the bottom edge of your fabric, and that'll give you just enough room that you need to stitch this into a bag and box the corners. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and put this on. All right, I'm going to switch to my white thread. And I'm also going to save a little bit of time when, for one thing, I'm going to speed this up. I didn't realize I had my machine on so slow. I'm going to do a little different than I did on my original bag. I'm going to go ahead and stitch white on both the trees and the pots. Again, you use whatever colors you like. Think about it. Your remnants could be anything you want. Your pots can be anything you want. And oops. All right. How many of you have made that mistake? Because I've done it far more than once. I start to stitch when I have not threaded my needle. So I am working on the Brother Luminaire today, but again, any machine that has 5x7 or 6x10 capability, you can do this. And then you can also do it using my alternative method for doing a bag on the sewing side of the machine. So you can see it's just catching now. I'm sorry I missed the comments for a few minutes here. Yeah, Lisa says is answering Janice about sticky needles. You know, I have to tell you, I've had that issue happen. So I keep little alcohol pads, you know, the little ones that you buy in the drugstore, right here in one of my drawers in case that happens. I have to tell you that I've made many samples of this, and with the dime sticky paper, that comes with the hoop, I have not had any issues of sticky whatsoever. And I know Sewing Machines Plus also sells their version of the Perfect line of stabilizers, and their sticky works the same way. You do get a variety of types. And let me give you one more really important tip, and that is when you store your sticky stabilizer, I'll show you how I have mine stored when we head back over to the other camera. When you store it in a Ziploc bag or something that is going to seal it, because the adhesive does get affected by climate. Another story, I had a great friend who was very, very up in years, and I used to, we did a lot of things together. She was one of the best friends I ever had in my whole life, but she was living in her own place and storing all of her stabilizers. She loved to embroider, she loved to sew, she loved to use her serger, all kinds of things. But she would store it in a closet, and she kept her heat up so high in the wintertime that I went over there once. Just going to move this just a little bit. And she was trying to have me help her figure out what her stabilizers were. And she said, I got this one, and I thought it was supposed to be sticky, but it's not. And I looked at it, and I knew it was sticky stabilizer, but it had lost all its stickiness. And I think it was because it was just sitting up there in that shelf in that super warm environment, and it lost its tack. So I try to keep all of my sticky stabilizers in a Ziploc bag, sealed tight, so it keeps it fresh, basically. All right, so now we got a little accent, and in actuality, that white is perfect for what I'm experiencing right now. Let me know if you had snow too. We had none, and then we had a lot, and it is piled up like crazy out there. So this little bit of snow trim was quite appropriate. All right, and we are almost going to be finished here. The last little item after the pot trim is going to be the bows that trim the top of the trees. And in your file that is pathed a little bit differently, you will stitch the bow on the wreath and then stitch it on the tree. So I tried to make it so you didn't have too many thread changes, but again, I tried to make it so that it would stitch out the best way possible. Yeah, I see some of you have snow. Is it Maya in Melbourne? You're having summertime right now, so that's pretty cool. It's amazing how we're from all over the place, experiencing all different things. But we're here all together, enjoying Sewing Machines Plus Countdown and all the great specials and all the camaraderie from all of you in the chat. I think that's my favorite part of watching these shows. Aside from snagging some deals, is just seeing all the camaraderie in the chat. We've all become good friends. All right, we only got one more to go. So I'm going to thread it up with my red thread. And while I'm doing this, you probably can't see it really, really well from the camera angle there, but I will tell you that there are some jump stitches. Well, obviously there's jump stitches for every design, but there's some really tiny jump stitches that are part of the wreath. And even though the machine I'm using does have jump cut feature, which I love, it's another thing if you're looking for a new machine, check out if it has jump cutting feature, which means when it goes from place to place, it will cut the thread before it goes to the next place. When you have really tiny space between two things, like there are in these little berries that are on the wreath, you will sometimes still have some threads to cut. So I've got my little awl stuck underneath there, and I will have to trim some of those. That's where you need to treat yourself to a pair of curved tip scissors. Maybe you have your own favorite flavor, but I love the Kai curved tip scissors. I think these are 5-inch, and they're really, really comfortable. And I really love these. Nice and sharp too. All right, that's kind of like the icing on the cake, those little bows. This is where, if you're doing this on the sewing side of the machine, you could add ribbon, you could add, again, beads or little sequins or all those kind of like crafty shapes that you find that you could glue the whole thing on if you wanted to, and not even sew it. You could use those shapes that way. All right, so now I'm going to do my roof, and that will finish out the design. And again, I did do this in Dime software. I have the Perfect Embroidery Pro software, which is their all around big daddy digitizing. And I also have many other modules. But one of the things that you get in some of the modules is the ability to change a simple shape or a running stitch into a decorative stitch. There's a whole menu of what they call motifs, which are just simply a decorative stitch, and by a click of the mouse you are turning it in, the straight stitch into something really fancy. Yeah, Janice, I agree. There are not enough hours in the day. How many of you just never get tired of creating, crafting, sewing, embroidering? For me, I've been doing this most of my life. I've been doing embroidery, as I said, for over 30 years, and I still am enthralled by the capabilities. I get excited about every project. I learn something new all the time. I love being able to pass along what I've learned to you. We all learn from each other, and it's always fun to go ahead and try new things. So I love watching the machine stitch out as well. I'd love to know how many of you still like watching it. And if I missed any of your questions because I couldn't see everything while I was stitching, please pop it in at the end when I come back, because we've only got a couple more minutes to finish this, and then I can answer some of your questions. So let me just reiterate a little bit. I won't go into all the gory details, but I am wearing a Band-Aid, and some of you know that I had, I embroidered my finger about a month ago. We won't go into all that, but what that tells you is when you're doing work like this, you want to make sure that your fabric is thoroughly secured so that you don't ever do what I did and know better to not do, but did it anyway. And that is, you're inadvertently, your brain goes, oh no, that's going to move. I better get in there and fix it. And your hand shoots in at the wrong time in the wrong place. So please be very, very, very careful with that. I usually have a bamboo skewer, like a chopstick, and I will use that in place of something sharp like this to hold my fabric down in place if I need to. But main thing is just keep your fingers out of the way. All right, my machine has sung its song. So I'm going to take this out. Sorry for banging the camera there. I'm going to go ahead and go to sewing now. And I've already got one finished, so I won't bother pulling that off of there. Just grab my finished one. All right, and I'm going to show you the next step you need to do is to mark off a 1-inch spot on the corners. So I just take a little quilt ruler, and yes, I love the Quilter Select rulers. Jennifer was talking about these yesterday. If I had my druthers, I would switch every single ruler I own to a Quilter Select ruler because they are really easy to use and they grip the fabric, which is what I love most. So we're just going to notch a little 1-inch on there. Okay, and then we're going to cut that away. So I'm going to grab my scissors. How are we doing on time? We're doing okay because we're almost done. And I'm going to clip that out. I'm going to throw away that 1-inch piece. So I'm doing this so that I can very easily box the bottom and create a little bit of shape there. All right, now I simply take my second piece and I'm going to put it right sides together. Oh, I got to do that one too. So let me just do this the easy way. Just layer it on top of there. Trim that out. There's always something you forget when you think you've done it 10 times. And normally I would use straight scissors for this, but I'm in a bit of a hurry and my scissors are on the other side of the table. So just clip that out. You want to match your back piece to your front piece. Layer them right sides together. I'm going to real quick tell the machine I want to go to sewing. On this one, it will park my arm so that I can just simply remove this presser foot. One simple thing, I just unscrew the embroidery foot and attach the sewing foot. And I'm going to be sewing this with 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm going to go ahead and leave the white thread in because it doesn't matter. But you can see how I tore away most of this sticky. If you try to fight and get all of this off in between, you're going to turn a fun project into not so fun. So just tear it away from the outer edges. This is going to add some body. Okay. All right. So now I just need to sew those side seams. If you have what I have, which is a little bit of unevenness at the top, just take this to your, if you have a rotary cutting mat and rotary cutting tools, and trim your bigger piece down to a smaller size. I'm just going to go with it for now, and I can trim that back later. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and select a straight stitch. I'm going to use a stitch length of 3.0, and I'm going to move my needle position. You can do this on every machine. It's just a matter of what tool works to do that, or what icon works on your machine, to 5.50. When I have my straight stitch set at 5.50, I'm going to get almost a perfect 1/4 inch. I forgot to back stitch there, but that's okay. So this is one of the reasons I like to have a stiletto by my machine. And there's lots of them out there so that you can kind of, ease in those layers. I could use a walking foot. I could use a dual feed foot. All right, we want to get this stitched up. Should take us about 2 more minutes to finish. I'm going to stitch the other side seam. Again, 1/4 inch seam allowance. So with the edge of the presser foot along the raw edge of the fabric and the stitch width or needle position or left-right shift, whatever it is on your machine, with that set at 5.5, you have a perfect 1/4 inch. So it does depend on you sewing right along the edge there, but if you can keep the edge of your fabric along the edge of the foot, you will get a perfect 1/4 inch stitch. All right, last one I'm going to do is the bottom. Real quick. And then I'll box that corner, those corners. Normally I don't sew this fast. I'm a very methodical stitcher, and I actually like to sew whenever possible at medium speed. I pretty much keep my machine right at medium speed. I do that a lot for embroidery as well, but when I'm in a big hurry, I'm going to go a little faster. Okay, so you notice we've got to box that corner, so we're going to match the side seam to the bottom seam. And because this fabric's a little bit thick, I'm going to stagger those seams. So quilters call this nesting, which is when you flip one in one direction and one in the other, so that when they line up, they don't create a lot of extra bulk. We're almost done. One more to do. And then I'm going to try to pay attention, not terribly important, but how did I push this for the second corner so that my seams are nesting the same way. And you can see I sewed the right side, the wrong side to the right side, because that's where my label is. Who cares? We're not going to worry about that. My other favorite saying when you're doing something like this and things don't go like exactly the way you think you wanted them to, just remember, it's not a wedding dress. Okay? So if you've done anything with wedding dresses, and there's other projects obviously that are like that are pretty important. This one, not so much. Sometimes we stress over the little things and we don't need to. It uses up energy. All right. Last but not least, we're going to go ahead. I'm just going to show you, and then I'll show you the finished sample again. What we would do with the ribbon, we would just take our ribbon, we would lay it right along the side seam. I just let it dangle down about a ½ inch. I trim my ribbon at a diagonal. I center it over that side seam. Again, I would normally use regular matching thread, and you just would do that to both pieces. Turn it right side out. I'm going to flip back over to the other camera. And I hope you enjoyed seeing this and make your own wonderful gift bag. So you can see, I'll untie. You can see the ribbon. Both pieces are just tacked on the side seam there. You fold it down toward the back, tie that together so that it forms the roof. And if you want, you could give it just a little bit of a press on these edges so that it's kind of staying there. But when you open this bag, you got plenty of room to fill this with whatever you choose, wonderful goodies, and make somebody you care about very, very happy. All right, Angela, you ready to come back?
Oh my gosh, Joanne, what a great project. You know, I got the bonus of reading everybody's comments during the whole thing. I think the biggest freak out is that you threw away the 1-inch piece that you cut out from the edge.
Oh, wait, I didn't really. What can I do with this?
What a great project and super cute. So just as a reminder, all of you want to go ahead and sign up at letsgosew.com. Sign up for Joanne's newsletter. It comes out. I read it every Sunday morning. It makes my week. So you always have great messages, but that's how you can get the pattern, right, Joanne?
Yes. You'll have everything for everybody, 6x10, 5x7, embroidery, no embroidery, scan and cut files, SVG files. I made everything for you. I gotta post it all, and I won't post until I send it out to my email list. So sign
Wonderful.
up.
And then just real quick, Joanne, because I reminded there's more people that logged in. You are going to be on here. When is your next Tuesday
look
takeover?
at the calendar real quick. Let's see. It's the 17th of December.
Oh, so right around the corner. Yeah. So mark your calendar. She's doing the takeover here on Sewing Machines Plus. Joanne, it's so great to see you. I wish you a Merry Christmas if I don't talk to you, but you have to go back and read the comments because everybody loved this project. Super great.
Same to you. I'll talk to you again soon, okay? Everybody have a great afternoon. Happy stitching.
Sounds good. And keep that finger away from the embroidery machine. I'm not laughing. I'm laughing with her, not at her. All right, Joanne, we love her. Thanks for being here. All right, next up, we have Aero Cabinets. So this is going to be a lot of fun. We've got Harley Thomas and Scott Earhart. So I was reading some of their bios, but Harley's been the channel manager of a single brand tech brands, but he was introduced to Project Linus, and I would love it's such a great project. So it's just inspiring to hear how he is there with Aero Cabinets now. And Scott Earhart, I love his bio too, but my favorite thing that he has in there is that he's very busy with his honey-do list. So Scott, maybe you can give me some tips on that. So let's bring up the guys from Aero Cabinet. This is going to be a lot of fun. Hey guys, how are you?
Great, Angela.
Hey,
how are
Angela.
you?
Very good.
So how does your wife actually get you to do the honey list? Because I need a few tips on that.
Well, she is at the moment, she is, let me do math here.
Don't screw it up, Scott. Don't.
20 divided by 4. So she's 5 months pregnant. We've got baby number 5 on the way. So
you'll do anything about now.
It doesn't take a lot of convincing. It's honey, do this, and it's yes, ma'am. I'll get on.
I love that. Oh my gosh! Congratulations! Congratulations! May I ask, when is she due? When are you guys due?
End of April.
End of April. Perfect timing. Well, congratulations! It's going to be a great Christmas. And speaking of Christmas, I can't wait to see what you're going to show everyone because your cabinets are great. Oh, and you've got my favorite chair.
We have all sorts of fun things today to talk about. You know, as the holiday sales continue on here at S&P Live, we've got all sorts of great sales. We've had them all week. Sales have been fabulous. S&P Nation has been saying, we want Aero and Kangaroo sewing furniture. Chairs have been crazy. Scott has been in the warehouse every morning packing skids. He laughs, but he's been in the warehouse every morning this week helping load trucks.
Well, good for you. I'm going to let you take it over, and I'll see you in about 25 minutes.
Sounds great,
great.
Angela. Thank you.
All right. Those gift bags that Joanne had, they were amazing. But I don't know if I'd be able to give them out.
I think I'd want to
keep
keep
them for
mine
myself.
because it would take me about 3 times as long to make one, maybe 5 times as long. Definitely at least that long, without a doubt. And you would whip one up because people saw your stocking earlier this week.
We demoed the stocking.
And if you missed your stocking, go back and watch day 3.
Yeah, day 3.
You can watch it on YouTube.
The official winner of the unofficial office Christmas stocking contest.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Kind of like the cabinets we're going to show today.
And which one are we starting off with?
Well, we want to start with this one?
I think we're going to start with this one. Ethan's got us set up for
the number 1 selling cabinet.
Our best selling
in America.
Yes.
The Kangaroo and Joey. It's our signature cabinet here at Kangaroo Cabinets. Well, technically we're Arrow Sewing, but we have the Kangaroo sewing line, lifetime warranty.
Yes.
Heavy duty casters.
Soft closing
soft
drawers.
closed drawers. It is the top line cabinet that we offer, and it is durable finish. This one holds 85% of the sewing machines that are out on the market.
95.
95.
This is the A7.
Oh, yeah. 95. It just won't hold the giant monster machine.
Just the super big one. And like Jerry said yesterday, we stand behind it and we stand on them.
Well, did he stand on one yesterday?
He laid on them yesterday.
He did. Wonderful.
He
I
did
was
lay on
in
them.
a doctor's appointment, so I didn't see it. So
I guess we should start with, well, what makes a sewing cabinet a sewing cabinet?
That's a great question, Scott.
And the magic for these cabinets, and we'll show, with the Kangaroo and Joey specifically, how it collapses down, how it opens up, all the different storage options. But what makes the cabinet is the lift. And the lift in this cabinet is a dual rail hydraulic assisted lift, meaning the weight and height of your machine are doing all the work. The lift has 3 positions, so all the way up. This is your free arm position, so that shirt sleeve, that pant leg, that Christmas stocking, that gift bag that I wouldn't be able to gift anyone.
The stocking was really good when you put it on there the other day.
Yeah,
it was a great visual.
We'll use that next time.
It's a great visual.
So that's position 1. Also, your embroidery modules can attach here, and you'll see when we go on a wide shot with this that you've got all the room in the world to the left of the machine. Oh, there you go, Ethan. So we've got all the room to the left of the machine. If you're doing embroidery, position 2, this is where I live. This is flatbed sewing. And what we've done is we've now brought the deck of our machine down level with the cabinet. So we've got everything in one surface. And then what really completes the entire experience are these custom acrylic inserts from Sew Steady. And so now you've got I'm
going to get it right.
Top there.
I'm going to get it right here. Here we go.
So all the space around the deck of your machine has now been completely filled, and you've got one level surface to do all of your piecing. And as you can see with Harley, he's demoing with a quilt that we have here. As you're pushing your pieces back, as you're building those blocks, those individual pieces, they're not going to fall in anywhere around the machine because, again, you've got that one level even surface, which is also going to give you happy wrists, happy elbows. Our shoulders are going to relax, and we're going to sew in comfort to sew longer.
And I have straight stitches.
And we have straight stitches. We're going to talk about that with the leaf in just a second.
I was going to say that goes right along.
So we'll talk about the mysterious position 3 in just a second. So Ethan, if we can go to a wide shot, there we go. I put the quilt leaf down, but I'm going to put it up because Harley's in the perfect spot to demo it.
Then I won't move. I'll stay right here.
You are right there. So as you're building those blocks, putting your quilts together, working on larger garments.
I'm going to go this way.
Go that way. We've got the machine in flatbed sewing. Oh, we got a side view. Oh, that's new. I love it.
Oh,
that is perfect. So
look at that.
Wow. What we're seeing here is the expansive work surface that the Kangaroo and Joey gives us with the full quilt leaf on the back. And a wonderful thing, we got a perfect shot of it. Rounded corners on the front and back of the cabinet. So we've got an extension to Harley's left. Raise your left hand. There we go. Perfect. So you've got a drawer cover extension, which is wonderful for supporting the weight of your project. And then as you're pushing everything back, onto the giant quilt leaf here, like Harley said, it's the project isn't going to pivot around the needle and push to the left and then, you know, get your stitches wonky, get your seams wonky. You're going to push everything back. It's going to flow onto the quilt leaf. So you're going to have the most beautiful stitches and seams. Sue, I agree. Rounded corners are very nice.
And it's so long, the quilt leaf is deep enough, it won't pull.
No,
the quilt doesn't pull off the back. It doesn't want to pull itself off.
So when she is open, she is 6 feet. Oh, we got to open up the side here.
We do have to open up the side here. There's yet another.
There's another. There's 3 extensions on it. So when she is fully open from side to side, we're 6 feet by 4.5 feet front to back. That's a lot of space. Like, what's that math? That's 24 square feet if I do that correctly in my head. And
it's a lot. It's a lot of space to work on.
It is a lot of space. There is a corners appreciated, but my hips, nothing worse than that. Well, and luckily, Scarlett, the rounded corners, they're a little bit nicer on the hips than the square corners. And I love it because it's not going to snag your projects. Sure, we can talk about Joey. It's out. Let's talk about Joey. So the Joey caddy, we're looking at the kangaroo and Joey. The kangaroo is the main body of the cabinet that you see Harley working at. What does every sewist need? We need work surface, but we also need storage. We need drawers, all sorts of camera angles. You're right, Sharon. And the Joey caddy, it has 3 large drawers. The bottom drawer is extremely deep. All the drawers are soft closing drawers. And what do we got in the bottom there? We have pockets. Pockets.
Where's the camera? Up there. There we go.
Which one are we on?
Is that one? Here. Is that one? I don't know where it is. Ethan's got so many cameras going on today. It's kind of like Rockin' Roger is here, or Kyle. I don't even know what's going on.
No. The more drawers, the better. That is right, Sue. And there's actually, so you've got this separate caddy, which you can position anywhere that you like. It's on heavy-duty locking casters. And there is a 4th drawer as well, which is actually has the cover on it. So Harley's going to take the cover off.
And it's got a little magnetic lock on it.
It's got a nice magnet lock on there. And then you've got a full view soft closing drawer that's built into.
So you see all the way to the back. You don't lose anything in there.
No,
it's really nice.
It's the whole thing. And then how does the Joey tuck in? Here, you want me to take that real quick?
Yeah, sure. Ta-da!
So yeah, when you're not using it, you can close this up, which is that mysterious 3rd position on the lift. We got sidetracked, but
there is a holiday special though.
There is,
right?
What's the holiday
Daylight
special?
Lamp, right?
There
Daylight
is
Lamp special.
It is, and we got to make a special noise with it. We can't see it on. We got to bring it down a little bit.
We do have to bring it down a little bit.
There we go. So all the kangaroo cabinets for the month of December are coming with the Daylight floor lamp, which is a $310 lamp. This lamp is absolutely amazing, extremely bright. I try to remember, it's like 3,000 lumens or something crazy like that. But the best part about it is it makes me feel like I'm in Star Wars, and I go. Doesn't help you sew.
I'm a Star Wars fan also, so I'm okay with that.
Doesn't help my sewing, but I love to do it.
Some of our coworkers don't appreciate it, but that's okay.
They don't.
They don't, but that's okay.
So we've got the cabinet mostly closed up. Let's do the last part of it.
I can't see now. It shot me in the eyes.
So if you put your machine away, I've only done it twice. Janelle, I like the light too. I just blinded Harley with it.
Desiree, I know pockets only comes with the kangaroo cabinets that have a lift.
Have a lift, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it has to have.
But you can buy a kangaroo Joey, and it'll come with. We have 12 minutes left to get through 2 more cabinets. It looks like.
Position 3. You can put your machine away, and look at that. We'll move on to the
just
next
like
one.
that. You could be sewing again.
You're sewing in as quick as this.
I wish I had time to sew.
Boom!
I just dropped the kids off at school.
And luckily,
look at that.
We can do that here.
I could be sewing.
In under a minute, you're up and sewing. Which one should we do next?
Why don't we do Krista?
We'll do Krista.
Let's do Krista, shall we?
Let's scoot her over. So the Krista, very similar to the cabinet we just saw. This is the simplified version of the kangaroo and Joey. It has the exact same opening, the A7 opening. So this will do 95% of the machines on the market. Size-wise, again, very similar in size. You've got side quilt leaf, rear quilt leaf. You've got a drawer extension. Difference being is this one is not going to have the Joey storage caddy and the lift. The lift on this one is a manual lift. So it's a 2-position manual lift. Multitasking here. We got we're
doing great.
The drawer cover going, and we're doing the lift. And so this lift operates with a lever underneath.
You did really well lifting under there, standing up, not even bending over. Look at that.
Got that flexibility.
You do.
So all the way up.
And that is
And then
easily
all the way
adjustable
down.
to the height of the machine to make it so it can be nice and flat.
Yes, that's
It's an easy adjustment.
Great point. The stop point on all the cabinets that we're showing, this stop point for this platform is adjustable to accommodate the different deck heights of different machines.
That's a good point. On all the cabinets we're showing today, that is adjustable.
Yes, that second position is adjustable on all of them. Thanks, Harley and Scott. Diane, you are so very welcome.
You know, the other thing we didn't talk about is how these ship out of our warehouse here very quickly. We kind of joked. I joked that you were loading trucks this morning.
I'm clean today. I was dirty the other day.
You're very clean today. But yes, when you order, they go out of our building in 24 to 48 hours, sometimes same day if the orders come in early in the morning.
Yeah.
And they will be on the way to your house. They're fairly easy, I would say, to get into the house, and they're easy to put together.
And that's the nice thing about the RTA program with it shipping ready to assemble is that, you know, if you're having to go up or down a set of stairs, if you're in a tight space where maybe a fully assembled cabinet wouldn't fit in there, having it arrive, you know, ready to assemble, it's going to arrive in several boxes. You're able to get it into those tight spaces, and the assembly, I mean, that's the best part. We do all of our own instructions.
We do.
Everything's in English with diagrams. We've got
great diagrams.
Great diagrams. We've got an entire YouTube channel dedicated to assembly. And if you did have any questions, you're going to be calling us right here at Arrow. We're Elkhorn, Wisconsin, so Lake Geneva area, and you'll get our CS team, which are actually right outside our office.
You'll talk to Luis. You might talk to Kirsten.
Or Chris.
Chris. One of the three of them will talk to you and talk you right through it. And like Scott said, it's a lot easier to get boxes into a room than carry this up any stairs or downstairs.
A lot lighter to do it too. The cabinets are not light.
So much easier to do.
They're ranging 200 to 300 pounds. So being able to take that up in sections
makes
better. Life so much easier. So much easier. So Krista cabinet is our Arrow cabinet. The Kangaroo and Joey that we saw before, that's our Kangaroo. So the lifetime warranty on the Kangaroo cabinet, 5-year warranty on the lift. The Arrow cabinets have a 10-year warranty on the cabinet, and then same 5-year warranty on the lift.
Cathy said she could put hers together easily.
Oh, thank you, Cathy. So, yeah, I always say an afternoon and a bottle of wine.
Bottle of wine? I don't know if it's like a whole bottle.
Well, I'm not saying finish the whole, but it might not get put together in that afternoon if you
Well, that would be the problem.
That's
true. That's true,
yeah.
Scott. You and I could maybe do that. That'd be 2 people having. I lived in Elkhorn and Lake Geneva in my youth. And she went to
hi, Diane.
Lake Geneva High School. Well, Diane,
that is too funny.
You should come on back. It's kind of cold here today. Woke up at 11 degrees this morning.
Yeah. The real feel was 7 when I was feeding the chickens.
We're up to 30 though. So
it's a heat wave.
So this is the Krista cabinet,
This is Krista.
It is it's
inspired by Krista Watson.
It's got many of the same features as the Kangaroo cabinet you saw earlier. Not as many features. It is at a different price point than the Kangaroo.
Yes.
Slightly different warranty, 10-year warranty versus a lifetime warranty. Doesn't come with the caddy, the Joey caddy. But it all depends on what you're looking for. And it only comes in one color.
White, and
white.
Where Kangaroo and Joey, that one comes in 3 colors: the white, the teak, and the gray. And the gray is what we have here to show today.
The final cabinet for the hour.
Least.
And then we will talk chairs, because I'm sure the group wants to definitely see chairs.
Yes. I grew up in the Dells. Hey,
The Dells.
I am in the Dells almost every weekend fishing. My uncle is actually a guide fisherman on the Wisconsin River. Big Dave Ehart, if anyone's a fisherman or fisher gal out there. Okay, back to cabinets. We got off track.
There you go.
That happens, doesn't it? This is our Harriet cabinet. So this is another cabinet in our Arrow line. What's fantastic about this one, the other two cabinets, they didn't have the option for it to close up. Harriet closes completely up. And my favorite thing about the Harriet cabinet is actually right-hand side drawer storage. So let's show you how this opens up. Door swings open. You've got a nice shelf in there for notions, small embroidery module. You've got hooks on there for embroidery hoops. Same lift. That dual rail hydraulic lift, same size opening on all of these cabinets. It's what we call an A7 opening, which will do, again, about 95% of the machines on the market. Then we pair it with that acrylic insert. And again, we've got that nice, flush, even work surface. Now, the Harriet does have an accessory quilt
optional
leaf.
quilt leaf on the back side.
Quilt leaf. So this is meant for, that tight space. If there's not that dedicated sewing room, if you're sharing a room, sharing a space where you can close this up and no one knows that it's a sewing cabinet. So it does have an optional quilt leaf. The other two that we looked at, the quilt leaves, do come with the cabinets. With this being an Arrow cabinet, one small difference on the drawers. So this drawer, you see how smooth these drawers are? This is a metal drawer slide. Very smooth opening and closing drawers. The Kangaroo that we saw, the very first cabinet, that is the soft closing drawers. So if you put your binding on and you measure twice, cut 12 times like I do, and you had your needle too far over and you got to cut your binding off to redo it, you can slam your drawer with the soft closing drawers and it's not going to actually slam.
These you don't want to slam.
These ones don't slam. Don't slam these.
Because
but the soft closing
they're
ones,
not soft close, but
yeah.
you can close them and
Yes.
they're fine. But you don't want to slam. They're not made to be slammed.
No.
They're your regular, I would call them a regular drawer slide, but they are metal. They are not plastic.
Yes.
They're not wood on wood.
Nope.
It's
not
very
a
much
tongue and
what
groove,
many
it's a
people
metal
have in their
drawer slide.
kitchen.
Yes,
So,
very much like your kitchen drawers. And so that is our Harriet cabinet. So we go, let's do what are the measurements on the Harriet? Since I've got it open, we've got 3 minutes.
it's really wide.
Yeah.
when you
So
open it.
Harriet, so when she is open, where's my open on here? Open. Golly, it's longer than I am tall. From end to end is 7 feet long. Ton of
You're
workspace.
that tall.
I'm not 7 feet.
Sorry.
I wish I was 6 feet. Vertically challenged. And then when it's closed up, she literally folds in half. So I'm going to close this up just so we can see what that looks like when she's
It
closed
does
up.
literally
It
fold in half.
literally folds in half. So
I'm going to take the hard side here. I'll take the short side.
So position 3, machine goes into storage.
Oh boy, we've got to put it away. People are coming over.
Look at this.
Got to turn my guest room back into a guest room. Oh, it's back into a guest room.
And we throw a quilt over the top and no one knows the difference.
Or it's in my family room. You know what? We've got a couple minutes. We could show some chairs.
We can do some chairs. This is available in white and teak, everyone.
This is the Harriet cabinet.
This is the Harriet cabinet, available in white and teak. All 3 of the cabinets you saw today have a A7 opening, so they will do 95% of the machines out on the market.
And this cabinet, new
this year,
beginning of this year,
launched in
has been
24 and
a
is done
huge hit, and it was
so
kind
well.
of a remake of a couple cabinets we've had in the line for 20 years.
Yeah, we took what worked really, really well. We brought the Kangaroo lift, which is that dual rail hydraulic lift, put it in the Arrow line, gave it some nicer drawers, and said, hey, this is a great cabinet.
We said, let's make it beautiful. Beautifuler? Can I say beautifuler?
I mean, that works.
I can't. Angela likes the chairs, so she loves chairs. So we're going to show Angela some chairs.
I'm good with
She said, hey, that's my chair.
Which chair? Do you remember which one was her chair?
I think it was the Buttons chair
It was
Angela
Buttons.
was pointing toward.
It was Buttons. Okay, we got cats hiding behind
You
here.
know who
which-
we haven't heard from? We haven't heard from many of the backstage people there at S&P Nation. Blaine's got them so busy working back there.
It's like Santa's little elves.
Santa Blaine has them all working.
All right. And, you know, it would be the cat chair that's hiding because, well, cats are just...
The dog ran away, by the way.
The dog ran away and cat was hiding. If that's not a perfect summary. Okay. We got a lot of chairs.
On the light. Okay, there we go.
I have the Notions chair. Well, thank you, Melinda.
We kind of have stuff everywhere, don't we, Scott?
Love Buttons chair. A lot of chair comments in there. Lady Gray. Fantastic.
Look at all these chairs we have laid out.
So we need a chicken chair. Sue, I agree with you. That should be the chair for 2025. We need a chicken print.
That's a great idea. Chicken chair.
Yeah. So we have 11 different prints and patterns. You've got 5 prints, 6 solids. I did that backwards. We got 30 seconds left to go through these. So we'll start right up here in the top left. This is our Black Sewing Notions. This is our Alexander Henry, a So Wow, So Now. Our Bright Buttons. You've got a dog print, cat print, and then coming back this way, we have Duchess Blue. We have Miss Baroness Black, Madam Scarlet, Lady Gray. Ethan, scoot it over. There we go. Royal Purple. And last but certainly not least, my favorite solid color is our Princess Hazel. Oh,
no,
I heard a beep.
Oh, it's Princess Hazel.
Princess Hazel. And what's so wonderful about the Princess Hazel is in between the tweed stitching, you have these wonderful shades of blues and purples and greens, and it doesn't pop in the photography, but man, does this look wonderful in person.
You know, I'm starting to think between you and Valerie, I'm starting to think you guys, the Hazel is your favorite chair, the way you guys talk about it.
In the solids, it is my favorite.
I'm starting to think it is.
I love this one for the solids.
I'm more of a Baroness Black kind of guy.
Yeah.
But I really, really, really like the So Now, So Wow. It is the #1 selling chair,
that is.
followed by Buttons. And Angela, do you have any questions for us about chairs or the cabinets? We can go over. We started out with Kangaroo and Joey. We then moved on to the Krista cabinet. We talked about Harriet, and then we talked about 11 chairs.
Okay, so first of all, the chairs are amazing. All the comments, everyone loves the chairs. So everyone leave a comment, which one's your favorite? I'm tied between the cats and the dogs. Was it cats and dogs or just dogs?
Cats and dogs.
And dogs.
Cats and dogs, yeah. Or the buttons. I love the buttons. So everyone's leaving comments. And someone asked, how do you name your tables? So how do you like that for a question?
Well, it's a great question.
There's a lot of history with that question.
There's a lot of history with that question. The Kangaroo line is actually, it started out being named after animals from Australia. Is kind of how it started. Then we ran out of Australian animals. So now we're naming it after cities in Australia.
Yes.
Is kind of what we're up to now. Thus the Sydney cabinet. And then the Arrow product line.
Yeah, Harriet is a former employee who worked for Arrow for, how long did Harriet? She was here 20 years?
She was here for a little while.
Yeah,
so
she was here for a long time. So she got a cabinet named after her.
And we name them after, we go and we look for names that were popular at different eras over the years is kind of how we name the cabinets for Arrow.
I love that. I love that. And yes, you're right. SMP Nation, they're all busy in the chat. They've been answering any questions that come up, and everybody has just been saying they love the tables. They love the chairs. And someone said, I love that I can put it away and make my room look good. Now, I don't know what that would be like, because even if I tried to put it away, my room still never looks good.
You might have a small fabric stash, Angela, just a small one. Just a small little fabric stash.
Just a little one, just a little one, you know. That's why my husband jokes. That's why I had to start a business.
You know, and he's not wrong. And I will bet there are some people here in the chat that have this same maybe addiction / opportunity.
Definitely. Hey, Barbara wants to know why Australia?
Why Australia? The cabinets actually when Arrow started 40.
Yeah, long time
ago. Actually acquired the rights of the cabinets from a company in Australia many years ago, and then began actually making the cabinets in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, and actually began making those here. And the company started out actually making shoe shine kits for Sears Roebuck and Company. And
Going
then
really
over
far
the
back
year,
to
way
45.
back.
Yeah.
And that's how the company started. They made shoe shine kits and drove them in a pickup truck down to Sears Roebuck and Company, and then expanded into sewing furniture for Sears Roebuck and Company. And that's how the company started way back in the catalog days, and has grown into this, and then grew into more sewing furniture and made it right here in Wisconsin. And it's growing and growing and growing, and we've outgrown our manufacturing facility here, so we outsource manufacturing at this point. But
wow. Well, congratulations. You
pretty
know, I'm reading everyone in the chat. They love to hear the story behind these businesses. I wasn't expecting that, because that's pretty awesome. And you're just across the lake from me, which is even better. So
Yes.
hopefully I'm going to send that snow. Actually, I think you sent the snow my way. It comes my way.
it does come your way.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Big on lake effect snow, I tell you.
Everybody's saying they love your tables. They love the demo. Thank you, everyone. You're getting another congratulations on the new baby coming too.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So I know that Blaine's going to be offering some great deals on this. And
Oh, yes.
I think that this definitely is going on Santa's list. I'm reading all the comments about the chairs and the cabinets. They love it. Bye, guys. Great to see you. And thank you for that great demo. So, Blaine, this is such a great deal. And not only that, I was reading everyone's comments how you can put your machine away and make your room look nice. I need to master that a little bit. So here we go. The Kangaroo and Joey 2 White Ash. Instead of $2,699, it's $1,999. That's amazing. And it's also available in teak and gray and white. And you get the free Daylight Slimline LED lights, which we love that because it helps you to see so much better at your sewing machine. That is a fantastic deal. Then we have the Krista sewing cabinet with a manual lift, regularly $1,699, and a wowzer price for you, $999. I'm noticing these are call-in specials because they also offer financing, which is great, especially for the holidays. And then we've got the Arrow Sewing Harriet sewing cabinet. I love that color, by the way. It's regularly priced $12,999, and the Christmas price, I'm pretty sure you missed a zero on there, Blaine. So I won't even say it because your phone is going to be ringing off the hook. So I'm sure that's a misprint. We'll bring him up and ask him about that in a moment. All right, and then we have the hydraulic sewing chairs. Oh my gosh. So I was trying to read the comments. Whose was the favorite? I don't know. Let's see. Regularly $449. The Christmas pricing is $329. Again, it's a call-in special, 1-800-401-8151. And they have 6 months financing. Blaine, was that a misprint on that last one?
No. It's the cabinet. The reason that cabinet, the MSRP is $12,000 because that's the one that has Mountain Dew and Snickers in it.
But you're selling it for $600?
Seriously, yeah, it was misprint. It was just $1,200.
Okay. I was like, I'm on it. My room is going to look fabulous.
Well, hey, Angela, thank you so much. We got to say goodbye to Angela, everybody, because she has something she has to go do. But we sure do appreciate you coming on and helping me co-host today, our last day. And there you go. Got your Christmas hat on. That's awesome.
I didn't wear it all day because it makes my hair, what do you call it when it sticks out? Static. I didn't want to be static.
Yeah. Well, hey, Angela, tell everybody where they can find you and all about the stuff you got going on.
All right. So you can find me at angelawolf.com. I have live shows every week on Brother Sews. I have it on my own channel. Right now I'm finishing taping the Luminaire Masterclass. I'm actually couching towels behind me for gifts, which is amazing. And Blaine, I'm very excited about this because you also host a lot of my classes. And as I'm here on SMP, I'm getting little dings that you guys are buying classes on SMP Nation from me. So thank you. And yes. Blaine, I'm working on the Avenir behind me, which is the new machine. And I think you've got a pretty cool event coming up, don't you?
Yeah, do you have a shot of that?
The machine?
Yeah.
I sure do. Here, I'll just bring up a different camera real quick while you.
Okay, awesome. I knew you had cameras all around your studio. Well, while Angela gets on that, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we got going on. In February, The 12th and 13th, which that event's sold out already, we're having our Stitch and Switch event. And then on the 14th and 15th, we still have some spaces available. But what it is, you're going to get to sew on Brother, Baby Lock, Bernina, Janome, Pfaff, and Viking top of the line machines. And Ring Wilcoxon's going to be doing 6 projects. You'll get to do every project on a different machine. And there's the Brother brand new Avenir. They're on their way here now to us, and that'll be what you'll be sewing on the Brother side of things at the event. And Sarah Vetzer will be the educator helping you with that. We have national educators for each one of those brands coming in and leading the charge. And there's still spaces available on the 14th and 15th, Angela, of February. And the price is $149 for 2 days. We're going to feed you. And if you fly in from out of state and buy one of these top line machines, I will pay for your airfare.
That is an amazing treat. And yes, that is the limited edition that's behind me, which is a little different coloring than the other Avenir. The machine we've been waiting patiently for. It's amazing. And the hoop, I can almost embroider my entire leg.
Yeah, I started saying you can like walk through the hoop.
I can do that. It's busy embroidering, or I'd show you that. But hey, Blaine, I just want to tell your fans at the SMP Nation, thank you for letting me hang out with you today. This has been so much fun. Blaine, wishing you guys all a very Merry Christmas. And I'm going to keep watching even from dinner with the guys because this is so much fun. The deals are amazing. And I'm stacking up for my Christmas list.
All right, Angela. Well, thank you so much. We'll see you again real soon, okay?
Bye.
All right, everybody. That was the world famous Angela Wolf here. We were really happy that she agreed to come on, and what a treat. Well, we're going to keep moving on, guys. We got So Steady in the house, and you're in for a treat with So Steady because we have Deb Donovan going to be coming in. Now, if y'all don't know Deb, she goes way back with SMP. She is a guru when it comes to sewing. Every little thing you want to know about sewing, Deb knows it with machines and all the notions. She's a walking encyclopedia. I always say that to her. But she is with So Steady, and she's going to be showing us some stuff today. So y'all welcome Deb Donovan to the show.
Hi, Blaine. How are you?
I am fantastic, Deb. Good to see you. Glad you're here. And I know we're running a little behind, so I'm going to let you get right into it, and I'll see you back in 25 minutes.
All right. Sounds good, Blaine. So Steady has so many fabulous holiday promotions going on, and I just want to show you some of the products that are going along with those promotions. So the very first thing that we did is So Steady released an edge-to-edge collection over the fall, back in October. And that edge-to-edge collection has lots of different embroidery designs that will let you literally quilt from one edge of a quilt to another edge of the quilt. You can either connect them or not connect them. And that was great for the machine embroiderers, but everybody that was doing just ruler work, they wanted to get in on that fun too. So what we have is, if I can find my little mouse right here, what we've got that we just came out with at So Steady is what we call our, I don't know where that camera is. I hit something. 1 minute. That would be the edge of my table right there. Let's go to this one, my overhead view. So it'll be a little bit harder to see from this angle. So we came out with 2 new templates that are shaped kind of weirdly. And we call these our edge-to-edge connectors. So if you are using any of the So Steady, the Westerly rulers, then you can take your ruler and stitch out ruler work, a motif, and then use one of these 2 rulers to connect them back together again. So you can do edge-to-edge quilting and get something done that's a little bit kind of looser and more freeform. Let me just give you a quick example of that. Right here is a little project that I've been working on. It is just going to be a little wall hanging for a nursery. And I have embroidered some of the designs from our Starry Nights collection. So Starry Nights is this collection right here that we came out with last year. And it has so many different designs in it. But what we got asked for was some more simple designs that we could design our own things with. So I'm not going to show you the front of this quilt. I'm going to show you the back, because on the back, you can see where I have embroidered different motifs all along here. And I've got some threads because I've been working on this for a little bit. But this star right here, this moon, it's got, I think, 3 different moons and 5 or 6 different stars that we've now come out with in the mini size. What's really great about this mini size is they're about 2.5 inches, and the templates are 2.5, come in sizes up to 2.5 inches as well. So you can really literally mix and match back and forth between the new minis collection and your ruler work templates. And as a matter of fact, I'm doing that right here, because what I did for this is I just filled up my big hoop with random stars and moons and stitched that out, and then did the same thing down here at this end. And I ended up with a little bit of a dead spot in the middle. Instead of hooping it a 3rd time, I've gone and grabbed my templates, and I'm just going to put a couple of pieces of ruler work in here to fill this gap so that I can have it quilt all the way from the top to the bottom as one continuous line. And that's where these 2 templates come into play. And if you forgive me for just a second, I'm going to try and get that camera back, because you'll be able to see a whole lot better. So I'm just warning you, there may be a little seasickness going on right here. That's what we're looking for. So here are the 2 templates. We have this one right here, which does curvy lines. And I love these pockets at the end for the ruler work foot to nestle into. And then we have this oddball looking one, which actually does loop-de-loos. So it doesn't matter if you cannot frame motion for anything, if you're not comfortable, if you always go in a direction you don't intend. With these 2 templates, you can take disconnected motifs, whether they be stars or any of the other motifs from the Westerly designs. I know that there is a really cool set of Christmas motifs that are out there. And the way that you use these, let me just grab my spacing gauge right here, because I'm going to want it. So I want the needle to stop right here at the moon. So I am going to, this is for my very first one, drop that needle right there, kind of in that moon. I don't want to start stitching there though. I want an edge to edge look. So I'm actually going to start over here in the batting. This line right here is my basting line. I basted about 1/8 of an inch away from the edge of the quilt top so that I could use the embroidery machine with it. So now I'm just going to reuse those. If I lift up the embroidery foot and then come back here, I can start quilting on this quick little project. And I'm going to quilt from here and come all the way down and stop right at the edge of that moon. It doesn't matter if you can't free motion. All you have to do is stay on the edge. And there I have a nice, simple, even, consistent curve that will start me from the outside edge of the quilt and come in to that moon right there. We've got 3 different curves on this template for you. So you can use whichever one you want. If your span is too long, you can actually quilt part way down and then reposition the template and finish the rest. And then we have our loop-de-loo template. I think it has a more official name, but that's what I call it. This little feature right here is actually going to let you do curlicues or loop-de-loos. So we're just going to pretend I'm going to come off the end of the moon and head towards this star right here. So to do that, I'm just going to quilt up until where I stop in the corner, take off the template, flip it upside down, and now I'm going to come back out of there. It looks like I'm going to be a little bit short to this star point right here. So what I'm going to do is use my spacing gauge in the 1/4 inch to kind of ballpark what direction this curve needs to be in. So then I can come around, stop when I'm partway there. This is all one continuous curve, so I'm just going to slide back a little bit, use my spacing gauge again, and come in right to that point on the star. Oops, wrong button. I can be that precise with it. So here I have one of the basic curves right here. And then here is that loop-de-loo template, which came from this one right here. And it's got 3 sides to it. We labeled them A, B, and C. So you actually have 3 different loop-de-loos on there. I love them because they're great for changing directions if you start finding yourself kind of boxed into a corner. And from here, I could either, if I continued off out of this point on the edge of the star, I could make all of my connecting quilting one continuous line of stitching. So I wouldn't have any stops and starts in it. It would be just like the continuous quilting that you can get when you're doing the edge to edge continuous designs. There won't be any stops and starts unless you run out of bobbin thread. So these are our 2 newest, most fabulous connectors. They are the edge to edge connectors. They come as a pair, and you can get those on special right now for the holidays. We also have just released these mini motifs as a standalone collection. I've been asking for these for a really long time, so I'm really excited that I can mix and match back and forth between the templates and the embroidery designs. I've been doing ruler work for quite a long time, but I have been teaching the basics for a very long time. So I find it faster to come in and do this 8-minute stitch out with like 9 designs in it than to position everything and stitch it out by hand. So that's what works for me. I'm not sure what's going to work for you. And I'm showing you the back just because the front is, again, all white again right here. So that is the new connector, the ruler work templates that we just came out with. So I don't have a table here because we had a little mix up in communication, but the Sew Steady large table is on special for the holidays. And this is a great deal that you are not going to want to miss. We just upgraded it. So now it's the large deluxe table. And anybody who ever wanted a drawer on the side of their table, well, now you've got it. That drawer is now included with a large table. What we're also including with the large table is our circles and straights tool. This little thing like this stores away in your drawer. It's 2 pieces. It does come in a box, but mine's been well traveled and the box is no more. So you just take the yellow piece and stick it to the bed of your sewing machine, and then take the blue piece and stick it onto the yellow piece, and that will show you exactly where you're going to be quilting. Or not quilting, what am I talking about? That will show you exactly where your circle will be centered at. So the circle of the center will be right here, giving me an 11-inch diameter circle, which is pretty big, especially for the cost of this. It's included with the large table, but you can always buy it separately. As long as this piece of yellow cling is, and it is 29 inches long, you can do circles up to 29 inches in diameter with just these 2 little pieces right here. There's so much fun you can have. And this is a new thing this year that we're including with the large deluxe table. The large deluxe table's got a drawer off the side of it, which is what we've all been waiting for. Those of us that couldn't fit the wish table wanted a drawer. We wished we had a drawer. And now we have one on the large deluxe table also. And then the other part of this holiday special for that large table is we are also including for you the, which camera am I on? The suspension system right here. And if you've ever wondered what a suspension system is, down here at the bottom, it will go up to 3 inches in diameter. So I can clamp it to the edge of a sew steady table or my sewing table right here. And it will support the weight of your quilt while you're quilting. Obviously, it flexes and bends very easily, but you just attach your quilt right here. You could get two, you get a pair of 2 in a box, and 2's plenty to do the smaller things. If you're going to do bed-size quilts, you probably want 2 pairs. But what's great about these is it has a round tube that it holds your quilt with, and it flexes and it bends. So if you imagine I'm quilting over here, as I'm quilting to the right, it comes to the right, and then it goes back to the left. It's not static and it's not fixed. So it moves with me, and I can also put it wherever I can fit it. So I actually like to keep mine in super close to the quilting area, because this area right here is the area that I'm really working in. If I'm doing a bed-size quilt and I'm working in the middle of it, the outside edges of it, they are way over here on the table. They're not causing me a problem. I really don't want to think about them. I need to think about what's going on right here, because this is the part of the quilt that I'm moving. And so having the suspension system mounted in close lets me do that. It lets me mount this, grab the weight of the quilt in closer to the needle, so that I'm actually supporting the weight of this part of the quilt. So the weight of this part of the quilt isn't dragging on the bed of your table, and it's not dragging on your shoulders. So that is the suspension system that is coming as part of the holiday package with the large table. And then we have, since we've got such a great deal this year, back behind me right here, I have a storage bag. So this is the storage bag actually for the little table, the Versa table, but you'll be getting the table that fits that 18 by 24 inch large deluxe table. So you're going to get this bag with its lovely pockets on the inside, a pocket on the outside, so that you can store your legs in there and keep everything all contained. And then let me just point out to you that the size of the large table is 18 by 24. And the size of the cutting mat that I most often take to classes is also 18 by 24. So now I have someplace to store my rulers and my cutting mat when I'm taking into class, and I'm not always worried about where that cutting mat's going to go, or if I'm going to break one of the rulers. So the last thing that I wanted to show you is we have our, switching cameras again to this one. I lost a point. We have crosshair squares. I'm sure you guys have all seen them. I have about a half a dozen of them, and they come in basically 8.5 inches and 12 inches in diameter. And that is great for when you're marking up the blocks that are on your quilt, so you can do ruler work on them, or really you can do anything else on them. Lets you very easily take your chackle liner and go and grid things out. Works great on the bigger things, but I don't always work I don't always work big. Sometimes I work small, or sometimes I want to be creative. So the mini crosshair square set is right here. You get all 3 of those included. You've got the 6-point crosshair square, the 5-point crosshair square, and the 8-point crosshair square. I'm going to leave out the 6, I think. For the holidays, we're including the crosshair square book showing you all of the different ways that you can use these crosshair squares. We've got just a few of them shown on the inside right here of the different things that you can do with these crosshair squares, so that you can get more unique layouts than just a standard 6-point star. which is what I have right here. So I have pulled a couple things kind of out of the archives here. I have, this is going to be used to make a sample someday. But if I grab my large crosshair square and I try and work on it, it's really big and it's kind of unwieldy to handle. So I like having something that is palm sized for when I want to do something that is smaller. I can go in there and work with exactly what I need. I can even use it underneath the arm of my machine. I don't have to worry about, I can just kind of nudge it in there. So this is, I probably would use the 8.1 on here, but truthfully, if I wanted to, I could kind of go out of the box and very easily get a 5-point design in that little block as well. And if I would have had the larger one, the 6.1, back when I did this quilt a few years ago, it would have made my life a whole lot easier. And I probably would have gone outside the ditch. On this one, I quilted strictly in the ditch because I didn't want to deal with the hexagons. But with a 6-point crosshair square and the mini one, it would have been so super simple for me to go in and mark all of these blocks so that I could have gotten a little bit more creative than just the stitch in the ditch that I did. And you know what? Now that I say that, I probably could still go ahead and do it since I just did stitch in the ditch on it. So if I have one of those smaller design sets, we've got some mini Spinifex rulers that are just amazing. Then I could use this, one of my regular templates, and come in and do a 6-point, a 4-point rotation in here and really take this hexagon, which is hard to work with, and make it a whole lot easier to decide how to quilt it because I've got all those reference lines in there. So Steady's got so many things. We're coming out with new products all the time. There's new embroidery designs and new templates and new projects that are coming out next year. I can't wait for you guys to see them. But in the meantime, the 12 Days of Christmas, Westerly style, are rocking and rolling on. And this is just a small set of those amazing products that I use. I use them all the time at my home when I'm doing sewing. I particularly love that suspension system. If you're not a free motion quilter, then you should get it anyways because it holds the weight of any project. It doesn't have to be a quilt. You can use that to hold the edge of a towel. If you are embroidering on big bath towels and the holidays are coming, so now's the time that a lot of us do it, you can use that to carry some of the weight of that crosshair square. Sorry. You can use that to carry some of the weight of the towel, or you can use it to carry the weight of a jean jacket. In my mind, anything that gets the weight of my project off of my embroidery arm is always a good thing. So I actually have 2 pairs of them. I have one at my sewing machine and I have one at my embroidery machine. And when I'm doing something really big, then I migrate and I end up with all 4 of them at one of the machines when I'm doing something a lot larger. And you can get creative with your mounting. We have done it before. I don't have the largest table for my embroidery machine. It's just kind of the size of my table. So I actually take the suspension system and I mount it to the drawer unit that's sitting right next to it. So go out of the box and think about it. Everything that Sew Steady has is designed to solve a problem. So that's where the rulers came from. How do we solve the problem of free motion quilting? That's where the table came from. How do we solve the problem of our projects diving off the edge of the table and us getting larger stitches? How do we support the weight of the quilt? Well, there's the suspension system. So we are all about, or Sew Steady, we're not all about just making things. We're about solving problems and helping you to get your projects done faster and easier. That's why I love the new embroidery collections that we've come out with. They are inspired by all of our favorite our favorite Westerly designs, but they're bigger and they're a little bit looser. They're not very tightly packed. A standard embroidery design from the Sew Steady, the embroidery line, will stitch out in 2 or 3 minutes. So it's so fast and easy to actually get your quilts done instead of sitting there and looking at them and being intimidated by the weight or being don't know what you want to do. You can't hold it. You're not any good at free motion. All of these things are things that So Steady, Westerly, and now Embroiderly are coming in to try and solve those problems for you and with you. So with that, I'll be honest, I haven't been watching the questions that much. So are there any good questions? Inventor is the mother of all needs. Yes, that's what we do. So So Steady is owned by a family. It's a family-owned business. The marketing manager actually jokingly says that, you know, she spent her childhood riding up and down the 5 with her tea set in the back of the van. But they are sewers and they are quilters. And a lot of these ideas originated from the things that she and her mom wanted to have as they were going and doing their own projects at home on the kitchen table after hours. So, hi, Blaine.
Well, hey, Deb, great job. And thank you for coming on the show. And we're going to tell them how they can get these right now.
All right.
All righty. See you later. All right, everybody. All the products you've seen on the show with So Steady right now, they're all 20% off. So what you can do is you can go to sewingmachinesplus.com. Up in the search bar, just type in the word So Steady, and it'll take you to the landing page of all their products. Everything you see is going to be 20% off, and some are even more than that. But the minimum is going to be 20% off. Pick out what you're looking at. If you saw anything that Deb was showing there or Stacy is showing earlier in the week, make sure that y'all get on there and get it, because it is ending. That sale is ending. So give us a call too at 800-401-8151 and ask them about the So Steady products, and they can help you out as there as well. All right, guys, we're going to continue on, and coming up next, we have CutterPillar in the house. We have a Melody Cloud coming in, and she has been here all week with us. So y'all make a huge SMP welcome for Melanie.
Hello. How are you, Blaine?
I am fantastic. How are you doing?
I'm good. It's been a fun week.
Oh, I tell you what, it has been. And I'm going to say, you know, we had you on our show, CutterPillar, the first time ever back at SewFest, and it was a huge hit. Everybody just loved y'all's products. And I know we're going to show some more products today, so I'm going to let you take it away, and then we'll come back and tell them how they can get theirs.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Blaine. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us again for the CutterPillar hour, half hour for our countdown to Christmas event here with Sewing Machines Plus. Oh, I almost said that wrong. We're excited to be here. This is day 4. We've had, as Blaine mentioned, we were here for SewFest earlier this year, and we brought some bundles back because you all were so excited about them then. And they were such a hit then. We wanted to make sure to bring some of them back again. And so today is our 4th bundle. And we are very excited to show it to you today. This is in some ways, our smallest bundle. Earlier in the week on Tuesday, we had our all-in bundle where you can deck everything out for your studio. We also had a travel bundle and we had an applique bundle, but this is our quilting bundle. This is our bundle today. And in some ways, it's our smallest bundle because it just contains a couple of products, but it's also our biggest because it contains our biggest LED light board, which is our favorite one. So let me get right into it. I'm going to tell you what's included in the bundle first, and then I'm going to show you a little bit how you can use the products. So stay with us also through this entire half hour, because at the end of the half hour, we're going to go over the bundles again that we had this week. I mentioned what they were, but we're going to show you the products that are included in them. What we did was we created bundles for different types of sewing and quilting. We have the all-in one that we talked about, but then there's a travel one for those of us that travel, the applique. We'll show you what all those are at the end of this again, but this is our quilting bundle. So if you are a quilter, and you love doing quilting, basic, not basic because none of us are basic, but great quilting, squares and triangles and things like that, this is the one for you. You can do lots of other things with it, which I'll show you in a little bit as well, but this is fantastic for all of our quilters out there. So the first thing that this bundle includes is our Glow Ultra light board. So the Glow Ultra light board is our biggest one. It is 19 by 26 in size. So it is big enough to put a fat quarter on it, and it has 4 levels of light on it. So instead of pulling out your big clunky light boards or pulling out your kids or grandkids' little Crayola ones, it's really great to have this on your tabletop. One of the best things about light boards is it eliminates overhead shadows. All of us try to have great light above us when we're working on our crafting project, but all of us tend to cause shadows on our projects. When you've got light coming from below, that doesn't happen. So your LED light board is 19 by 26. So you can move this off, and on here is where you can do pattern tracing, you can do paper piecing, applique projects, you can do all kinds of other crafts, which I'll show you in just a little bit. But this is made out of a durable acrylic, so you can use it on just about any project that you're working on. Now the LED light board comes with a self-healing cutting mat. So the self-healing cutting mat is translucent so that light will shine through. It is also textured on the back of it. So the texture keeps the mat from sliding around when you're using it on top of the light board. That texture holds it in place, so when you've got it on top of your light, it is not going to move. So you can do your piece cutting on top of here, which we'll show you again in a few minutes. The other item that is included in our quilting bundle that we've got here today for you is our swivel rotating cutting mat. Now this is our swivel. It's really great. It has little ball bearings that it turns on. So it's got a nice and smooth spin. And then the cutting mat that comes with it is reversible and replaceable. So you can flip it over and you can cut on both sides. But then if you ever need a mat replacement, you do not need to get a whole new system. You can just replace that mat and you can use the swivel. So those are the items that are included in this quilter's bundle today. But let me show you what you're going to do with it, right? What are we going to do with the bundle? So first of all, when you're doing your quilting, the best thing, if you're doing your cutting, the best thing about this Glow Ultra mat, besides the light, because really that's the best part, is it is big enough for you to lay your fat quarter right out on it. So when you've got your fat quarter, you can put it out right on top. And the thing that is really great about the mat that comes with the Glow Ultra as compared to a couple of our other light boards, this mat goes all the way to the edge of the board. So while the lighted area is 17 by 24 and your fat quarter is, what are these, 18 by 22-ish, your cutting mat is 19 by 26. So this will fit entirely on top of here. So you can cut this full entire length on here. You don't have to move it around. You don't have to slip it. You don't have to reset it. You can cut the entire length on here. Now, if you look from the overhead, if you look really close, you can see through here, right? You can see through, so you can see where your pattern is going to land when you do your piece cutting, but you're not going to always see through all of your fabrics. Some of your fabrics are going to be a little bit dark, and sometimes you need to cut things through more than one layer because we don't want to do all the cutting all the time, right? So just because you can't see through the fabric, that is okay. You still want to use this because what you're going to do is you're going to take your ruler and you're going to set it over the top of the light. And because that light shines through your ruler, you can see if your lines are off by the tiniest little bit. So you can get super accurate in your piece cutting. You can make sure that if you were lined up on both sides of this ruler, your fabric in the middle lined up on both sides, that this is always going to be a straight cut. And you can cut right on top of here. This mat is durable and you can cut through all of your mini fabrics, all of your layers of fabric, and you can do it right on top of the light. So I like to always square everything up on my light because I used to do a lot of quilting. I used to do a lot of sewing with my mom, and I always sewed crooked, or I thought I was always sewing crooked. I found out I was always cutting crooked because I was trying to rush through it. I was a little bit lazy. I was always off my lines by just a little bit on that side of my ruler. I was accurate on this side, but I was not when it was far away from me. So now I like to square everything up on top of the light. So when you are doing your little squares and you're doing your triangles, you can set these right on here because this light will shine. You can see exactly where you are. What I'm liking to do these days with my my Glow Ultra, especially when I'm working on my quilt box, is I like to use the grid on here to set my pieces out so I can see where everything is going to land and I can make sure that it's squared up how I want it to be. So you can set everything out on here. You can make sure the project is lined up how you want it to be. You can make sure the squares or the design of the fabric is going the angle you want it to go. You can make sure just that you're doing it how you want to do it, right? Like you want to make sure that your pieces are how you want those to go. You can do all that right on here and you can use the grid. I really like to do it this way before I fold them together to do the sewing because I can see where things are going to line up. That light helps so much. Now, if you do anything with little templates or you do paper piecing, what you can do, which is really cool, is you can take your little hexagons, you can set it on here, you can make sure you're squared up on here on your lines because the light shines through. And then you can take your fabric and you can put it over the top. So you can see where that flower is going to land. If you want that centered on your hexie, you can see it. If you want it off to the side a little bit, you can see it before you do your cutting. So you can do your fussy cutting after you set that down. And also that light is shining through, so you can line your ruler lines right up on top of that hexie. So I can see that I'm now a 1/4 inch right outside of that hex so that I can make sure that I cut exactly where I want that to be. So that's going to be straight. That's going to be exactly the distance I want it to be before I do my needle turn or before I fold it over before I sew it together. All the things that you do with your hexes. But because you can see through the fabric and the hexagon and the ruler, because of the light, you can do all of that right on top of there, which is so fantastic. So what are some other things that we can do on our LED light boards, right? You can cut on it, obviously. You can do all of your piece cutting right on top of there, but you can do lots of other crafts as well. So if you are an applicator, let's say you're an applicator, you can use this to lay out your patterns and you can do your tracing right on top of here, right? So we started doing this little pattern. Now, the best thing about this, so you've got your pattern. Most of our patterns these days are printed on both sides, right? So this is where the multiple levels of light come in handy because you can dim this down. You don't have to have it all the way bright because you don't have to see all of the pieces through both sides, right? When it's super bright, you can see through both sides. But when you've got it dimmed down just a little bit, you can really focus on the pieces that you're trying to trace. So then you can do your tracing right on top of here. And because this is so big, after you do your tracing and you need to kind of tape all of your patterns together, you've got this whole area that you can do that. Because you can put if you're doing a big pattern, right? You can tape all of your pieces together because you can do 4 8.5 by 11s on top of here. So you can set all of that stuff and tape it all together right on here. And you can do all of that work right in the same spot, which is so fantastic. So do all of your tracing on here. How many of you guys out there used to like tape your patterns to your sliding glass door? Or how many of you used to use the microwave? I used to use the microwave or the stove. How many of you took a flashlight and stuck that underneath your glass coffee table in order to do your pattern tracing? You don't have to do any of that anymore. You can do it right on top of here. No more windows. Brenda, no more windows. I used to use the front window as well. I'm with you. I used to do it. I used to do it all of the time. But this is so great to not have to do that anymore. I promise. Everything's right on here. Your arms don't get tired because when you're tracing up on the window for too long, your arms get tired. And then what else happens? The sun goes down. And then you have to stop crafting. And whoever wants to do that, we'd rather stay awake than do crafting, right? We don't want to do that. So all of that you could do right on top of here. I like to just leave this out on my desktop now. So it's always there if I need it. I do all of my stuff right on top of here. So we were going to talk about some other things that you can do on here, right? I'm not sure if how many of you out there, put a little 1 or a 2 in the comments if you've ever heard of diamond art. So diamond art is kind of a new craze that's out there that we really like to do because it's kind of relaxing because you get to finish a cute project and you don't have to think about it. It's kind of like a paint by number. So what you do is you take your little diamonds and you stick it on here where the codes are, right? The little codes are on here. You can see from above. The little codes are here. So you know which color gems to put. And this base is sticky. So you just stick them on there. It's super fun and relaxing because you finish this really cute thing and you didn't have to do the thinking of it. But it's really hard to see all of those little designs. So when you turn that light coming on from underneath, look at that. You can see all of the little pieces. You can make sure to get it really accurate. And really the thing that I love doing, I love that you guys love diamond art as well. The thing that I love doing is if I do it on my light board, my new philosophy is if I do it on my light board and I get it done faster, I get to buy more projects. And isn't really that all what we're trying to do? We're trying to get to more projects. We're trying to do more and more and more if we can. So the light board helps us finish the projects faster. So then we don't have to feel guilty about buying new projects, right? That's what I do. So more projects is always making us happy. So you can do diamond art on here. You can also do stamping and coloring and sketching and vinyl weeding. You can do all of that stuff. I don't know if we have any paper crafters out there. I know that Sewing Machines Plus carry some of our paper cutters, which we started making back in 2011. But if you are a scrapbooker, one of the things, I'm just going to grab something here really quick. One of the best things to do on top of here, if you are a scrapbooker, is you can lay out your double page layout right on top of your light. So you can work on your whole paper. You can work on your whole project right on top of here. 2 12 by 12 layouts in one lighted space is amazing. So you can lay these out. You can line them up. You can washi tape them down if you want to hold them in place. But what I like to do when I am doing my paper crafting, I will stick these down. I will try to take my title. When you try to do your title from one page to the other page, and then you go put it in your binder, and then you realize it was off by just a little bit, and it makes you crazy, and you don't want to go back and fix it, but you want to go back and fix it. This way you don't have to, because you can use your grid, you can use your light, and you can make sure that you're lined up like that. If you do card making, same thing. You can do your pieces off center. You can make sure that you're square here. You can make sure that you're square here, and then you can go trim it off later, and you'll know that you are square on this side of your paper crafting too. So it is so amazing. This is the best thing to do. All of our eyes are getting a little bit tired, right? All of the extra light is so fantastic. So you can do all of those things right on top of here. The board itself is made out of acrylic, so it's super durable. I saw a quick question there. If you need to clean the surface of this, super easy. Citrus cleaner, Magic Clean, Mr. Clean Magic Eraser. I don't know if that's a copyrighted thing. I don't know if I should have said that, but you can use that. Soap and water, anything like that. Just don't submerge it. Make sure that the electrical part stays dry here, and then you're good to use whatever. And then your self-healing mat, clean it the same as you clean any self-healing mat. It's made the exact same way. We don't dye them. There's light that shines through. So that super easy. So I'm going to talk about the swivel again here for a couple of minutes. I showed that to you a few minutes ago, but I want to show it to you again. So our swivel is our rotating cutting mat. And I mentioned earlier that the cool thing about it is that there's ball bearings here. I have found over the years for my use, when I have used rotating cutting mats, either they don't turn very well or they keep turning when I'm trying to cut. And neither of those things is great. So the swivel that is so good, one of the cool things about this is it has that ball bearing. So it's a nice and a smooth spin, but I don't know if you can see that. It's kind of stopping a tiny bit as it goes, because when you put pressure on the edge, there's little stoppers all around. So it will not continue to spin, which is so great. Because I don't know how many of you have tried that, right? When you're cutting on a rotating thing and it still spins and you miss what you're doing and you're wasting fabric, you don't want to do that. So the best thing to do on these things is to square up your pieces. So when you've got your little 8x8 square, you can set that on here. You can make sure that it's exactly where you want it to be, and you can trim it down right on top of here. And I don't know about how many of you guys use these things, but these are so great because you'll just cut one side here, my little rotary cutter. I almost lost the word of that. So anyway, you cut one side here, right? Then you'll turn it, and then you can not have to move your fabric and reset it, and you can cut this side here, and then you can turn it and you can do it again. So I know that I mentioned that I like to square everything up on top of my cutting mat, which I do, but if I'm doing a little bit bigger squares, I will do it on the rotating cutting mat as well. Because the cool thing about this is when you use them together, because they're meant to be used together, you don't have to. You can use a swivel on your desktop and that's totally fine. But when you use them together, watch this. This is crazy. Here we go. We're going to turn that light on the same as you would on the cutting mat. And now your rotating cutting mat lights up as well. So the swivel can be used on our other mats, our either Glow Basic or Glow Premium. It hangs off the edge just a little bit, but look how phenomenal it is right on top of the Glow Ultra. It will fit right there, and you can use all of the light to help you see your project, and you can use the swivel to line everything up super accurately. Like I said, you can cut on both sides. So if you can use the one side where the grid is printed on there so you can see what you're doing, then if you flip it over, you can use your templates on here. You can use your squares and your triangles, your acrylic templates on here and cut around it on here because you don't need the measurement so much. But you can cut on either side of this, which is fantastic. And there's a little joke. I love to travel and meet all of our fun quilters all around the country all the time at all the shows and everything. The other thing that I like to joke about doing is when you're not using it for cutting, you can use it to put your charcuterie right on top of there. We had a little Mother's Day party and we had drinks on here and we had another one with charcuterie, so we didn't have to reach over. We could just spin them around and grab your stuff because this is acrylic as well. So this is super easy to clean also. So use your swivel on top of your light board. So this is super fantastic. So you're probably wondering, do I really need this stuff? Like, do I really need this stuff? I say yes. I mean, of course I say yes, but what it does is it makes everything so much easier, so much quicker, so much more accurate. So you can make sure that you are getting it exactly how you want it to be. It is so much fun to do that. It's Christmas time. I think it's time for us to get ourselves a present or give the link to your loved one so they can give you a present. I know that SMP has a fantastic sale on this bundle today, but I know they have the products individually as well. So you can do it either way. This is our quilters bundle. So imagine if you are working on your quilts. Think about how you're trying to get your projects done and the lighting in your room is terrible and the sun is going down so you don't have the sunlight anymore. Then you have your Glow Ultra here and you can use this to cut right on top of there. You're not going to have any overhead shadows. You're not going to cause the shadow on your project because like I was mentioning earlier, that was my issue all the time. I was causing shadows on my projects. I was having a really hard time seeing what I was doing as my eyes got worse and worse and worse. So when I turn this on, then those shadows go away. So LED light board comes with the cutting mat. Remember that cutting mat is textured on the back, so it's not going to slide around when you're using it. It is 19 by 26 in size. It is the biggest one we have. It's the biggest one you can find. You can put your fat quarter right on top of this, and you can do all of your work right on here. So fantastic. It is amazing. But then, because your lighted area is 17 by 24, but the mat goes all the way to the edge of the board. So it's 19 by 26 of a cutting surface. So your fat quarter will fit right here. Now, even if you're not doing a project where you either need to see through your fabric or you can't see through your fabric, you can square your pieces up right on here, because you can line that up. You can use your ruler and you can cut right there. You can make sure that you are square, because you can see through your ruler lines, and you can make sure you are cutting that perfectly accurate. Make sure to square everything right up on here. Then the swivel comes with this quilters bundle. This is our quilters bundle special for SMP today. And then you can use that right on top of here. And this is the one that has the awesome ball bearing spin. So it's got a really smooth spin, but it also has stoppers. So when you are putting pressure on it, it's not going to continue to spin while you're doing your cutting. There's little stoppers all around the edges of this. So you can make sure that it's very safe and it's not going to flip around on you. You're going to make sure that you're super accurate, and you're not going to cut your fingers, because we don't want that to happen. Paper piecing you can use for this as well. All of your paper piecing. I don't have an actual paper piecing pattern, but look at this. When you're seeing what you're doing and you need to line this up, you want to make sure that you're exactly where you want that to be before you stick it down, or before you do your before you're doing your fussy cutting or anything right on there. But when you're setting it on your pattern, you've got your pattern here that you're working on, and you need to make sure to set these exactly where you want them to be. When you're using that light, it is amazing how you can see exactly where you're doing it. You can make sure that you're lining things up exactly where you want them to be. I use that word exact a lot, because that's how I like to quilt. I like to pretend I'm exact. So I can make sure that I am. Look at that. Look how cute that is. You can do all of your paper piecing right on here. Foundation paper piecing, English paper piecing, pattern tracing, applique, stamping, coloring, drawing, diamond painting, paint by numbers, weeding vinyl. You can paint your wood projects on here. It cleans up really well. You can do all of that kind of stuff. Any craft you can think of, you can do right on here. I've been using my light boards this season to do my Christmas decoration crafts, because that light has helped me so much. Make sure that I do that. Make sure that it's straight. You can trace your embroidery patterns. If you're making stockings this year, or you're embroidering on towels or things like that, you can trace those patterns right on top of this light. If you are a sewer as well as a quilter, and you like to trace your patterns, I used to make clothes for my kids and my grandkids all the time. I would trace those patterns out so I could use the multiple sizes. You can do all of those things right on top of here. Anything you can think of, but you can also do your regular quilting on here. You can square your squares up. You can cut your triangles. That's why this is our quilters bundle, because you can do all of those things right on here. So this is very exciting. Now I believe, if Blaine is still there, are going to go over all of the bundles that we have. We'll talk about this one more time. This is our quilters bundle. Blaine's going to show you how to order that.
Yeah, we'll do that, Melody, and then we'll be right back with you, okay?
Sounds great.
All right, guys, this is the quilters package right here. Now you're getting, again, just like she showed you, you're getting that light board. You're getting the mat that goes on top of it. You're also going to get that circle mat that's a self-healing mat as well. You're getting all that for $299. This is a special package just for SMP. Can't get it anywhere else as a package with that price. Again, $299. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. This has been a really popular package. If you want to take a look at more of the CutterPillar stuff, just type in CutterPillar in the search bar on our website, and you can go check all those things out. If you have any questions, you can also talk to one of the live chat agents on the website. But give us a call, 800-401-8151. What a perfect Christmas gift this would make for somebody that you know that's in sewing. So, all right, let's go back. I think she's ready, and we'll continue on.
Blaine, correct me if I'm wrong. I think you could pull graphics up for us as we go through this, right? We're going to talk about the rest of the bundles that we had this week. We are going to do the big all-in bundle, which is the big shebang. We're going to do that one last. Let's talk about yesterday's bundle. Yesterday was our travel bundle. So if you do a lot, yes, there we go. That is our travel bundle. So that is cutting mat, which is 5 cutting mats in one. That is our Glow Mini, which is our smallest, most lightweight light board that you can do all the same things on the Ultra. You can do right on top of there. And then we have the tote bag where everything fits in. Now, I would love to show you, Blaine, if we can swing back here. I'm going to show you the way this flip and fold works because this is the craziest, coolest thing. So our flip and fold mat starts out at 11 by 17. This is how I'm going to show you. You've got all the different cutting sizes in one. 11 by 17. Then if you need it bigger, you can flip it open. You've got 17 by 24. You can flip it around and you can flip it open again. And then you've got 17 by 48. Little puzzle pieces, make sure they're snapped together and then you're nice and flat. And then it will open one more time. So you've got 36 by 48. So that is the flip and fold that comes in the travel bundle. And then the mini glow comes in the travel bundle. This cute little size right here. That is the mini glow with the cutting mat. And all of it comes with the travel bag so you can put it all in. So that is, the mini glow has the 4 levels of light like the Ultra does. So that one is super bright as well. Then they can all go inside the bag here. Now, let me tell you that that's available as well. That's our travel bundle. Then the day before that, we did our applique bundle. Oh yeah, Blaine. Well, Blaine, would you put the travel bundle back up so they can see the price of that? There we go. Look at that price. Oh my gosh. Blaine, you're crazy. That's amazing. So that's our travel bundle. So then we'll go to our applique bundle. Now our applique bundle has our Glow Premium light board in it. The coolest thing about it works the same as the other ones, but the cool thing about the Glow Premium is it is fully portable. So it does not have to be plugged in. So you can see, you can have the different levels of light on the Glow Premium, but if you can see, this is not plugged in. So this is fully portable. This one you can work on your lap. You can take it with you. You can do all those kinds of things. It comes with a translucent cutting mat as well. And then, oh, here that is. And then the other thing that comes with it is our tempered glass mat, which is so phenomenal. The tempered glass mat is a general crafting treated mat. The best part about this, and this the reason this is our applique bundle, is because you can iron your pieces right on top of here. So when you're doing your applique and you need to fuse it down, you can iron right on top of the glass on top of the light board. So that is in our applique bundle. Let's throw that price back up for our applique bundle, Blaine. And then the other piece that's included with it is our magnets and our magnetic plates. So the magnetic plates are self-adhesive. You can stick those to the back of your Glow Premium, and you can use those little magnets to help hold all of your projects down. So that is our applique package, and that is on a great deal. Blaine's making it easy for you guys to buy these this week. So those are the 3 packages. Those are the 3 sort of specialized packages that I told you we kind of put together. So we've got the applique package, we've got the travel package, and we have that quilters package that we talked about earlier today. All of those are so fantastic. Now the big shebang is our all-in bundles. This is the biggest bang for your buck. This is where you're gonna, I'll just talk about all those products. So you get that flip and fold mat that I just showed you. You get the Glow Ultra that we talked about earlier, the 19 by 26, the biggest one. You get the Glow Mini, which is the 9 by 12 portable version. You get that tempered glass mat that you can iron on, which will fit on half of the lighted area of the Glow Ultra. So you can cut on one half and iron on the other side. It includes that swivel mat that we talked about as well. Those magnets and plates, so you can stick those on the back of your Glow Ultra and make that magnetic. It also includes our sewing machine light and our ruler clamp light. And then a big tote bag, a big storage bag for everything to go in. This is the best price that you're going to see for $769.99, where you can deck out your entire studio, and you can get that this week with SMP. Are you still there, Blaine?
I am, Melinda. And you know, this is some packages that can only get with the SMP. We got some very aggressive pricing. So if y'all saw any one of those, get on it now. And I got to tell you, the last time we did this at SoFest, the all-in package was by far the very most popular package. We sold a ton of those
I agree.
things.
It totally was.
Oh my gosh, it was so great. And again, it's $769 for that price. Y'all need to jump on that. What a great gift that would make.
What a great gift that would make. Or if you have a whole lot of Crafty Guild friends, get that, break it up, give everyone a present, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a great idea as well.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I want to thank you so much.
This is the best guild. Blaine, you're doing great. This is the best guild. I can't believe it. This is awesome.
Yeah, this is a great show. Thank you so much for you. Thank you so much for CutterPillar working with us on the pricing and coming on the show. It's been a great time. And we're going to move on, and we'll look forward to seeing you the next time.
Thanks for having us.
All righty. Okay, guys, we're going to continue on with the show. And up next, we're going to bring Juki in the house, and we're going to talk all about that MO654 serger. And we got Kelly Latreille coming back in. Kelly's the National Training Manager for Juki America. She's been on our show many times. So y'all make a big SMP welcome to Kelly Latreille. Hey, Kelly.
Hey, Blaine, how's it doing? Happy Friday.
Oh, happy Friday to you. And man, last day of Countdown to Christmas, and man, the bargains are still coming in. And we got another treat for them now with another great price, another great machine. So I'll let you take it away.
All right, you bet. Thank you, Blaine. Yes, this is another great deal from Sewing Machines Plus. We're going to explore the MO 654 Juki serger. And if you're considering a serger and you've never have before, start taking notes. Please listen, because we're going to go through the whole MO 654 so you have absolutely no questions at the end. So let's go. This is a 4-3 2-thread serger, and what that means for you is you can seam, overcast, do rolled hems, do narrow seams, flat locking, decorative serging, everything you can on any other serger, which is nice. If you take a look at this, it has tensions, and I will tell you straight up, this is not an air thread serger, okay? So if you look at the threading path, you can see it's all color-coded, and it's very easy to follow. So later we'll take a look at that threading closer, but let's take a look at what is on the 654. I have a stitch length dial on the outside so I can adjust that while I'm sewing. I also have a differential feed on the 654. And for me, the differential feed is essential because it enables you to sew on more fabrics on a serger. Like the sweater knit I'm wearing required a lot of differential feed to compensate for the stretch when I was sewing it. So it's a really essential thing on a serger that you'll want to put on your list. All right, here I have seam guides. I have a 1/2 inch, 5/8, an inch, so you can follow along. I'm going to open this door. And remember that when I have my doors open on a Juki, that's a safety feature. The machine will not run, which is great. I have a stitch finger built in that I can remove for narrow rolled hems and narrow seaming. I also have 2 knives built in. The top knife I can rotate out of action if I so choose, or if I want to cut, I just bring that back down. I'm going to leave that back for a minute so I can show you the stitch width in the lower knife. The lower knife is right here, and I can dial this in and out to make a wider seam or a narrow seam. Today I'm going to keep it on 1, and we're going to test some fabric so you can see how that changes. I'm going to re-engage my knife, okay? And I do also have a pressure adjustment on the machine too on the top left, so I can vary that pressure again for a variety of fabrics. Let's take a look at the accessories that comes with it. We'll pan through those. You get an accessory bag. You get oil, a dust cover. You get the nets for decorative serging, screwdrivers, a lint brush. You also get an extra knife, which I think is pretty cool. You get a manual needle threader because there are not needle threaders on this. You get also needles. And this piece is actually really nice because it is for flat locking that you insert in the machine to do that function. So it comes fully equipped. And like any other Juki serger, what I'm going to tell you is start your tensions on 4 and test the stitch. So I'm going to start on a cotton. This is just a regular cotton fabric. And we'll run it through and see how our results are. Now, I do have 4 different colors on here today, so you can see what's doing what. And I'm going to use the seam guide. And let's take a look at the stitch. What I want is I want those loopers meeting directly on top. And they look really good, actually. And I want the needles to look like little dots in the back. and straight stitches in front. And frankly, that looks really good. I'm amazed. So now let's go to a different fabric. I'm going to try a lighter weight knit. We'll run that through. And I'm not raising and lowering my presser foot. I'm just bringing up that toe. It's a very smooth running serger, and it goes 1,500 stitches per minute. Ooh, that is beautiful. Very nice. Stretchy and is a great seam. Now, when I separate the seam, which needles or which threads am I going to see? I'm going to see the needle thread and the lower looper thread. So those are the two you can match if you're blending threads for sewing. I am going to try some velour. I had so much fun sewing velour this fall. It's a fun fabric to sew on. So let's take this through. Okay, and I'm just going to trim a little off and test this. Now, a couple of things are happening here that I don't like on this. First of all, it's getting stretched out a little bit. And second of all, it's just not enough width. It just looks confined. So I'm going to go down here and I'm going to bring the width up to 2 so I have a wider stitch. The other change I'm going to make is I'm going to take the differential feed up so it compensates for that stretching. So let's try it on the other side. And now it looks really good. The stitch width looks great. And I'm going to loosen the lower looper just a bit. And let's see what that looks. Ooh, that looks beautiful. Now it's wider, accommodating for that thicker thread. So it actually worked out really nice. And that differential feed compensated for that stretch. So it built in stretch to the seam and made it more even. Fabulous. Okay. I'm going to take my differential feed back to normal. And I'm going to make some changes here. I'm going to take out the left needle thread. And I'm going to pull this out up here. And I'm switching to a 3-thread right needle. Okay, so the yellow one's been completely eliminated. Why would I want to use a 3-thread right needle stitch? It is great for seaming lightweight knits. It's also great for overcasting. So I'm just going to run this through on the edge and take a look at my stitch. The blue's a little loose again, so I'm going to tighten that. Oh, and that looks great. Really looks good, okay? So now I'm going to take this stitch and I'm going to create a narrow rolled hem. You always use a 3-thread right needle for that narrow rolled hem. I'm going to eliminate the stitch finger so that I have a narrower seam. I'm also going to take the stitch length down to a closer stitch. So let's give this a try. I'm going to start the chain first because that chain on the rolled edge is great for belt loops and button loops and making tassels, all kinds of things. So now I'm going to bring this through. And let's see what's going on here. Okay, I didn't make one change. I'm going to tighten the lower looper. What that's going to do is it's going to bring that lower looper thread all the way around. So let's try that. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to eliminate my left needle. I meant to do that. And because it's making this stitch look, it's pulling that upper thread out. So I'm going to take this out. There we go. So now let's cut off this ugly rolled hem. Rolled hems are great for so many projects. Look at how smooth that machine runs. It's so nice and smooth. That's it. I got a beautiful narrow rolled hem off of the machine. And because we widened that width earlier to 2, it's rolling a little more fabric over. And I like that. I like a really substantial, nice, narrow hem. Now to enhance rolled edges, use a decorative thread in the upper looper. It really makes quite a difference. This is a holiday pillow. And I gathered this ruffle with differential feed. I also used the rolled edge for the edge on a metallic thread to make that really pop. So we're on a 3 thread. I think it's time we tackle the unknown. Everybody's like, ooh, it doesn't have air threading. Let's explore how it's threaded. So if you're thinking about a serger and threading really doesn't make you nervous, this might be the one, because this price is going to be so fantastic. And it is a solid Juki serger. So we have our right needle out already. I'm going to actually pop that needle back into the machine so we can rethread. And I'm going to bring the needle to its highest position. And I'm just going to bring this next to the right needle and tighten the screw. This does take standard sewing needles, and I love using serger needles because they're an extra plus when you're using a serger. Okay, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to cut my threads right here. And of course, everyone will tell you that you can tie on threads, but you got to learn how to thread that serger. So I'm going to cut all these and just pull these threads out. Okay. And you can see here that the machine's all color coded, so it makes it easy. I'm going to start with the upper looper thread, which is color coded blue. So I'm going to start with an S curve on the top. What that does is it takes out any glitches in the thread. So then now I'm just following my blue path. So I'm going to thread guides around the tension and then just following the path here. Okay, and there's a little guide down here and then here. They're designed so that you can put the thread right in them. You don't have to go through a lot to get these threaded. There's a thread guide right on the right-hand side of the upper looper. Very nice. And I have an extra set of tweezers here so I could just thread that upper looper. I like to take the needle out of, or not the needle, the knife out of action. So it just gives me a better visibility of seeing this looper. I'm threading the eye of the upper looper. Okay. And just going to pull that straight to the back. So we've got the upper looper threaded already. Real easy. And the lower looper is similar. I'm going to start with an S curve. Okay. Boom. There we go. Let's try that one more time. All right, we got it. Thread guide, tension. And again, just double check the map if you're unsure where to go next. Okay, and there's a little eyelet down here. Now, the reason why this is easier to thread is they've made the lower looper easy. I have a thread guide right here. And then, okay, I'm going to use my tweezers for this one. And I'm going to bring this forward a little bit. There we go. So now I'm going to bring that lower looper thread guide forward so I don't have to open the other door or anything. This thread guide comes right up in front. And then once I have that guide threaded, I push it to the back. And now I'm just going to thread the eye of the lower looper. There we go. Thank goodness for those tweezers. Nice. Okay. So I can even take that to the back, but I can also just let it be in the machine. And now we're going to go for the needles. The needles are relatively simple. S curve again. There we go. Around the tension. And then follow the green path. There we go. And there's 2 thread guides above the needles. And those thread guides are important because they keep those needles tight, that tension. It helps that tension balance. All right. And one more to go, that left needle. There we go. And very easy. 1, 2, and that S curve, tension around the take-up lever. And then through the eye of the needle. But that's the path you want to choose when you're threading a serger that's not air threading. You want to do the loopers first and then the needles last. So I'm threading that eye of that looper or that needle. I'm also going to put my stitch finger back into the machine. That is the piece that supports the stitch. So I'm going to take all of these threads to the bottom. Okay, and I'm just going to start to form a chain, and it looks good. So I'm going to start the machine. There we go. Let's see. It sounds good. Did we get everything done? I think I have to rethread that eye of that lower looper, but let me just check. Let me just run it and see. Nope, we don't have a chain. So it looks like the lower looper is going to be rethreaded here real quick. So I'm going to pull out that thread and rethread the looper with my tweezers. But this is a good chance for you to see how to rethread a serger. There we go. Got it in that one. And then I'm just going to go through this eye. Oh, gosh. We got it. All right. And that upper looper is there. I'm going to clear the needle threads from the machine. And this is a snap off foot. So I can just easily clear it by just taking off the foot and pulling those needles out of action, because I want to make sure everything's above the plate before I start sewing. And I'm going to put that down and push that little guide. There we go. We are all set to sew. So again, I'm just taking a couple of stitches and we're back. There's our chain. So remember, when you're threading in sequence on a manual serger, a serger without air threading, you just want to clear those threads. So let's try our stitch. I'm going to try it on this knit, and I'm going to go back to 4 on my lower looper because remember we switched that for rolled hems. So let's take a look. Beautiful. I'm going to lengthen my stitch. And it looks nice and balanced. Check that out. Very nice. So if you have never serged before, or you're looking for a serger for a new sewer, really consider the 654 Juki because it's 4 thread, 3 thread, 2 threads. It goes 1,500 stitches per minute and is a strong, solid machine. Let's talk about maintenance. For maintenance, you're going to want to de-lint a lot because, as you can see, it cuts the thread and leaves that lint. So we want to de-lint and oil the metal-to-metal moving parts. Sergers are fun. They make things fast. And the other thing I love doing is decorative work. Decorative work is so nice. This is a thread that was placed in the upper looper, and this is just a 3-thread left needle stitch. But it's amazing what you can do with a serger in a short amount of time. You can make a t-shirt in less than an hour. You can make sweatshirts. I make turtlenecks, and the sweater that I'm wearing was made on a serger. So if you're ready for an awesome serger at a really good price because you want to learn the techniques, consider the Juki 654. It's a fantastic all-around good serger. So the other things I can tell you about it is it can take thin to thick fabrics as well. So I love this wonderful thick ponte knit. I've been doing a lot of pants and tops out of this fall, and it just sews like a dream. Beautiful. The stitch is absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me. I am thrilled that I'm a part of the Christmas countdown with Sewing Machines Plus. And now I'm very excited to see what deal Blaine has on the Juki MO654 DE serger.
Well, Kelly, thank you so much for being on all week and presenting the Juki products. We sure do appreciate it. We'll see you again real soon, okay?
All right. Happy holidays. Thank you so much.
You too. All right, everybody. That was the Juki 654 serger. Now, this is a great price on a serger, guys. Look at the price on this. This is the 2-3-4 thread serger, $479.99. Plus, you're getting that bonus package that includes the instructional DVD video, the Juki electronic workbook, the Juki 8-foot kit, 8 cones of thread, 50 organ needles, and the tote bag. I mean, that is a great bundle, all for $479. If you've been looking for a great serger, look no further. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. Or if you're on the website, just type in Juki 654D. It will come up on the website. You can look at it there, and naturally, you can speak to one of the live chat agents, and they can help answer questions, take your order as well. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. We are wrapping this thing up quickly, and we got one more presentation left, and then we'll do some giveaways. But we have Aubrey Hartman in the house. Now, Aubrey has been on our show many, many times. She's an area sales manager for Butler Robotics, and she will be also at the Road to California Quilt Show, January 21st through the 25th. She'll be in the King Quilter booth, and she'll be doing King Quilter stuff and Butler stuff. And she's also at Road to California. If you're interested in taking a class for Butler Robotics, you can go on the Road to California website and check out the classes. Aubrey's teaching a class on the robotics on Saturday in the classroom. And you'll need to sign up because there's only 10 spots available. So if they're not already sold out, they're probably getting close. So you want to go and get signed up for that very quickly. But y'all give a big SMP welcome to Aubrey Hartman.
Hi, Blaine. Hi, SMP Nation.
Hey, Aubrey. Well, hey, I want to let you take it away. We'll see you back here in about 25 minutes, okay?
That sounds great, Blaine. Thanks so much. Well, hey, everybody. Thanks for joining me again today. I cannot believe the week is almost over. We've gotten some great work done here on the quilt, but I think I have a long weekend of quilting ahead of me because I really want to get this quilt finished so I have something new in my house for Christmas this year. So we are talking Butler Robotics for our long arm today, but remember back on Cyber Monday, we did show you Butler Robotics for your home sewing machine. So just because you don't have a long arm doesn't mean you can't have automation. Let me grab it. Remember this cute little guy from Monday? This is the Butler Essential, and this is for your home sewing machine. So if you are not a long arm owner, you don't have space for one, remember that you can take your stitch regulated home sewing machine and turn it into an automated quilting machine. You can get it up on a frame, you can put our robotic system on it, and you can do edge to edge quilting with the Essential model. So if that's something interesting for you, you've got this available so that you can do automated quilting and you don't have to have that long arm. So remember, this is out there for you, and we've got a great price on it for you right now with Countdown to Christmas. So remember, you've got that. So today we are working with our long arm automation and our Butler Robotics with Sewing Machines Plus. We've got 3 different models. So remember, you've got choices, and it doesn't matter what long arm you've got, your Butler Robotics is going to fit on it. So it doesn't matter if you've got an old machine at home that you've had for a long time and you love it so much and you don't want to give it up, but you want to try automated quilting, or whether you're shopping here today and buying yourself a brand new Christmas present, you can put our automation on it. Doesn't matter what you've got. You see here that I've got my beautiful King Quilter 2 16-inch, and I've got my Butler Robotics on it. You could have a Gamma at home, or you can have an APQS at home. Doesn't matter what you have, you can put a Butler Robotics system on it. And you can call Blaine's team and they will help you decide which model you need and full compatibility with your machine and the frame you have at home. Now, our entry-level model is called the Basic Butler. That's going to come with your 8-inch display screen. It's going to come with 160 patterns preloaded and all of the editing features that you need to do edge-to-edge quilting and block quilting, resizing your designs, and doing any little bit of editing work that you need to make something special for your quilts. If you want a little bit more to work with and do a little bit more custom work, you'll move up to the deluxe model that comes with a 10-inch display screen, 260 preloaded patterns, and you get lots of spoiler features, as I like to call them, to do some really cool custom work. So you're going to get cropping features. You're going to get built-in channel locks, and I showed you guys those yesterday. You're going to get point-to-point, which is something that I've really been working with on this quilt top. So lots of great features there. And then when you move up to the professional model, which is what I've got here on my King Quilter 2, you're going to get a 12-inch display screen. You're going to get over 500 patterns preloaded on your Butler Robotics, and you're going to get every feature that we have available for you. So that's going to include the crop. It's going to include the point-to-point. It's going to include the channel locks. Remember, those channel locks are not only horizontal and vertical, but you've got diagonal ones as well. So you've got a world of things to work with so that you really can customize your quilts and be creative. Now, the display screens that you're going to get are full color. Doesn't matter what size you choose, the 8-inch, the 10-inch, or the 12-inch, and they are touchscreens. So I'm going to show you how to use the touchscreen in a little bit, because I realized I've been a button person this whole week and I haven't really showed you how to use a touchscreen. So you've got some options on how you use it. You don't just have to use the buttons. You don't just have to use the touchscreen. You can use both. But you do get this included, and that's really nice because you don't have to go shopping for a tablet. You don't have to figure out how to load software, and it is full color, ready to go out of the box because you've got all those patterns loaded for you. But you can load any pattern that you want on here if you purchase off of a website for something special. We use the QLI format, the DXF format, and the QCC format. And it's as simple as loading the design you purchase on a USB stick and popping it in the back of your display screen and hitting a couple buttons. And I purchased a couple designs for this quilt, so we're going to look at that now. So if you guys remember on day one, when I did the top border here, and I'm going to turn you guys around to my quilt, I put some little teeny tiny trees in the top border. And now I want to do the side border here. So we're going to fill that in with point to point again. Like I told you, it's one of my favorite features. I'm going to get the full screen in here for you. But I'm going to add big trees down the side. So I'm going to show you guys how we're going to do that. Let's see if I can get the whole screen here for you. So like we've seen all week, the big orange box here is the full layout of my table space. This is where we're quilting inside. And from layout, we're going to go up to our edit feature. That's where we're going to find that point to point. So when I highlight that, we get all of our beautiful editing features over here on the right-hand side in green. And our point to point feature is down here. Looks like those upside down teardrops. When I touch on that, we get all of our features that work within point to point. Remember that our file folder down here is where we find our patterns. So I'm going to open that up. And the pattern that I'm looking for was that cute little tree set that I added onto my system for this particular quilt. And it's over here under the tag Douglas Pine. So I'm going to touch on that so I don't have to go searching for it through all of the little pictures. And we're going to use the big tree today. So I'm going to highlight that and hit the check mark over here. And it's put a little Douglas pine tree over here in the corner of my space. I've got a pattern height over here of 5.98. And I don't know if that's the right size that I need. We need to kind of come down here and look at our border and take out our handy ruler and check things to see if that's the size we need. So I'm going to put my ruler down on my quilt and measure the width of my border. And it looks like my border is 5 1/8 inches. So I need to make sure that the number that I put in for the height of my pattern falls within that. So my 5.98 is a little bit too big. So I'm going to shrink my trees down just a little bit. So to do that, I'm going to open this little box here, and it's giving me a keypad where I can type in the height that I'd like to make my trees. And I think for this, we're going to shrink it down to 4.75. And that way I know my trees are going to fit within my border. When I square up my quilt, I'm not going to cut off any tree tops. When I put my binding on, I'm not going to run my binding in any tree tops. I'm going to really give myself some space here. So now that I've got my tree here, remember with the point to point, we're going to use our plus sign to lay out our points. I'm going to bring you guys down so that you can see my border and see where I'm going to put my points in. Now I did a little bit of math and a little bit of measuring and decided that with the length of my border all the way down my quilt, I need to put a point every 6.125 inches. And I measured little points all the way down my quilt to make sure I had it spaced out evenly. So I've got marks on my quilt. I'm not putting things in here willy-nilly. I'm a little bit more organized of a quilter than that. So I did measure that out. We are going to start at the very top of our red border here in the corner where our red border and our green border meets. And I'm just going to hover my needle over there and set my first point. And I'm going to use the plus sign on my display to do that. And like we've talked about before, my Butler robotics system said that I need to move to my next point. So I'm going to come down my border and go to where I marked my next point. I'm going to hover my needle over that area and hit my plus sign. And then I'm going to come down to my next point, and I'm getting really close to you guys. And I'm going to hit my plus sign. And now I'm going to move back so you guys can see the screen and what I did. And there are two little trees at the height of 4.75 for us to stitch out in our border. So from here, we are going to go to our stitch out mode so you guys can see these trees stitch out. We go to our home Oh, you can't see that. It's not in the screen. We go to our home here at the top left-hand corner of our display. That's where we do all our stitching out. Remember, we need to engage our needle so that we stitch out, not just trace our design. So we highlight that and we go to our green button to get started. I'm going to double check that my needle's not down in my fabric, and I'll hit my green check mark. And my robotic system is going to slide on over to its starting point, and we're going to start with our directions. And I think you guys might want to see it quilt out. So I'm going to tilt you down and go through the directions. So it's going to have me do my single stitch with my machine and pull my bobbin thread up. You guys have seen me do this all week long. It is the same process over and over again when you are stitching out, so you get used to it pretty quick. But it's important that you follow through the directions. So I'm turning my stitching on, and off my robotic system goes. I think this is going to be really cute as a border down my quilt. So I have the little tiny version of the trees across the top. I've got that snowflake in my cornerstone, and then I'm going to have big trees going down the side. So I think this is going to be a lot of fun. And I know when you're looking at this now, you see this little screen here, and I haven't been touching that. This screen actually controls the stitching on my King Quilter 2. So I can set my stitches per inch, my lights on here, which I actually have turned off because it puts a glare on the camera screen. You guys keep getting a full view of that, and I'm not actually touching that. That's not my robotic system that controls my machine stitching.
Hey, Aubrey.
Yes, Lindsay.
We have two different questions. Do all things different size displays have a USB?
Yes, so the question is, do all the different size displays have a USB port? And the answer is yes, they do. So it doesn't matter which version you buy, the basic, the deluxe, or the professional, you will get a USB port on there so that you can add designs onto your Butler robotics system. Did we have another question, Lindsay?
Yeah. How hard was it for you to learn the robotic system since you've never moved it before?
Oh, so everybody wants to know how hard it was for me to learn the robotic system since I had never done it before. I am not a techie person, so I will tell you I was a little scared. I was given a robotic system, and I had 1 month before I had my first show that I had to demo at. So I was very nervous, but I found the system so intuitive and so easy to use that I picked it up in no time. So from someone who is not techie, who still doesn't know how to really use her phone all the way, I found this so easy to learn, so easy to use. There is an information button right here on the screen. So when you get your display, hook it up to the Wi-Fi in your home. There are videos that you can download on all of the different buttons here. You just simply hit your information button and touch something on the screen. You get a little pop-up and something that looks like a film strip. And when you touch that, it'll ask you to download a video. Once you have the video downloaded, anytime you have a question about something that's on your display, you can bring that video up and watch it. It'll show you what it is and how to use it. So that was a big helper for me when I was learning because I'd forget what something did. So I really loved how that helped me out in my learning curve of that 1 month time period. And now I feel like I know all of the ins and outs of this system. All right, so we are going to come back. I'm going to show you our little Christmas trees. I'm going to get you closer to them so that you can see them before we move on. Because I don't know about you, but I just love to see all the stitching. And these really turned out cute. Let's see. I'm going to turn you the right way so you can see them. So we've got two little Christmas trees. So I am going to continue those all the way down this border. So that was a lot of fun. I think this is going to turn out to be a really neat quilt, but I do have a lot of quilting to do over this weekend to get it finished because there are a lot of stars that still have to be done on this one. Oops, sorry guys. Trying to get you back on the tripod and not make you sick at the same time. I'm probably not doing a very good job of that. All right, the next thing I want to show you, I keep telling you that there's a crop feature on here, and I am going to lay out just a square here on this star, and I'm going to put what's going to look like a whole filler in place, like a background fill, and then I am going to crop out this diamond here and just show you what that looks like. So that way, if you ever do a quilt and you want to fill in a background, but maybe you've done something special like an applique in the center here or beautiful embroidery, or even if you just have a focus fabric that you don't want to cover up with stitching, you can do that on here with the crop feature. That is available on both the deluxe and the professional models. So I'm going to show you how to do that next. And I'm not going to show you what I'm doing here because I'm just dropping points, but you'll want to see it on the screen. So let me get a good view of the screen here for you. We are going to lay out. So that's here on the left-hand side of the display. And we are going to add a layout here on the right-hand side of the display. I'm being told to set the points. So I'm going to the top left corner of my star square. I'm going to go to the bottom left corner of my star square and hit my plus sign. I'm going to go to the bottom right corner of my star square, and I'm going to the top right corner of my star square and hitting my check mark. It's kind of square. It's a little wobbly, guys, but that's okay. I'm now going to my patterns, and we don't need our tree anymore. I am going to actually open up this little white bar here, which is going to give me a keyboard, and I want a bubble design. This is my favorite, everybody. It's bubbles. I love polka dots and bubbles. So we are going to go to our repeat function. Oh, it's out of frame. You can't see it. Right at the very tippy top here, we have a repeat so we can multiply our design. And we have an autofill button that will fill it in as it sees appropriate for the robotic system. And I think that will work just fine for us right now. So we've got a box here that is filled with bubbles, and we could stitch that out. But remember, we want to leave out that center section so that we don't stitch over our applique. We're going to go back to our layout feature and create another layout box. And I'm now going to mark over our diamond that we have in the center of our star. I'm at the top point and now at the left point, the bottom point, and now the right point. So now I've got a diamond on my display. So here's my diamond. And if I go back one design block, here we've got our box with all of our bubbles in it. We're going to stay here on our box with the bubbles. I'm going to go back up to my editing feature, and our cropping feature is over here on the right-hand side. It looks like a little square with kind of a frame box around it. I'm going to open that up, and when I touch this button here, it has now cropped out the diamond in the center. So I can stitch out all of my bubbles, and it will leave out the center area. So that way I'm not stitching my background fill over my beautiful applique. So I just love using this because sometimes there's some really cute fabric and I just don't want to stitch over it. So this is a great way to do it. I do not have the skill for beautiful embroidery by hand, nor do I applique very well. So it's usually pretty fabric that I don't want to stitch over. So this is a great one for you guys too. And remember, this is available on your deluxe and your professional models. So I'm going to just create one more box so I can show you a few things with the touch screen. So I'm just going to come in here and add another layout box and set some points. And this is just us playing, guys. I'm not really going to do anything crazy. Ooh, that is a wobbly box. And we're going to look for our Santa because he is super cute and super fun to play with. So there's our Santa. And we worked with him the other day and put him into our box by scaling him and changing his size. So we had that scale feature here. And you guys saw me use the auto scale feature where I just kind of tapped on it and he went into the size box. But you do have different ways to scale. So we have buttons here where you can kind of make him smaller, both vertically or horizontally. You have sliders that you can slide to change his size. So you've got lots of different ways. Maybe you know that the box you set is a specific size and you want him to fit in a 5x5 box, and it'll change his size to that. So you've got lots of different ways to change the size of your pattern. But you also have touchscreen options to change the size of your pattern. So if I touch on Santa Claus here, we've got little blue circles that are called nodes that show up around your design. And I hope you guys can see them on the screen. And if you touch on these nodes, you can drag your finger to change the size of your design right there on the screen. So if you're not a button person, you can be a touchscreen person to work with your scaling feature. Likewise, we can go to our move feature, and you've got all of these different ways where you can use buttons to move your design around on your screen. You can move Santa Claus to the top of the box or the bottom of the box, or you can inch him sideways one way or another. You can center Santa Claus in the middle of the box, both vertically or horizontally. But right in the center of Santa Claus is a little green dot. If you touch on the green dot, you can drag your pattern anywhere you want on your screen. So you can really fine-tune Santa Claus into place or whatever design you have. So that's your touchscreen option for move. The other touchscreen option we have is for your rotate button. And I really love this because we've got 45-degree angle rotates in both directions. You can fine-tune rotate with your plus and minus. If you know the angle you need to turn it on, you can actually open up a keypad and punch that in if you want. But over here in the bottom right-hand corner, you have a little red node. And if you grab that, you can rotate both clockwise and counterclockwise on your screen. So I'm pretty sure I told you guys that I'm a combination person. I like to use my buttons and I like to use my touchscreen. So we've kind of given you the option where you can use what you feel most comfortable with. I love that you have each feature available to do your editing, but you also have different ways to do your editing. It's really nice that you've got that. Another editing feature that you've got available is some mirror imaging. So depending on what your quilt looks like, what you want to do, maybe Santa Claus looks okay this way, but you might want to turn him in the opposite direction. So maybe you're going to have two side by side and you want his little puffball on his hat to be in the opposite direction. So you've got a right to left mirror image button. You also have a flip-flop top to bottom mirror image. So you can turn them upside down if you want to. These are great buttons to have when you're doing your creative work and you want to change things very quickly. So it's nice to have those too. So I just wanted to make sure y'all knew that you had these options available to you when you're working with your designs. Editing is really important because you're being creative. You know you want it something specific. You know you want to work with something and get it just right because you spend so much time on your quilt top. So editing features are really important to me, especially when I'm doing custom quilting like I'm doing on this holiday quilt.
Hey, Aubrey.
Yes, Lindsay.
So we have a question.
Okay.
And they said that yesterday you had mentioned how the fabric, like automation or quilting, causes the fabric to shrink a little bit. So do you recommend always starting on one side or starting in the middle and working out? Like, what do you do to make it all work?
Okay. So we had someone say that I mentioned yesterday that there tends to be shrinkage when you're quilting, and what my recommendations are on where you start in your quilt with your automation, whether you start in the middle, whether you start on a side. What I tend to do, generally speaking, I start on the left side and work my way across the quilt. And I've done that with this one. So I started on my left side. I did my left border earlier today. It really just depends on what I'm working on and if I feel the need that it has to be taken care of in the center first. But most of the time, especially when you're doing edge-to-edge quilting, those set up on the left side and work across. The designs work across your quilt from left to right. So I guess that just put me in the habit of working from left to right on my quilt tops. I am very careful when I'm doing custom quilting that I work in small sections across my quilt because of the shrinkage. I don't want to set up a lot of design work, and then by the time I get quilted across my quilt, things have shrunk up just a little bit, and then my designs are just out of the blocks that I intended them to be in. So I'm always very careful with that. And that reminds me, since I said quilting left to right with edge-to-edge designs, there is a nesting feature on the robotic system. It is, I can show you where it is. It is on our home screen. And if I bring it closer, it's these cute little hearts down here. So when you stitch out an edge-to-edge design, and you get done with your first row, you can touch the nesting feature and it will guide you through lining up for your next row so you get perfectly nested rows every time. This was the most important feature to me when it came to edge design work, because I didn't know how I was going to figure out how to line those rows up perfectly every time. And the Butler robotic system actually does all that work for you. It even helps you offset rows if you need to do that, if a design is too big and you need to kind of offset that in your nesting. So this has been really fun to work with the nesting feature. I love it. It's so easy. It gives you step by step what you do when you need to roll your quilt, everything. It's great.
Hey, Aubrey?
Yes.
So the editing features that you showed with like the nodes, and then you can do them with the buttons. Are those available on all models or just specific ones?
The editing features that I just showed with the rotate and the move and the scale features with the nodes on the touchscreen, those are available on all models. You will get that on the basic, you will get that on the deluxe, and you'll get that on the professional. So it doesn't matter which one you buy. The crop feature that I showed, that is on the deluxe and the professional. But the touchscreen, that is all models. So if you're a touchscreen person, it doesn't matter what you want, you'll get that. Did we have any other questions, Lindsay?
For the Essentials home sewing
robot,
does it come with a stitch regulator? And will it work with other stitch regulators?
Okay. The question was, does the Essential Home Sewing Robot, so our little red buddy here, does this come with a stitch regulator and will it work with other stitch regulators? So the answer is no, this does not come with a stitch regulator. Your home sewing machine either needs to have its own or come with its own stitch regulation, or you need to purchase stitch regulation. I have the Sure Stitch Elite stitch regulation on my home sewing machine that I use this with. And I believe Blaine's team has the list of machines that are compatible with the Sure Stitch Elite. But if you already have a stitch regulator that's compatible with your machine, that's great too. Your stitch regulator controls the start and stop and stitching of your home sewing machine. Your robotic stitch your robotics system, that actually controls the movement of your carriage on your frame. So this doesn't control anything about your machine. It just controls the movement of your carriage. And that's kind of where it's driving around, where you get all of those beautiful designs. The stitch regulation is just making that needle go up and down and keeps the stitches nice and even. I hope that makes sense to everybody. It is a hard concept to kind of separate all of those, but you do need stitch regulation. It can be on your machine already. It can come with your machine. It can be the one that we've got a list for, or it can be something that you already have. But you do need it. All right. I'm just going to double check my home screen one more time. Oh, about the editing features. So when you do all of this work, whether you're changing the size of your design or mirror imaging it or making it fit your quilt pattern or your quilt area just the way you want it, you know, we do a lot of work. You don't want to have to do that every single time, because you may have, I'm trying to think how many squares are on this quilt. It's a lot. I did a lot. It took me a long time to make that many flying geese. So I'm going to be putting, you know, that Santa Claus and the little snowflake in these white squares a lot. So what you need to do is save the work you did to edit that design to fit in a particular space. What's really great is you can do that on the Butler robotics system. So if you've edited your little Santa Claus face to make him fit in a specific block space, you can save that and then bring it back up every time you need to. So you don't have to resize him every time you're going across the quilt. And I love being able to save the work that I've done, because you don't want to have to resize and resize and resize every time you're going across your quilt, especially on something that might take a couple days. You want to be able to bring that design back up that you've changed so that you don't have to do it over and over again across multiple days. So I love having a save feature available. That is wonderful to have, especially when you're doing large quilts with a lot of squares that you're custom working on. So that's really awesome to have. Well, I think that's, oh, we have another question.
Can you delete patterns from your system if you don't want them anymore?
Okay, so the question is, can you delete patterns from your system if you don't want them anymore? And the answer is yes, you can. You need to be very careful when you do this, because if it's something that you purchased, you probably want to have a backup of that, either like on your laptop, on a USB stick, or on a save drive somewhere, so that if you want it again, you have it again. And if you delete one of the patterns that comes on your display, it's gone. So you need to make sure that you back your files up just in case. There is a backup button in case you get wiped out for any reason, but you don't want to delete anything that comes on your system. But if you purchase something, definitely have that somewhere else. I'll bring this in here. Whoop. I have a little USB stick in my machine because I just loaded those designs. So they are loaded on here, but I keep them on my USB stick, and I have a file on my desktop of all of the designs I purchased, just in case I accidentally delete them off of here, just in case I lose my USB stick. I have the designs that I purchased on my desktop too, because they get expensive after a while when you have a purchasing addiction to designs like I do. I tend to buy a lot just because I do a lot of custom quilting, and there's always something different that I want. So you can delete them. Just be really sure you want to do that when you delete. I think that's probably all the time we have. I hope we got everybody's questions, because I know that we've spent a full week working on all the Butler robotic systems. I know it's a big purchase when you put automation on your home sewing machine and on your long arm. You want to make sure you have all of your questions answered before you make a big decision like this.
Hey, Aubrey, just real quick, can you say the design formats again?
Oh, the design formats real quick are QLI, QCC, and DXF. Okay, I think we got them all, Blaine.
All right, Aubrey, thank you so much for being on here all week. Great job. We'll see you in January at Road to California.
I can't wait, Blaine. We'll see y'all then.
All righty, bye-bye. All right, everybody, you got the rundown here of the Butler Robotics. Now, again, there are 4 systems. That very first system, we got it starting out at $16.99. That is the Essentials package. Now, what that does, that turns your residential machine into robotics as long as you have stitch regulation, and you can put it on a frame that will accept a domestic home machine. The other 3 that we have the basic, the deluxe, and the professional, and they're different screen sizes on each one of them, and they all are loaded with different features and designs, and it goes all the way up to $54.99. Right now, that is a really great special. So if you are interested in robotics now, we have them that'll fit any long arm machine out there, and they also work great on our King quilters. But any other long arm machine we can set you up for. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. And if you are on the website, you can just simply type in Butler in the search bar. It'll take you to that landing page. You can see all 4 systems, and naturally you can talk to one of the live chat agents as well. All right, guys.
Whoa.
That is the end of 2024 countdown to Christmas. Can y'all believe it? Man, this week has flown by. We started out Monday with Cyber Monday, and then Tuesday through Friday, it's been countdown to Christmas, and we have had so many savings. However, I got to tell you, just because our show is ending right now doesn't mean the savings are ending. We have certain things that are going to stop on December the 16th. We have some that go all the way to New Year's Eve on the specials. So don't give up on us. If you have something and you're not ready right now to pull the trigger, check back with us before the end of December. That good chance it still could be on special. And again, we got a lot of ways for you to pay. We got some financing available for you. So make sure y'all give them a call for any questions you have. All right. I think it's time to give a few things away. What y'all think? All right, first up, we are going to give away some of our event bags. And these come in 8 different colors. They come event bags, not mats. There we go. The event bags, 8 different colors. They have unique sayings on each side. We sell them for $49.99 for the pack of 8 or $9.99 individually on the website. So, Andrew, spin that wheel. I think we need some spinning music.
Yeah, we do.
Linda K. So Linda K is our winner that's watching today from YouTube. So Linda, what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv. Bag shipped right out to you. All right, next up, we are going to give away some sewing mats, and we are going to give away blueberry extra large in size, blueberry mat extra large in size. We're going to give away 2 winners of this. So Andrew, spin that wheel. Feeling low. Feeling. I'm feeling low. Feeling low is our winner watching today from YouTube, and they're probably feeling pretty high right now, as y'all said. They just won themselves a blueberry extra large mat. So feeling low, what you need to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information, complete, and hit submit, and we've got it from there. All right, we're going to give one more extra large blueberry mat away. So Andrew, spin that wheel. Got a little tune going on. Shirley Chaplin. So Shirley is watching today from YouTube. Shirley, you know the drill. Go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all the information complete. Hit submit, and we'll handle it from there. All right, the next drawing is a very special drawing. We are going to give away a complete set of sewing mats in your color of choice. A set, that means all 4 sizes. So if you want the Brother Blue, you want the Baby Lock Gold, you want the Bernina or Janome Red, we're going to give you the complete set, or any other colors that we have. You get the small, medium, large, and extra large mat. 4 mats right here. This is the Big Daddy. All right, I need everybody right now in the chat to type in the word mat, M-A-T. M-A-T for this special drawing. You're getting the complete set to outfit your studio and your machines. All right, 1T. Your other left, Andrew. There we go, Matt, M-A-T. We're gonna give everybody just a second to get their chat in there so we'll have a chance to win. But I gotta tell you about these mats, everybody. These are world famous sew mats at SMP, and what makes them so special is they are gonna make your machine last longer because, face it, we spend a lot of money on these machines, tens of thousands of dollars on machines with electronics, and vibration is the worst enemy of the machine it can be. These help reduce that vibration. They dampen the sound. They actually protect the surface you have the machine sitting on, so you can put it on your dining room table, no worries, and it won't let the machine move around at all. So really good 4 functions on these. And you know what? Somebody said there was a 5th function. You could actually use them as a pin cushion, stick your needles in or pins in. So anyway, we got them all entered. Andrew, spin that wheel for the sewing mat set. Cindy Shelley. So Cindy is our winner watching today from YouTube. So Cindy, you won the complete set. So what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Most importantly, in the little notes section there, tell us what color of set that you want, and just say you want that colored set of mats, and we'll handle it from there, and we'll get them all shipped out to you as soon as we get the information. All right, next up, we are going to give away a Brother, 4 of them, Brother P-Touch. P-Touch, we're going to give 4 of these away. Yeah, everybody about passed out, Andrew, when they saw the machine. You're giving 4 of them away, including me. I about passed out. All right, we are going to give away 4 of the P-Touches, and so we're going to do it fast. So basically, we're just going to do spin, 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 and then get them all spun, and then I'll tell y'all how to claim your prize. So are you ready to go?
Ready.
All right, spin that wheel. Tammy's Treasures. Tammy's watching today from YouTube. Andrew, spin that wheel for P-Touch number 2. Jenny Drake. All right, Jenny Drake's watching today from YouTube. She just won the P-Touch number 2. So Andrew, spin for P-Touch number 3. Zandra Stork. So Zandra, you just won a P-Touch from watching today from YouTube. So she just won P-Touch number 3. Now we're drawing for P-Touch number 4. Andrew, spin that wheel. Fran Renzi. So Fran is our 4th winner of the P-Touch. So all 4 of you winners for the P-Touch, here's how you're going to claim your prize. You're going to go to smplive.tv. You're going to scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize. You're going to fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and we will handle it from there. We're also going to throw in about 6 or 7, 8, I don't remember how many there are, of the tape cartridges for you. So you'll have tape to print on. And so we'll get you all set up. We're going to send all of y'all that. All right, next up, we are going to give away a Brother sewing and embroidery machine. And guess what? We're just giving away one. Not four, Andrew, just one of these. This is a $1,000 machine. Really expensive. And this has a 4x4 embroidery field on this. So it is such a great machine. All right, everybody out there, cross your fingers. Y'all ready? Y'all crossing your fingers? Ready to go? All right, Andrew, spin that wheel. This is for the Brother LB 5500 sewing and embroidery machine. Here we go. Kim Barker. So congratulations, Kim. She's watching today from YouTube. So Kim, how to claim that prize, you go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and we will get that shipped right out to you. Y'all, all you winners have 30 days to claim your prize, or Andrew's going to put it right back into the prize closet and we'll give it away another day. All right, well, that concludes all of our giveaways. Now, I hope that all y'all enjoyed this week. If you did, put it in the chat. Let us know how you enjoyed all the shows that you got to see. We sure do appreciate y'all hanging out with us here all week. It's been fun. And, you know, I hope everybody has a great holiday. And I'm not sure, we don't have a show again, Kyle. I don't remember when our next, yeah, I'm not here next week. But when's the next show? The 20th? Do we know who's? The 19th. Do we know who's coming on? I don't remember who's coming on, but we got a show on the 19th of December, right? Okay. We do have Takeover Tuesday next week. So we do have our Takeover Tuesdays. Because I think, isn't it Becky going to be on Christmas Eve? And then Jane's doing, Jane's Christmas Eve and Becky's New Year's Eve. I know they're yeah, we have shows both Tuesdays before New Year's Eve, or before New Year's and Christmas. So, but you'll have the Tuesday shows. I'll be back on the 19th. We hope that all y'all will tune in and stay and tell your friends about coming. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, we'd sure appreciate it. It helps us continue to give all these prizes away. Also, if you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like the Facebook page. You get a lot of updates there and a lot of inside information. A lot of times you can get on the Facebook group where you can't get it anywhere else. But we sure hope that y'all enjoyed this week. We sure did. And again, hey, our call center is going to be open today all the way till 6 p.m. Pacific time tonight, which is 9 p.m. Eastern time. And they're going to be taking your orders all the way until then. We're going to be shipping all weekend. We're going to be open Saturday and Sunday this week in the call center and the warehouse. So we're going to be working nonstop to get your orders out. And anyway, we hope that y'all have a great holiday. Have a great weekend. And we'll see y'all back on the 19th. So long, everybody. Hey, y'all are still here? Kyle, they're still watching.
Here, Michael.
I don't know if I got a microphone. Hang on.
Yeah.
Is it working? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
There we go. It fell off. All right. Y'all are still here. Why are y'all still here? You think I'm going to give something else away, don't they? You know what? For all y'all sticking around and being a loyal SMP nation, we're going to give another sewing machine away. Just for you watching. We're going to give another Brother LB 5500. Andrew, spin that wheel. I like that music. Kind of catchy. Judith Huber. Judith, you just won a sewing machine for sticking around and watching. What do you think about that? All right. She was watching today from YouTube. Judith, claim that prize. Go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. Hit submit, and we'll get it shipped to you absolutely free. You got 30 days to claim that prize. All right, everybody, I'm officially going home. Michelle, I'm coming home. All right, everybody, so long.